To face the Key Electric Group's threat, Ashley believed that these architects had to compromise. She ordered her subordinates to find new architects and ordered these architects to withdraw from Harry's project. Otherwise, they would make things for them which will be no good outcome. However, Ashley miscalculated this time. These architects who worked for Harry were not willing to give in. No matter how much the people of the Key Electric Group threatened, they were not willing to cause trouble for Harry. In the end, they even went to report this matter to Harry, and Harry finally knew who was causing all the trouble for him. He also figured out that the supplier of the building materials was also ordered by the Key Electric Group. As for the culprit, it was obvious that it was Ashley. The reason why the island's architects did not waver to the threat of the Key Electric Group was that they more or less knew about Harry's background and his abilities. He was someone who called himself brother with Randy and Harvey. The Livingston's family and Banner family weren't any weaker than the Key Electric Group. It was like a battle between immortals and ghosts. They still had to stand on the same side if they wanted to change sides. No matter how powerful the Key Electric Group was, their base camp was still far away in California. This was Florida, the territory of Mr. Banner. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to betray Harry. As for whether they would be punished for violating the orders from the Key Electric Group in the future, these matters didn't need to be considered as Harry was there to protect them. For small architects like them, they could take more than 10 years to complete the projects in Moon Island and the surrounding subsidiary islands. This time, if they firmly stood by Harry's side, they shall reap the benefits. Ashley, who was far away, got to know from one of her subordinates that the architects were not willing to withdraw from Harry's project. She was so angry that she directly smashed the cup of tea in her hand.
All right, so you now dare to go against our Key Electric Group, right? Then prepare to bear the consequences.
Ashley angrily picked up her phone and ordered her subordinates to deal with Harry in any way possible. She also ordered them to deal with these disobeying architects. But her subordinates could only helplessly report that these architects did not have any other business in the moment. They were all focusing on the construction work for Harry. If they wanted to succeed, they would not be able to do it unless they took down Harry first.
That's not possible either. What's the use of the company supporting you? I don't care. Immediately think of a way to get rid of this Harry, or I'll teach you a lesson that you'll remember for the rest of your life.
Ashley was so angry that she went crazy yelling on the phone.
Yes.
The guy on the line was terrified with Ashley's tone. The niece of the boss had gone crazy. These subordinates did not dare to look down on her and quickly racked their brains to think of a way to continue. Finally, they were able to think of a dirty trick. Harry's newly found raw material supplier needed to use the freight to transport the materials over due to the long journey. Because they needed to cross the sea, they could use some methods here. The Key Electric Group was rich and powerful. They could mobilize funds and hire some people with fake identities to intercept Harry's supplier's ship on the sea. Their foul trick indeed worked this time. The transportation ships were hired by raw material suppliers. They were all honest merchants. Originally, the new suppliers thought that they could make some profit for this trip, but little did they know that the previously safe route was now in danger. A group of fierce people just intercepted the ships that were transporting materials to Harry. After stopping them, they threatened the crew to return. They were not allowed to take the ship to Florida. Otherwise, they would tie all the crew members up and blow them up together with the ship. There were not many crew members on the cargo ship, and so did not care to go against these goons. They could only follow the orders and return to the port from where they left and reported the incident to the supplier. The foreign suppliers felt chills, and they were extremely anxious. It wasn't easy for them to meet a big client like Harry, and they had already signed the contract. If the raw materials weren't delivered at the appointed time, they would indeed be compensated. They would need to compensate a large sum of money for the breach of contract. Even if they searched through connections, they still couldn't solve the current situation. Those goons on the sea were waiting to intercept their cargo ships. There was really no other way but to tell Harry about the situation. When he got to know about it, Harry was furious. He did not blame these suppliers. Every injustice had its debtor. All of this was caused by Ashley. Harry wasn't someone who just waited to be beaten up without retaliating. Ashley was causing him trouble over and over again. Harry could not tolerate it even if he wanted to. Harry picked up his phone and called George. "George, bring a team of elites from the Wolf Guard to my place." As the manager of the Wolf Guard, George was very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress thousands of powerful Wolf Guards. They were all unruly people. George quickly followed his orders and rushed to the manor. "Sir, why are you in such a hurry? Do you have any instructions for me?" Harry had already asked June to prepare the information. At this time, to answer George, he coldly threw Ashley's relevant information on the table. He instructed, "Take people with you to the Key Electric Group and bring this woman here for me." George picked up the information on the table and looked at it carefully. Ashley, her original name is Parker Bailey. She is the niece of the executive director of the Key Electric Group, Peyton. She is the eldest daughter of a wealthy consortium. "Is there a problem? Can we complete this mission?" Harry said coldly. George stood up straight and said loudly, "Don't worry, sir, not to mention Key Electric Group, even if it's a major power. As long as you have an order, your subordinates will arrest them for you." Harry nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. My private plane has been prepared for you. Let's go now. It's best if you bring this woman to me by the end of today." "Yes, sir," George responded and immediately left with his men. The plane was ready for them, and it departed towards California. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy family in Key Electric Group, Ashley's residence was naturally the most luxurious villa. It was located on a beautiful hill not far from the company's headquarters. This was the residential area built for the higher-ups of the Key Electric Group. All of them were senior management staff of the Key Electric Group. At this moment, Ashley was enjoying the massage service very comfortably. She thought about how her subordinates had successfully intercepted all the cargo ships that were transporting raw materials to Harry. It affected Harry's construction progress and must have been badly battering for him. Ashley felt joyous in her heart. At this time, she was also pleased with the two new male assistants who were fairly handsome. These guys were beaten up by Harry previously and were badly bruised. After that, Ashley got them under her protection and employed them. The two new assistants were the rising idols of the entertainment circle. Their faces were pretty handsome, and their skills were pretty good. They were specially trained by the entertainment company. They specialized in accompanying and giving a good time to females who were lonely but rich. At this moment, Ashley, who was in a good mood, was so captivated by them, she reached out to them and took them to her bedroom. She was having the best time of her life. She had no idea of what was coming up to her. The servants who served her daily in the villa had long been knocked unconscious and laid on the floor. George led his subordinates to surround Ashley's bedroom. When he heard the noises inside, he knew that the people were inside were doing. "Boss, the person is inside. Shall we charge it now?" the subordinates asked. George was corrupt to the core. He was full of devilish intentions. He knew that the person inside was someone his boss wanted to catch and deal with, so he decided to play dirty. "Boys, this is just the beginning. We will break the door and go in when they feel at their best. We'll give them a surprise," George said with a wicked smile. "Boss is the boss." The subordinates had wretched expressions on their faces. George instructed again. "Prepare yourself for the best operation ever. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This is the time to make use of your mobile phones. I guarantee that they'll be completely uncovered," one of the subordinates said gleefully. The group of people waited at the entrance and listened to the sound from the other side of the wall. When the commotion inside became more and more intense, George felt that it was about time. He immediately made a hand gesture. The group of subordinates immediately became excited. After carrying out so many missions, this was the most interesting one. They had also seen Ashley's information. She was not a middle-aged woman. Her looks were average, but she was in her youth and had a great physique. There were not many opportunities to catch her off guard like this one. With a loud sound, the solid wooden door in Ashley's bedroom knocked down. The loud noise frightened the two male assistants who were unenthusiastically serving the highest court. They saw a group of burly people rush into the room. All of them looked extremely fierce. What frightened Ashley even more was that these people were actually holding up their phones and taking pictures continuously. The flashlights kept striking in the room, and Ashley was stunned. She was in the midst of her excitement. Who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The sudden arrival of these people made her brain, which was in a state of passion, unable to react at all. Just like that, she foolishly watched these people shoot without restraint. They even made some really snooty comments. The two male assistants were the first to come back to their senses. The two of them were not the kind of low-profile faces. They were known celebrities who had made their debut in an entertainment company. It was now the time for their career to rise. Perhaps they could become super idols in the future. But now, all the ugly things they had done was being filmed. If this leaked out, not only would their careers be ruined, and they would no longer be a celebrity, but also they'll have to pay a sky-high penalty to the company. Thus, they quickly hugged their heads with the turtle hiding in the shell and buried themselves under the blanket. As for their naked bodies, they could not care about them. Ashley finally reacted. What she was doing now, although the upper class knew about it, they still could not expose it. She was just Peyton's niece and hadn't reached the top of society yet. Once this matter was exposed, she wouldn't be able to bear the shame it would bring to her family. The Key Electric Group couldn't tolerate the scandal. Even if she was the niece of the executive director, she would still be greatly affected. Who are you? Stop! Ashley screamed at the top of her lungs before she covered her face with her hands. At the same time, she couldn't care about her bare body that was not covered by the blanket. How could George walk on her so easily? This was the upper residential area of Key Electric Group. The security in the villa area was very strong. However, she didn't know why these unknown people mixed in. Ashley was so scared that she went crazy. She did not expect these people to be so unscrupulous. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am the niece of Director Peyton. Anyone who dares to touch my people will die. Ashley struggled to shout, trying to attract the attention of the patrolling guards outside. She pulled her robe and wrapped it around quickly. George sneered and said, Miss Parker Bailey, we know who you are. We're here for you today. You shout as much as you want. It's useless. No one will come to save you. Ashley had never been humiliated like this before. She continued to scream in anger. Who are you people? Why are you treating me like this? George saw that it was about time, so he said in an orderly manner, You should know who we are. Do you really think that after offending my employer, you can peacefully enjoy the service of these chickens at home? Ashley quickly understood where George and the others came from. You're Harry's people? Yes. What you have done recently made my young master very angry. Now, be obedient and follow me. If you're honest, at least I won't make you suffer in humiliation anymore. After saying that, he looked at the two male assistants in disgust and said, You like these kinds of chicks? The two male assistants lowered their heads in shame and did not dare to raise their heads again. The two of them also understood. Today, this group of people didn't come for them. It was Ashley who had provoked someone she should not have provoked. They had gone involved in this matter unknowingly. It was simply an undeserved calamity. Thinking of the photos and videos that George and the others had taken just now, if they were exposed, the two of them would really die without a burial ground. The thought made them want to cry but had no tears. They could only pray in their hearts. On the other side, Harry was still waiting for them. There was no doubt about George and his group's abilities. They were not only able to sneak into the upper district of Key Electric Group without alerting anyone, but they also had brought a living person with them without any hindrance. Ashley, who was being held hostage, was planning to call for help on the way, but who knew that George would not give her the chance to speak? Just like that, they quietly took her to the airport and flew her back to Florida. At Ashley's residence, the two male assistants who were tied up by George were discovered. That's when the security was more shocked to find out that Peyton's niece was taken away. How could this be? She was a high-ranking person in the company. She was taken away just like that and nobody realized it? If this news spread out, it would definitely be a huge scandal for the company. Peyton, who had rushed over after hearing the news, was extremely furious. He slammed the table and asked the two male assistants who were kneeling on the floor, Speak! Who was the bastard who took Ashley away? The two male assistants were scared to death. Not only were they intruded by a group of big and burly people, but also insulted, and everything was documented. This incident might even be traumatizing for them in the future. The only fortunate thing was that those people did not come for them. They took Ashley away. At this moment, not only was Peyton furious, but the people in charge of security were frightened too. Director, the surveillance has been checked. There is no record of Ashley entering and leaving, the head of security reported. Peyton was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why is there no record? How did a living person get kidnapped? How did that group of people sneak in? Why were they not captured? There was indeed no record on the surveillance footage. Through the replay, they saw Ashley bringing two male assistants into the villa. The rest of the footage was gone. I feel that there is only one possibility in this situation. "It is that there is a mole," one of the Peyton's subordinates said. After saying that, everyone turned their heads to the two male assistants. When the two of them suddenly saw that they had become the target of public criticism, especially when everyone was looking at them with sinister gazes, they immediately felt as if their souls had left their bodies. They knew that if they didn't hurry up and explain, their lives would be in danger. They crawled and crawled in front of Peyton. One of them cried and said, "Director, we're innocent. We're really innocent. The spy really wasn't us. We didn't know anything about it at all." Peyton kicked the two of them to the side with an annoyed look on his face. "Arrest him and torture him. Interrogate them properly for me." "Yes." A group of subordinates immediately went forward and dragged the two male assistants who looked like dead dogs out. After the room became quiet, Peyton looked coldly at the person in charge of security in the neighborhood. Flop. The person in charge of security knew that he couldn't escape this time, so he fell to his knees. Peyton coldly snorted, "Useless trash. Drag him out and interrogate him severely." "Yes." A group of subordinates immediately dragged him away, and at the same time took away all the security personnel in the entire neighborhood. If there was really a spy, then it must be within this range. No one else could do such a thing. But if there wasn't, then this matter was a bit scary. The high-level villa area of Key Electric Group was not an ordinary residential area. The security here was very high level. Normally, nobody who was not a resident or the employee would be able to enter and exit easily. But a whole group broke in without alerting all the security guards and were not captured by the surveillance cameras. If they could actually sneak into the residential area and capture a living person, what kind of security was this? Sure enough, after interrogating for a long time, his subordinates came to report. "Director, there is no one suspected to be a spy." "No?" the subordinate said softly. "Indeed not. During the period when Miss Ashley disappeared, these people were carrying out normal missions. As for the two male assistants, they were..." Peyton frowned slightly. He already knew about the life habits of his niece. He just turned a blind eye. After all, who among the upper class didn't have any hobbies? But if that was the case, the possibility of having a mole reduced to zero, then things would not be simple. This meant that the strength of the person who took Ashley away was not to be trifled with. If there was an envoy behind it, then this person's identity would not be common. Who on earth had such great power to take away a living person without anyone knowing, under the eyes of all the security cameras? Peyton frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his whole body shook. He felt that it was somewhat impossible. Could it be him? "Director, who are you talking about?" Peyton shook his head. He felt that it might be Harry who did it, but previously when he got Harry investigated, he clearly did not have any family background. He just had some money and managed a few businesses. Ordinary people might think that he was a big shot, but at Peyton's level, he was just an ordinary person. However, because of the conflict between Ashley and Harry, there was no one else to be suspected but Harry. But Peyton couldn't believe it. He felt that this was impossible because how could Harry possibly have such a powerful subordinate? Even he, Peyton, did not have people with this kind of strength. But since there was a suspect, Peyton could not simply let it go. He immediately ordered the servants, "Send someone to Florida to investigate if Ashley was taken away by someone called Harry." "Florida?" His men looked at each other. This place was thousands of kilometers away. Why would Ashley be caught over there? But since the boss had given the order, as his subordinates, they could only accept it. The Key Electric Group was in chaos, but Harry's manner was peaceful. After the plane landed on the airport on the island, George escorted Ashley out of the plane. Ashley, who was tied up by the rope, did not have any hope of escaping as she did not even know where she was. After getting off the plane, she looked at the sea not far away and only knew that she had arrived at the seaside. Her heart was filled with apprehension and doubt. Why did this group of people bring her to such a place? Not long after, the manor appeared in front of her eyes, and she felt even more shocked and confused. After entering the manor, Ashley finally knew who had kidnapped her. Harry was sitting on the sofa and looked at her with a sneer and said, "Good evening, Miss Ashley." When they got her on the plane, Ashley was thinking nonstop about who exactly caught her. She also thought about Harry. What if he's the one who had sent people, because recently she had some dealings with Harry, but now after seeing Harry in front of her, it became crystal clear. She assumed she was brought to his base camp. Ashley's heart began to tremble when she saw Harry's cold and murderous expression. In the past, she relied on the power and influence of the group to do whatever she wanted, but now it was a pity that she had become a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. How could she not be afraid? She was petrified and anxious, worrying about what would happen next. Her legs were weak and she could not stand on her own.
You? Why did you kidnap me? What do you want from me?
Ashley asked, trembling. Harry asked with a cold face, "Why did you create problems for me? Did you not count in your heart?" Ashley refused to admit what she did.
What do I know? You arrested me for no reason. I'm the niece of Peyton, the director of Key Electric Group. You better send me back immediately or you'll face the wrath.
Huh. Pretending to be innocent, right? Sending your men to use underhanded means to stop my construction. Why didn't you care at that time? You deserve to be punished. Harry waved his hand. A few Wolf Guard members immediately dragged Ashley out. Ashley was so scared that she shouted, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do to me?" Harry sneered and said, "You will pay for what you did to me. You like creating ruckus for others, right?"
What? What are you trying to say? I'm the niece of Peyton, the director of Key Electric Group.
Ashley didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of her and only used her identity in her defense. Harry's ears began to call out. He said impatiently, "This is so annoying. Drag her out." A few Wolf Guard members pulled her away. In a remote forest on the island, a special house had already been prepared. It was a wooden cabin. After a few Wolf Guard members dragged Ashley over, they tied her up on a chair and left her there without saying anything. Ashley was extremely flustered in her heart. She yelled out loud,
"What exactly do you want to do?"
"Please, be our guest of honor and let us show our hospitality," George asked. "Captain, I brought a dozen files from the forest," someone said with a laugh. "Okay then, release them to accompany our Madame Guest here," George said. Ashley heard what they had just said and her brain buzzed. She could hear the buzzing of bees outside the room, and she immediately collapsed. Tears and snot immediately gushed out from her eyes.
Don't treat me like this. I beg you. I'm sorry about what I did. Please don't treat me like this.
George and the others could no longer stand the stench and immediately retreated. "That's all you got? Where did your arrogance go?" George covered his mouth and said in a very mocking manner. Harry slowly walked over. "How is it?" "Sir, she was so scared that she almost fainted." Harry reached out to open a closed door. Then George said, "Please don't go inside. There are bees over there." George quickly pulled Harry away and took a few steps back. "You really don't need to be scared," Harry said disdainfully. What George did just now was just to scare her. It was impossible for him to really let the bees in and do what kind of thing to her. It was too inhumane, and Harry himself felt disgusted. This was his utopia. How could he do such a disgusting thing? However, he didn't expect Ashley to be so faint-hearted, especially after she acted snobbish. He had yet to use any means to deal with it, and she collapsed after scaring her a little. Harry waved his hand and ordered a female subordinate. "Help her to clean herself. Help her bathe, but keep an eye on her and don't let her escape. Don't let the air on the island stink too." The female subordinate immediately rushed inside the wooden cabin and untied Ashley and prepared a bath for her. Meanwhile, the Wolf Guards who stood at the door of the room started to clean the wooden cabin, as it had been closed for a few months and very untidy. Water splashed out and all kinds of dirty things on the floor of the room were washed to the side. The house was tidied up and the floor was sparkling. When it was used up, Harry could get someone to pull it out and burn it. It would not dirty the island. The basic furniture was restored and the air inside was breathable now. After waiting for a while, they could finally enter the house. However, Harry did not want to be disturbed, so he only asked one of the female subordinates to bring Ashley out. Harry continued to speak coldly. "Do you still dare to be stubborn now?" Ashley laid on the ground for a long time before she recovered her strength.
"No, I dare not."
Harry smiled. He had really put her in the pigeonhole. He continued to ask, "You were the one who used underhanded means to stop my project, right?"
"I was the one who ordered it,"
Ashley said shakily. "It's good that you admit it. Then let's talk about the compensation," Harry said slowly. Harry would not let her go so easily after finding out that she was behind everything. Although he didn't care about the loss of money, he still had to recover his losses. Also, this will give her a lesson for life. Ashley raised her head with helplessness and said, compensation? What do you think of me? Your cheap tricks delayed my business proceedings. Do you think I will easily let you go? Harry kicked the chair near Ashley. He thought it would scare her. To his surprise, Ashley acted as if nothing had happened. She only instinctively shut her eyes and covered her face. Huh, you're scared? Ashley was appalled by Harry's behavior and said, yes, a little bit. Just a little? Harry did not understand. George, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. He walked up to Ashley and squatted down. He roughly pulled the rope tied to Ashley's legs to tighten the grip, causing tweaking. But that didn't change the expression much on Ashley's face. Her face did not wrinkle at all. Finally, he stood up and said jokingly, Sir, it looks like she has got Botox done. That's why there are no expressions even after experiencing pain. Harry said in disdain, It's numb. Thinking about how plastic surgeries and cosmetic treatments had always been popular in California, resulting in all the men and women being fake, Ashley, who was rich and powerful, obviously had more resources to do it. However, looking at her ordinary face now, it was obvious now that she was an ugly person before the plastic surgery. Though this was just a small discovery and it had nothing to do with Harry. He continued, Okay, so now that you are honest about what you did, if I let you return to your house alive, you will have to compensate me for all the losses first. With that being said, he waved his hand, and a subordinate handed over an account book. Harry pretended to flip it a few times. Well, the price of the raw materials increased and the construction company lost almost $30 million. Intercepting the cargo ship caused the cost of a round trip to and fro, so that would be another $10 million. In addition to the cost of delay, mental damage, and a total of $10 million, that would be a total of $50 million to pay me back. It's easy to count it all in order as you were behind all this scheming, so you know the chronology better. Ashley was dumbfounded. $50 million? You want me to pay $50 million? Harry said, What did you think? I have such a big project here. If you delay it by a few minutes or even a few seconds, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Still, it is kind of me to ask you to compensate me with only $50 million. But how will I arrange that kind of money? Harry had a smile on his face, but then his face turned cold. So you don't want to pay, right? Okay, then. He looked at one of the subordinates and said, Bring the bees in. Harry looked at the expression on his subordinates' faces and shook his head immediately. Ashley was frightened. If he lets the bees free, she will die. I will pay. I will pay. I will pay no matter how much it is. Are you sure? Harry asked. Yes, I'll give it to you. Harry smiled. Very good. All the machines are here. Transfer the money right now. As he spoke, he pointed towards a machine on the ground, indicating that Ashley could operate it. This kind of large sum of money transfer did not require a card. As long as the person knew his account and password, the bank would be able to complete it through remote verification. Rich people usually use this service to enter and exit, and the bank would also open up more convenient and fast services. However, when Ashley saw Harry being so direct, she was dumbfounded again. She stammered, What? I don't have that much money. Harry glared at her. You don't have that much money, and you still dare to cause trouble for me? No, I don't have money, but my uncle has money, Ashley exclaimed. Very good. Call your uncle now. As long as you give me the money, I will let you go immediately, Harry said. After saying that, he signaled his subordinate to give her phone to make a call. Harry had actually investigated everything that happened in the past few days clearly. Ashley was indeed the indicator who had caused trouble for him. However, this woman's ability was actually limited. The one who had really attacked was actually Peyton. That was why Harry had asked her to make this call. In any case, they would be enemies sooner or later. Since Peyton had made his move, Harry wouldn't let him go. Asking for $50 million of compensation was just an appetizer, which could be considered a warning. If Peyton still didn't mend his ways, in the future, that would not be a matter of money anymore. Meanwhile, Payne is in his office, anxiously waiting for the subordinate sent to Florida to report the information. But before he could, Ashley called for help. It's really Harry who caught you? What? He wants a compensation of $50 million. Tell him dream on, Payton said angrily. He never thought that Harry would be so unscrupulous. Not only did he capture the girl, but he also even dared to ask for compensation in such an obvious manner. As the director of Key Electric Group, Peyton had never been abased like this before. How could he not feel ashamed? He directly rejected Ashley's request for help. On the other hand, Ashley was so anxious that she almost went crazy. What kind of behavior was this? As an uncle, he only cared about money and face and did not care about her safety at all. She immediately burst into tears and said, "Uncle, just agree. If you don't pay up, I will be turned to hundreds of angry bees." After that, he said angrily, "Impossible. You're one of the higher-ups of the Key Electric Group. He wouldn't dare to do this to you. Tell him that he won't get any money. If he doesn't let you go, the Key Electric Group will immediately attack him." After saying that, he hung up the phone. On Harry's side, his phone was on speaker mode. What Peyton said just now, he heard it all. "Tisk, it seems like your uncle doesn't really care about you. You're more stupid to use him as a tool. You're really brainless." Ashley panicked. If her uncle did not pay, she wouldn't be able to compensate Harry, and in that case, Harry will leave the bees on her. But Harry's reaction surprised her. Harry just waved his hand and asked people to lock her up in the small house and nothing else. Back in the manor, Harry sat on the sofa and drank his tea calmly. Then he called George over. As the saying goes, a subordinate must always think for his master. Peyton had rejected Harry's request just now, which made George very angry. "Sir, since the old hag did not obey your orders, why don't you let your subordinates capture him now?" The other wolf guard stood up straight and said, "Sir, let us go. I guarantee that we'll catch him and let the young master vent his anger." Harry waved his hand and said with a smile, Calm down. George, you guys are too hyper and hot-headed." After saying that, he gave some instructions to George and the others. George immediately laughed. "Sir, you know how to play. Your subordinates will do it right away." After saying that, he gathered his men and left the manor. He boarded Harry's private plane and flew towards California once again. On the other side, after Peyton hung up Ashley's call for help, his subordinates beside him asked worriedly, Director, the young lady is currently in someone else's captive, and if it really is..." Peyton waved his hand. "Even if I give in to Harry's threats, he won't dare to do it for real. He dares to ask for compensation from me. This is just wishful thinking." His servant said, "But the young lady is in his territory." "Huh. Well, she was stupid enough to go after him, so she could deal with him by herself." After Peyton finished speaking, he left the company building and got into his car, heading towards his manor. It was late at night, so he was not in a hurry to snipe Harry's business. Peyton was drunk at the moment, which suddenly aroused Peyton's interest. As the chief of Key Electric Group, he had countless wealth under his name. He had a high position and a lot of wealth. There was nothing in this world that he had never experienced before, especially the feminine pleasure. Right now, there were a few dozen of them living in his manor. From mature and charming to pure and beautiful women of all ages. But a person's heart would not grow old, and their endurance would not be enough. The lust in their heart would not decrease, but only grow. Over the years, he had played all kinds of kinky tricks, and now felt that it was a little boring. But today, something had opened up a new train of thoughts for him. It must be exceptionally exciting to rush home and prepare to have a great time. After Peyton returned to his manor, he immediately arranged for people to light up the room with scented candles and rose petals. The servants did not know why their owner would want them to decorate the manor tonight, but since the orders were already given, they obediently followed. "What is the old man doing? Why did he light up the house?" the woman in the manor asked in surprise when they saw it. Peyton smiled. Well, you will know in a while." In the meantime, George and the others were on the plane heading to California once again. Harry had given them a mission to get some dirt on Peyton. It would be best if it could be explosive and shock everyone. Moreover, it would be best if it was documented. Harry could use the internet to ruin Peyton's reputation and see if he still had any face to show to the world. The mission was very difficult, but George and the others still came for it. In order to accomplish the mission, it was impossible to go undercover. He had to take the initiative to attack. George and the group of Wolf Guard were discussing countermeasures on the plane. "Captain, I think we should find Peyton's home and sneak in and sedate the old fellow. I guarantee that he will spill the beans after that." "Yes, and then we will record everything. The evidence will be conclusive. Can't deny it even if he wants to."
1 or 2 is not enough. It is best to make a few. We will expose a part of it first and then keep the other parts to threaten him. George felt very gratified that his subordinates were enthusiastic about their mission. He nodded and said, "Very well, we'll do as you suggested. We have 1 night's time and it's enough for us to do a lot of things." After saying that, the people on the plane started laughing. It was very sinister. However, they did not know that Peyton already started the absurd, ugly thing on his own. The old man first let his subordinates deck up the room and arrange for a nice barbecue in his lawn along with a fountain of champagne and other expensive alcohol. He also asked his servants to prepare a mini pool filled with not water, but tequila and hash brownies for starters. Then he called in all the ladies dressed in the tiniest of clothes. After that, he chased away all the servants, closed the door in the manor's main hall, and opened the blinds to get some view. These women looked like Charlie's Angels. They were pool ready and started enjoying themselves. Peyton was in the center of these beauties around him. They were all excited to be in such a setup as they drank and danced and enjoyed. Giggles filled the entire manor after a long time. When George and the others arrived, they were wondering why the security around the manor was so loose. They couldn't see anyone, so they easily sneaked in. When they reached the main hall of the manor, they heard the chaotic noises inside. Then they looked in through the window. The men were stunned. It was a chaotic party inside, a scene that they would never be able to imagine in their lives was displayed inside. George was stunned. He looked inside and said without blinking, "Good boy. I thought we were good enough to play, but this old thing is even more powerful." "Captain, the people inside must have gone crazy, especially those women. They all look so high." After a moment of stunned silence, George finally reacted. He patted his subordinate's head hard and said, "What are you all waiting for? This is a great material. The old thing has delivered himself. Hurry up and take pictures of it." "Yes, sir." Peyton was sunk in the moment, but he didn't feel any danger because there was still a circle of security guards at the outer perimeter of the manor. However, George and the others just happened to come in from the other side, which was not guarded at the moment. As Peyton was under the influence of alcohol and drugs, his mind wasn't clear at all, and he didn't even know that he would soon become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. George and the others felt that the scene outside the window was not clear enough. They even opened the window and sneaked inside. At first, they even carefully hid in the dark and took photos and videos. After a while, they found that the people inside were too high, as if they were sleepwalking, so they directly turned the camera in front of them and took pictures. Peyton was actually very cooperative. He laughed loudly and gestured for George to take a close-up for him. When George and the others had finished filming, they excitedly reported this good news to Harry on the way back. After listening to the report, Harry was also dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time before he sighed and said, "Poor oldie. He has no idea what's coming next." Soon after, Harry received the special material that George recorded. He was shocked by seeing the photos and videos of the scene. "Sir, this mission was effortless," George said with a smile. What he saw just now was really very saucy content. "This is enough. It's enough to ruin Peyton's reputation. He can't blame others for what he did," Harry said with a smile. "I also got a piece of news from there." "What news?" "Peyton has ordered a full-scale attack on your property tomorrow," the man said. Harry smiled coldly. "Seems like this guy will not shed tears until he sees his coffin. Does he really think I'm a pushover?" After saying these words, George nodded and left. The next morning, Peyton was lying on the bed and having a sweet dream due to the exhaustion from last night. His assistant came over in a panic and stood outside the door, knocking on the door. Director, please wake up. Something terrible has happened." Peyton opened the bedroom door unhappily. "What is it? You are disturbing my sweet sleep. Do you know how much sleep I need every day?" "Director, something big has happened. Please take a look." The assistant handed the tablet to Peyton and pointed at the email. "What the? Didn't I tell you not to talk about work when I'm resting with my darlings?" Peyton thought it was about work, so he was irked up. But when he subconsciously opened the email, his eyes immediately widened. The email of unknown origin was filled with photos and videos. What made him even more panicked was that all the photos were from last night. How on earth did anyone get this? The assistant looked at him nervously and said in a low voice, "I don't know who sent it either. It's not just us. All the employees in the company received this email." This news was like a clap of thunder, shocking Peyton to the point that his brain was spinning. His ears were ringing incessantly. All the people in the company received this? Yes, Director. Quickly, think of a way to do the damage control, please. The assistant looked flustered, but in fact, she was secretly pleased. Peyton, this old man, was usually very stern with his attendants. If it were not for his high position, the servants couldn't bear it. It wasn't like they didn't know about the old man's undisciplined private life. This is good. Let's see what you'll do when you get exposed. She mumbled under her breath, masking her happiness. Peyton was indeed panicking. The good deed he had done last night had actually been secretly filmed and sent to everyone in the company. This time, it had really become a big deal. As one of the board of directors of the company, the Key Electric Group was not only his property, but the scandal, it was hard to say whether he would be able to retain his position in the future. And his competitors in the company would also take this opportunity to suppress him and even chase him down. Quick, tell me who received this email, Peyton said in a panic. Director, at the moment, only the administrative staff of the company headquarters have received it, the assistant replied. Peyton took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would be fine. There was still some scope for damage control. Although there were over 100 administrative staff members in Key Electric Group's headquarters, it was still a small number compared to the thousands of employees in the entire group. Hurry up and inform the technical staff to delete this email, Peyton ordered. He wanted to suppress the issue before it got out of hand. He could still use the authority in his hands. The assistant said with great difficulty, Director, it's not a problem to forcefully delete it, but who can guarantee that no one will secretly copy it? Peyton thought about it and felt that this situation was very likely to wildfire in a jungle. Someone would definitely make a copy. So, he said, then hurry up and send a message to all the people who received the email. Each person will be paid $100,000 for keeping their mouths shut about this matter. Peyton wanted to use this money to suppress it. He wanted everyone to shut up and keep this a secret. As for who sent these photos over and who took them last night, he didn't even have the time to look for them now. The most important thing at the moment was to prevent the pictures and videos from leaking out. Just at that moment, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone call. Peyton was shocked by the ear-piercing ringtone. He reached out his trembling hand to pick it up. Who is it? Well, Director Peyton, good morning. Did you receive the surprise? Are you satisfied? It's you. Did you do it? Why would you want to harm me? Peyton shouted. Director Peyton, this is not right. It's not me who wants to harm you. You've been trying to harm me, and I'm just retaliating. Only now did Peyton finally understand who the person on the phone was. It's you, Harry. Yeah, you took so long to realize? It seems like you're really scared, Harry said with a devilish laugh. Peyton quickly asked, What exactly do you want? Not only did you capture my niece, but you also want to use all kinds of dirty tricks to frame me? Harry shook his head and said, Wrong. This is not called setting up. This is a piece of advice for you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As long as you compensate me with $50 million, I can promise to help you clean up your mess. Don't you know how to be grateful? Dream on. Forget about $50 million. I won't give you $1. Peyton shouted as if he had gone crazy. Harry smiled. Tisk, tisk. It seems like that I will have to send these photos and videos to everyone in your company right now. I believe they would like to see how wonderful and colorful Director Peyton's nightlife is. Harry's words made Peyton's body tremble. There were only a few people who had received the email, so it was still possible to control it. But if all the employees in the company received it, Peyton will have to bury himself. However, Harry was not satisfied with this and continued. Let everyone in your company admire it first, then I'll sell it to various media outlets. I believe it can also be sold for a good price. Peyton could not stand anymore. His blood pressure dropped and he sat directly on the ground. He finally understood that Harry had grabbed his soft spot and was clenching it tightly. The current situation was not about how he was going to attack Harry. It was about how Harry would need him however he wanted, and he didn't have the right to say anything. What exactly do you want? Peyton was terrified. Harry chuckled. I told you for a long time ago that $50 million can fix it. Peyton grabbed his hair and said helplessly, I don't have that much cash. Although he was the executive director of Key Electric Group and had a lot of money under his name, most of it was used for various investments in fixed assets. Harry's demand for compensation was an astronomical figure for an ordinary person, but for someone at Peyton's level, it wasn't much. However, he was unable to take out so much cash in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he was somewhat unwilling to give up. He wanted to delay the time and see if there was any other ways to deal with Harry. Harry knew very well about Peyton's little scheme. Who wouldn't know how to stall for time? Unfortunately, Peyton didn't have any room for negotiation right now. Harry said coldly, "I'll give you 3 hours. It's high time. If I don't receive the money, then just wait for everyone in the world to appreciate your nightlife." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Peyton lost all his strength, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground. His heart was filled with despair. He couldn't help but wonder why he thought of provoking Harry. This man was simply a devil. The assistant looked at him coldly from the side. Peyton should get what he deserved. He should have received this kind of retribution a long time ago. Usually, he wouldn't be arrogant towards his subordinates, but now he was helpless and powerless. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was simply a piece of trash who didn't deserve to live in this world. But on the surface, the assistant still looked very concerned and said, "Director, what do you think we should do now?" Peyton's mind was in a mess, and there was no good way. Instead, he asked, "What do you think I should do?" The assistant whispered, "In my opinion, we should pay the other party $50 million as their demand. As the saying goes, we should spend money to get rid of disasters." Before she could finish her words, Peyton lurched at her. "Break the fortune and eliminate the disaster? It's easy for you to say. It's not like you're losing your fortune. My money is mine. No one can take it away from me." The assistant was lost for words and escaped. This kind of man should be handled by someone like Harry only. Peyton laid on the ground and panted angrily. After a long time, he finally settled his mind and took out his phone to make a call. "Hey, would you still do anything as long as you can get your money?" "Of course, we have done all kinds of work here. As long as we can get enough money, everything can be done." On the other side of the phone was a sinister voice. Peyton said fiercely, "All right, I want you to settle records with someone in Florida named Harry. Name your price." "That's all? That is not detailed enough." "I don't know much either. If you want the details, go and check it yourself." "Okay, I'll contact you later." He hung up the phone after saying that. After a while, Peyton received a call from the same number. "This person is not ordinary." "Nonsense. Do you think I look for ordinary people to settle scores with?" "That's true. However, based on the information we have gathered so far, it will take some time and effort to make a move on him." "Hurry up. Don't you want to do it? Quote a price." $1 million. Either you give me the money right now or you pull it up." Peyton's heart ached as the person quoted the amount. $1 million was an unbearable pain for him. However, he had to pay Harry a $50 million, and he wouldn't be able to afford it. Compared to that, $1 million was still nothing. "Okay, but I want you to finish the task within 3 hours." Peyton gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Peyton, you're really anxious. If you are in such a rush, you'll have to pay an extra fee." The sinister voice on the phone seemed to be able to convince him. "You..." Peyton's tone choked and he gritted in anger. "Add another $500,000 and this will be done." All right, I'll give you the money now. You must complete the task for me." "Don't worry, we have always been trustworthy. Bye-bye." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Peyton sat on the ground holding the phone and laughing coldly. He said to himself, "You were threatening me, boy, right? You dare to demand money from me? I will let you die without a burial ground." The person he contacted just now was a contract killer from an underground organization. This organization had a mysterious origin and huge influence. It covered almost the entire world, and as long as you paid a price, any request could be fulfilled. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to come into contact with any of it. Only those in the upper class who wanted to sweep things under the carpet would know about this organization. And Peyton was the executive director of Key Electric Group and had a high position. He also had a lot of wealth. Obviously, he had contacts in this organization. As he didn't have any ways to deal with this blow, he can only entrust this organization to get his work done. However, Harry did not anticipate Peyton's move or that he would jump over the wall in desperation. But Harry didn't care much. He had hundreds of powerful defenders from the Wolf Guard to protect him. No matter how many people Peyton sent, they wouldn't be able to make it back alive. On the other side, the organization had been accepted by Peyton's request and had already started operating. After receiving Peyton's money and verifying it, they needed to formulate a plan. This required detailed intelligence work. However, when the intelligence team investigated Harry thoroughly, the higher-ups of the organizations were frightened by the feedback. Isn't this the employer? Who dares to put a bounty on him? It's Peyton from the Key Electric Group. How dare he? I say, why did you guys accept this contract to attack your own employer? The entire organization was in a state of panic. The people below didn't know, but the higher-ups of the organization obviously knew Harry. This was because the huge underground organization was secretly established by the Parker family. There was no need to explain the purpose of this organization. Judging from the current situation, it was obviously going to bring about a huge disaster. This organization was merely a subordinate organization of the Parker family. These idiots actually dared to accept the task of assassinating the young master of the family, Harry. Didn't they care about their lives? Quickly, cancel the mission. A high authority ordered. We have already accepted the money. According to the rules, once we accept the money, the mission shall be accepted. If we withdrew the money now, won't it have a bad impact on our reputation and liability? Yeah, in the past, if we didn't want to accept the commission, we wouldn't accept the money from our customers. But now, you're all crazy. Don't you understand what's going on now? Someone is trying to assassinate our employer. Are you guys stupid? Right. But we can't turn around. This Peyton can't just let it go like this. He dares to hire people from our organization to assassinate our employer. Why don't we settle this matter and make a great contribution to the clan? Don't worry about it. Let's see how the conflict between Harry and Peyton is going to develop. If we act rashly, I'm afraid it will ruin our employer's plan. Right. Let's investigate first. They all nodded in agreement. The whole organization started working again, and with their intelligence gathering abilities, they immediately found out what was going on. I got it. Young Master is preparing to start the electronics industry. The same goes for the Key Electric Group. Both sides are fighting over talents. The beginning and end of the matter was actually accurate, but they were not aware of the complications involved. Payne wanted to make trouble for Mr. Parker, but in the end, Mr. Parker turned the tables, which made him want to kill the young master. Mr. Parker only asked for a compensation of $50 million from him for all the trouble caused, and this Peyton is so audacious that he wants to assassinate Mr. Parker. Shall we deal with Peyton in our own way? I don't think we need to do anything for now. Our existence in the family has always been a secret, so we should just let Mr. Parker deal with this stupid man. We can't just watch Peyton act arrogantly like that, right? What's the point of being arrogant? He's still being beaten up like a dog by Mr. Parker. Refund the money. We'll just stand by and watch. If Peyton turns to another organization for the mission, we'll stop him and leave the rest to Mr. Parker. Yeah, that's good. Peyton was currently pacing back and forth anxiously at this moment. The mysterious organization had already received the money. Time passed minute by minute. There was not even a single message. It made him more anxious. Seeing that there was not much time left until the 3 hours given by Harry was exhausted, Peyton could not help but pick up his phone and call the underground organization to ask for the update. If they haven't yet completed the mission, he would be screwed. Who would have thought that just as he picked up the phone, before he could make the call, the other side finally called him. Looking at the familiar phone number, Peyton heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought that the commission had been completed. Mr. Peyton, we'll return the money to you. $1.5 million is not a small amount, but the mission will not be completed anymore. It was still the same sinister voice. Peyton was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Didn't you say that you have always been trustworthy? Why are you refunding the money after you accepted it? Previously, because the investigation was not thorough enough, I accepted this commission. But now, I have to tell you that Harry is not someone you could provoke. Honestly, it is best to accept his request. If the problem can be solved by $50 million, why risk it? What do you mean? Where is this all directed? That's all I have to say. It is best to consider how much your life is worth. Take care of yourself. With a sinister voice, he hung up the phone. Peyton in his room was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Even they won't dare to attack Harry. What kind of identity does Harry have? Peyton muttered to himself. All of a sudden, cold sweat started dripping down his body. He felt that he might have really done something that would bring about his own death. The fact that Harry was able to send someone to kidnap his niece and sneak into his manor without him realizing it already showed how powerful he was. To think that he would still be able to fight Harry was foolish. Currently, Harry's identity was yet to be clarified, but even the organization didn't dare to attack him. This indicated that Harry's identity was even more terrifying than Peyton could imagine. Peyton really regretted it now. Why did he provoke Harry for no reason? He should have agreed to help his niece in the first place. Now, even his life was in danger. Just that minute, the rapid ringing of the phone scared Peyton so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. When he saw the number on the screen, his entire body trembled. It was Harry calling, as the granted 3 hours had already passed. He answered the call with trembling hands. "How's it going? Is the money ready?" "This is the only time. You have to seize it," Harry said. Peyton hurriedly nodded his head. He didn't care if Harry could see it or not. "Money, I'll give you the money. Don't expose my photos and videos. $50 million and not a cent less. I realized I was wrong." "Wouldn't it have been over if you accepted my offer sooner? You invited trouble. Hurry up now and transfer the money." "Hey, okay. Peyton couldn't care less about the loss of $50 million. At this time, being stingy would be like caring less for his life. After a round of operations, the money was transferred over very quickly. "The money is transferred. What about these photos and videos?" "I will keep the photos and videos confidential." "Oh, you won't take the money and say that it doesn't count, right?" Peyton said nervously. He was afraid that Harry would go back on his word after he took out the money and still exposed Peyton. In that case, he would lose all his money. His position would also be gone if that happened. Harry said disdainfully, "Don't worry, I'll always keep my word. Now that you paid me back, please settle the score." Peyton wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, That's good. But if you still want to play tricks on me in the future, then don't blame me for being impolite." Harry threatened again. Grabbing Peyton's pigtail was equivalent to pinching him. In the future, if he still wanted to use dirty tricks to cause unfair competition, then he shouldn't blame Harry for being ruthless. Those photos and videos, it was the killing weapon that Harry was left in his hands. He wanted Peyton to be honest from now on. No, I promise I won't go against you any more in the future," Peyton said from the bottom of his heart. He had finally experienced Harry's means. Harry was simply unpredictable. This time, he was just sneaking into his house to take some photos and videos. What if one day, he would take advantage of the dark and windy night to kill him? "All right, I got the money. I'll return your niece to you, but I don't have the time to send her back. Come and pick her up in Florida." After saying that, Harry hung up the phone. It was fine until Harry mentioned Ashley, but now that he mentioned her, Peyton's heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for her, Peyton wouldn't have offended Harry. Ashley was the root cause. She had caused trouble, and Peyton had to pay for it. He almost lost his life and everything. "You can let her run her own course." Harry released Ashley, and she was dropped off on the streets of Florida. Peyton did not care to get her back. At this time, he wished he could swallow Ashley alive. How could he be kind enough to send someone to fetch her from afar? He pretended that his niece didn't exist for him anymore. As far as Harry was concerned, after receiving Peyton's compensation, he did not make things difficult for Ashley anymore. He even kindly gave her a clean set of clothes, then sent people to take her to the downtown area of Florida and leave her on the street. Ashley originally saw Harry let her go and was very excited in her heart. She thought that her uncle finally cared about her. Even if he had to spend $50 million, he saved her. Who would have thought that standing on the unfamiliar street, waiting left and right, she just didn't see that nobody came to pick her up. She was waiting so eagerly. When Ashley was brought by Harry's men to Florida, she didn't have anything else on her except her robe and pajamas. Now that Harry let her out, he was kind enough to provide her with some clothing. But now that she was stranded on the street, she did not have a phone, a credit card, or even an identification card. She did not have anything. Even the beggar beside her had a broken bowl with a stick. Ashley originally thought that her uncle would send someone to pick her up very soon, but who knew that this was not the case at all? After waiting on the street for a day and night, starving and for nothing, Ashley's heart turned cold. At this time, she wanted to return to Harry's side. Although she suffered some abuse, at least she had food to eat. She would not starve to death on the street. Unfortunately, when she came, she had already knew that Harry lived on an island. The distance was quite far. Without any means of transportation, she would not be able to swim over with her empty stomach and no energy. Furthermore, even if Ashley could return, Harry would not take her in. What a joke! She should consider it merciful for him to spare her, but she hoped that Harry would give her food. Harry had long forgotten about Ashley after releasing her. As the construction of the industrial island was no longer hindered, it quickly began again. Although it took some time after receiving the compensation of $50 million, Harry did not lose much time. Other various projects of this were progressing in an orderly manner. It wouldn't take long for the construction to be completed. Harry's life returned to calm. That night, June picked up Juniper and Kiki from school. The family sat in the dining room and prepared to eat dinner. Harry saw Juniper's depressed look and no appetite to eat. He asked doubtfully, "Juniper, why does it seem like you're not happy?" Juniper put down her fork in her hand and pouted. "It is not fun to go to school. I don't want to go." Harry was amused. "Why is it boring? There are so many children to play with." "What? Each and every one of them is so childish." Juniper was a genius. As a tutor, Holly was the first one to see through it. Even though she did not study it seriously, she would still be able to completely grasp it. Her memory ability was extraordinarily powerful, almost like having a photographic memory. Not only was her intelligence extremely high, but her mental development was also especially mature. She was completely different from children of the same age. It was not that Harry had never considered letting her skip a grade, but according to her age, she should be in the 5th grade of elementary school. In Florida, she should be in the 6th year of elementary school and in the 3rd year of junior high school. Juniper had already skipped the 5th and 6th grade. She was now in the 7th grade and had jumped 2 grades in a row. Harry felt that this was enough. Jumping too many grades would create the age difference between classmates. Hence, they won't be able to gel up. Who knew that what he was worried about would still happen? Indeed, they could not play together, but it was not that others could not play together with Juniper, but she felt that the other children were childish. This was a little unexpected for Harry. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he asked her, "How old are you? Why do you actually think that they are childish?" "They are. We can't even play together," Juniper muttered. Harry thought for a while and said, "Looks like I have to go and talk to your teacher to understand the situation." Juniper got excited. Yes, it would be best if you could help me get out of school. I have had enough." Harry knocked on her forehead. "You're dreaming. Let's eat." The next day, Harry himself took the two of them to the school. After sending Juniper to class, Harry found her homeroom teacher. When they were first enrolled at the school, Harry had chosen the best class for Juniper. Teachers were also the best. The teacher was a beautiful middle-aged woman called Riley. She studies in an elite institute and has outstanding qualifications. In addition, many of the students she had taught in the past had become great influences in society. "Hello, Mr. Parker. Why did you personally come to drop Juniper to school today?" In the office, Riley greeted Harry very politely. "Hello, Miss Riley. I'm here today to understand Juniper's situation in school," Harry said. Please take a seat." "I'm not disturbing your work time, right?" "No, as a homeroom teacher, it is my duty to attend to you." Harry smiled and nodded. He then talked to Riley about Juniper's situation. "This child is indeed very smart, but she's just too naughty. She often makes fun of her classmates, especially the boys in the class. Some of them even cried a few times because of her." As she mentioned, the homeroom teacher also had a helpless expression. It was said that naughty children definitely were poor at academics, but Juniper was an exception. She was young and very good. No one could beat her in her studies, and even in troublemaking, she was top-rated. As a young girl who was 2 years younger than others, not only was she not afraid of the boys in the class, she even became the leader of the other children in the class. No one in the class dared to mess with her. If Harry had not visited the school today, the homeroom teacher, Riley, was all prepared to make a visit. "If this continues, Juniper will be finished with this class of hers too," the teacher said. After Harry heard the teacher's complaints, he also had a headache. He did not expect Juniper to be so good at causing trouble, but the good thing was that he did not need to worry about Kiki being bullied in school. "Since that's the case, can you let her skip another grade?" Harry asked. Riley was shocked. "Skip?" Juniper had already jumped 2 levels in a row. Although she is able to keep up with her studies, it is not a good thing for her age to be skipping grades like this. "But right now, it's very difficult for her to control herself, right?" "Jumping classes isn't the solution. A child's studies are important, but it's also equally important to be friends with the classmates. There's a generation gap if the age difference is too much, so I would never recommend her to skip grades," Riley suggested. Harry spread out his hands. Then what should we do?" "Although it is quite a headache, I feel that as long as we are patient and take things slowly, this child will be taught well." Harry thought for a while and said, How about this? This child has a lot of free time at home after school. I think the homework is too little. Can you give her more homework? Like 2 or 3 times more homework than others?" Riley smiled and said, "What kind of method is this? Aren't you afraid that you will exert the child out?" Harry shook his head. "This child's homework writing speed is too fast. If we don't arrange more, it will never be enough to keep her engaged in her studies." Juniper expected Harry to come to school to solve her, not only to solve her boring problems, but also to find a solution. Or rather, what he did, he just got her more homework. Miss Riley was confused at Harry's suggestion. Harry had already requested to arrange more homework for the child. What could the teacher do? The child was very mischievous, but the homework was too little. This could also be considered a reason, so she agreed. Apart from arranging homework for Juniper every day, Harry did request the teacher to give her no special treatment. No matter if she was a genius, she should learn to behave well with the ordinary students. After chatting with Miss Riley, Harry looked at the time and realized how he unknowingly chatted with the teacher the entire first half. But now it was time for the school to get over. Harry had nothing to do, so he went to Kiki's class to take a look. Kiki was in the middle school of high school. She was not on the same campus as Juniper's, but it was not very far, and they could reach the campus just by crossing a section of the road. When the school bell rang, groups of students rushed out of the school building. Harry walked through the crowd and admired the high school kids' youthful and energetic appearance. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in school. He had just messaged Kiki and told her about coming over. Otherwise, Harry definitely would not have been able to find her. Following the signs on the class, Harry found grade 12, class 1 and 2. This was Kiki's class. From afar, he saw Kiki waiting at the door. Harry quickly walked a few steps, and before he could get close, he saw a bunch of high school boys with jackets on their shoulders and necklines surrounding Kiki. "Hey, you must be that girl from California." They looked at Kiki and said. Kiki leaned against the wall in a panic and softly asked, "What do you want?" "This is our boss, Titus. He likes you. Let's go out for lunch tomorrow." The boy called Titus, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a very arrogant look on his face. He only stared at Kiki with lustful eyes. This group of students was the second year of high school here. They were known as the bullies and tyrants here. Fighting was a common occurrence with these boys around. As the hoodlums among the students, it was very shameful for them not to have a beautiful girl by their side. These boys did not have any definitive characteristics. They often dumped their girlfriends when they got bored of dating. As a freshman in the first year of high school, Kiki was very beautiful. He also had the kind of gentle temperament unique to Californian girls, which was very attractive. Since the first day, Titus had his eyes set on her, but today, he was ready to make a move on her. He had his own way with girls. He would first scare them, then invite them over for a meal. Then he would take her to a few places where they could visit and drink and bungee jump. He'd spike the girl's drink in the middle and then take it off very smoothly. Purple Star Academy was not like ordinary school. The students here were all rich and powerful heirs. Boys could easily spend money and give expensive gifts to chase girls. They had everything they wanted, and they wanted to have pretty-looking girls by their sides, too. It was like adding a feather to the crown, and the boys' popularity would increase. Therefore, if they want to woo girls, they would do it by any means. In this aspect, Titus had an advantage. His family was powerful, and basically no one in school dared to provoke him. He even gathered a group of boys who followed him around all day long. This way, they would have his own gang and display some power in school. After he takes his fancy proposal to a girl, he expects her to agree to his pursuit, or else he would immediately scare her. But usually he would succeed. At most times, it didn't even take much effort. Some girls would be a little too excited as he was popular and powerful in school. "Hurry up and agree to Titus, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Do you hear me?" One of his followers said. "Titus is a true gentleman. Don't be afraid. I'll take you out to eat some good food. The school canteen is full of pathetic food." They thought Kiki was just some new student who had not seen much of the world and would definitely take the bait if they scared her. Who knew that Kiki would not take the bait at all? When she was in Los Angeles, she was chased by even more ruthless people. Although she was afraid, she would never compromise. Kiki carefully leaned against the wall and curled up, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. But these people had already seen through it and quietly surrounded her, not giving her a chance to escape at all. "Don't be so disrespectful. It's your honor to have the Titus invite you out for a meal. If you don't agree, then you won't be having a good time here."
Kiki looked around in the class, but there was nothing she could do. Furthermore, by this time, school had ended, and most of the people had already left. By luck, if there was 2 or 3 students passing by, they would immediately run away after being threatened by Titus's group. No one dared to meddle in his business. In such a situation, Kiki could only rely on herself. She had the determination to give it her all at the critical moment. Seeing that she was being surrounded by this group of people, she quietly squatted down. Then she gathered her strength and hit a pale, rangy boy blocking her way. Ouch! The boy who was hit clearly did not expect Kiki to dare to escape after being surrounded by so many people. Caught unprepared, he was hit and staggered. Kiki ran out. This girl's really fierce. I like her. Chase her, Titus said with a smile. This group of boys chased after her in the corridor, yelling. Harry, who was in the distance, was a little anxious. The corridor in the school was very long, and he was too slow to catch up. Kiki was running in the wrong direction, which was the exact opposite of his. The group started running, and the distance between them and Harry came even further. Harry cursed in his heart and increased his speed to catch up. Kiki looked weak, but she was not slowing down when running. The group of boys could not match with her speed, but the corridor was long and had come to an end. Now Kiki had no way to run, so she could only turn around and run down the stairs. Harry, who was following behind, kept shouting, wanting Kiki to hear that he was behind her. However, Titus's group kept shouting, suppressing Harry's voice. Harry had no choice but to continue chasing. As a girl, Kiki's body was much more flexible than a boy's. Her speed was very fast, and the distance between her and Titus was getting more and more. However, accidents always happened inadvertently. Just as she went down the 2 stairs, a fat girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The girl just appeared at the staircase when Kiki jumped out. The 2 of them collided heavily. With a loud thud, the 2 of them fell to the ground. Kiki was thin, so the force of the collision was not enough to make the 2 of them roll down the stairs. They were really lucky that they did not get injured. Otherwise, if the 2 of them rolled down the stairs, they would definitely be seriously injured. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes to look around when you walk? The fat girl fell on the ground and grimaced in pain. Kiki did not have time to entangle with her, so she quickly got up and said, Sorry, I'm really sorry. After enduring the pain, she wanted to continue running. In her heart, she thanked the girl who acted as a cushion, and Kiki didn't get hurt. She really had to thank her properly later, but for now, the group of boys were still chasing after her. Kiki heard the footsteps behind her getting closer and closer, and so she wanted to run, but that fat girl was unhappy, and she quickly grabbed Kiki's legs. You can't leave. First, you knock me down, and then you say sorry. You think it'll be over just like that? Sorry, but I really have to go. Otherwise, what if? Look at you. You hit me so hard that my arm is bruised. Kiki thought to herself about compensating this girl. Just as she was getting anxious about this situation, Titus and the group caught her. They grabbed Kiki's arm in exasperation and pushed her to the side of the wall. You ran very fast. Trying to run again? You dare to hit me? I'm just asking you to eat. Why are you running away? The group surrounded Kiki. When the fat girl who was pestering Kiki just now saw this situation, she was so scared that she did not dare to make any sound. She quietly moved towards the staircase and then ran away in dread. What's the matter with you? I just asked you out for dinner today. You really should consider my proposal, or don't blame me if we aren't polite with you in future. Titus's grip was tight, and Kiki did not have much strength to oppose his grip. She was pinned against the wall and could not break free no matter how hard she struggled. Let me go. I don't know you guys. Why do I have to go out with you guys if I don't want to? You're so stubborn. You really don't know how powerful Titus is in school, do you? Said one of Titus's psychopaths. Let me tell you. Titus is the young heir of the Tassiter family. No one can afford to offend him in school. Even the dean of the school would turn a blind eye on him if he is causing mischief. Kiki shouted, I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. This girl is so discourteous. Let's just deal with her here without wasting any more time, shouted Titus. That's right. Let's teach her how to obey orders so that she becomes obedient in the future. Titus was giving cold, devil glances to Kiki. That was because in the past, there was not a single girl that he could not get his hands on. But Kiki was very difficult to deal with. As there was no one in the corridor, Titus smirked and said, Okay, so it has to be a long time since I had some fun in the school premises.
After saying that, he walked forward with a lewd expression. "I want to see who dares to touch her." A loud voice rang in the thunder in the empty corridors that shocked everyone. The group of people were unprepared and trembled in fear. "Harry!" Kiki looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Harry had finally come. At this moment, Harry just appeared, which reminded Kiki of the time when she was in California. She was being chased and was constantly in a state of anxiety, but as she met Harry, she felt incomparably safe. However, Titus and the others were furious. "Who are you? It's none of your business here. Hurry up and get lost." "Why are you here? Leave if you don't want to be thrashed." They glared at him and waved their fists. They were even cursing as they prepared to chase Harry away. Harry was in his 20s. This made these people think that he was a teacher in the school. In other schools, when a teacher did something dissolute, they were most afraid of being caught by a teacher, but it was useless here. The students in Purple Star Academy were all from wealthy families, and each of them relied on their family's power to do whatever they wanted in school. It was impossible to see someone who was afraid of a teacher here. On the contrary, the teachers became the weaker ones here and did not dare to offend the students. As if they did something to punish the student, they might lose their job, or even worse, their personal safety would be in danger. "You're a teacher, right? Keep your eyes open and mind your own business. Otherwise, don't blame me later," Titus said impatiently. Harry sneered. "Get lost." After saying that, he rushed forward at lightning speed. He punched the two boys who had Kiki pressed against the wall. After a few hits, they all fell on the ground. Some lost their teeth. Titus and the others did not expect Harry to attack them. Who was this guy, and why would he dare to provoke them? After Harry finished dealing with these boys, he stood in front of Kiki and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Kiki's eyes lit up with admiration. "Harry, I'm fine. Are you okay?" Harry chuckled and said, "I'm fine. They are nothing to me." Usually, Harry was highly protected by June and the others. He won't have a chance to do all this fighting by himself. When June is by Harry's side, she would not let Harry do anything, even if she is risking herself. But this did not mean that Harry did not have any skills. When he was free, besides training himself, he often asked June and the others to teach him the combat skills, especially when he was surrounded by people whom he could not trust, whether they were friends or foe. Though Harry's current strength was still insufficient to deal with powerful combats like the Wolf Guards, he could easily deal with a bunch of high schoolers. Harry stood in front of Kiki like a shield. His eyes were cold and ferocious as he stared at the boys who were yet to recover from their shocks. Titus and the rest were in a daze. Firstly, they didn't expect to meet someone who dared to meddle in their business. Second, they were also frightened by Harry's ruthlessness. They were lying on the ground with bruises and broken noses, and some even had their front teeth knocked out. At this moment, they probably had a concussion. Several times they wanted to get up, but in the end, they swayed and fell on the ground. "Who the hell are you? How dare you make a move on us? I'll cripple you," Titus said fiercely. Titus had never faced such a defeat. Whenever he met someone, they would retreat. Just hearing his name was enough to scare them away. The group of toads who were still standing rolled up their sleeves angrily. They were waiting for Titus to give a command to teach Harry a lesson, as if they did not cripple Harry now, Titus would make their lives tough at the school. You all attack!" Titus pointed at Harry. He was so angry that his lips started to tremble. Harry was too lazy to get involved with these guys. Instead of waiting for them to rush forward, he might as well cripple them one after another. A boy who was closest to Harry did not expect that Harry would still dare to make the first move. He was solidly kicked between his legs. He immediately covered his parts with his hands and howled in pain. He fainted. Titus and the others' eyes just popped out seeing this. The remaining men didn't have much courage to fight with Harry. They were indeed frightened by Harry's means. When they rushed forward, they subconsciously leaned to the side, afraid that Harry would kick them. At this moment, it could be finally considered an official fight. Facing the punches and kicks of these few people, Harry did not panic at all. Because he was protecting Kiki, Harry did not have any space to dodge, so he got hit a few times, but it was not a big problem. With Harry's current physique, as long as he protected the vital parts of his head, the other parts of his body, there was no threat. Harry would not just take beatings without retaliating. Titus, who was standing in the corner, dropped his jaw open when he saw this. He did not expect Harry to tackle so many of them. Instead, he just beated the shit out of them. At the end, there were only 2 of them left, and there was 2 beaten by Harry. Harry grabbed one with each hand and used the reverse joint skill and twisted their hands to control them. These 2 people were very loyal to Titus. They shouted, "Brother, this guy knows how to fight. Hurry up and get someone to deal with him." Titus also looked panicked. He was not really good at fighting. He just relied on his family's power and a group of underlings behind him to bully others. Now that his subordinates were beaten up by Harry, he had to come forward in his defense or run for the sake of his life. The situation was obviously not good. He was so scared that he took a few steps back, as he felt it was safer to stay away from Harry.
You! Don't run if you have the guts. I have plenty of subordinates. I will call my people to cripple you now.
Titus pointed his finger at Harry and threatened him with the same arrogant look. But his stuttering voice and trembling legs took a different story. The two boys who were restrained by Harry were tough. When they saw their boss taking out his phone to shake people up, they bared their teeth at Harry.
You won't be able to escape today. Titus has plenty of people in the school. You can't escape even if you want to.
Harry looked at the two of them with a funny look on his face. He had no intention of talking to them at all. He exerted his strength and pressed them down. Then he raised his knee and hit them on their heads twice. They rolled their eyes and fell on the ground. Right now, Titus was the only one left in the group who was still standing unharmed. He held his phone in his trembling hand and dialed a number.
Hello, Rat. Quickly gather people. I'm on the second floor. I need backup. Ah!
That was a miserable scream. Harry was not civil towards him, nor he wait for him to finish speaking on the phone. He took a few steps forward and kicked Titus to the ground.
Yeah, you dare to hit me? Let me tell you, today you're dead for sure. I will not let you get off.
Titus sat down on the ground and threatened Harry. How could Harry be affected by the threats of a high school student? The mocking smile on his face grew more. Squatting down, he grabbed Titan's collar and stared into his eyes and said, "If you dare to bully any girl again, I'll cripple you."
What?
Titus was a little confused.
Who exactly are you?
Harry sneered. "You don't deserve to know who I am. But do you know what happens to those who dare to touch this girl?"
Do you know what happens to those who dare to attack me?
Titus sneered as he still couldn't accept it. "Huh, good." Harry smiled and patted the dirt on Titus's shoulder. Just when Titus thought Harry was scared by him, Harry suddenly turned hostile. His eyes were full of terror. He raised his palm and slapped Titus's face. Titus cried out miserably. It was better that all of his underlings were knocked out by Harry. Otherwise, he would have been so ashamed if they saw his miserable state. Titus, who had always been arrogant in front of others, suddenly felt so powerless. Harry had a refreshed look on his face. He patted Titus's cheek and stood up and stretched. He felt relieved. However, bullying this kind of hooligan was no achievement, but it was enough to teach him a lesson. Lowering his head, he looked at Titus in his eyes. He was still crying. Harry sneered and said, "You should be glad that Kiki was not hurt today. Otherwise, it would not be over by just beating you up." After saying that, he turned around and extended his hand to Kiki. Kiki very happily held his hand. The two of them left the teaching building. Along the way, Kiki raised her head and looked up at Harry. Her eyes had pure admiration for Harry. Harry smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
"Harry, you're so brave."
Just average."
"No, in my heart, there is no one in the world who is stronger than you,"
Kiki said from the bottom of her heart. "Oh, right. But I think that kid will come back and cause trouble to you in the future. I better be going and looking for someone to expel him," Harry said. Kiki was stunned for a moment.
"There are so many of them. Will the school agree to expel them all? And I think, Harry, you have already taught them a lesson."
Harry shook his head in disagreement and said, "This lesson is not enough. I'm not here every day. What if they come back to take revenge on you when I'm not here?" The topic ended there. Harry brought Kiki out of the school and went to eat at a restaurant outside. What Harry didn't know was that not long after he and Kiki left, Titus's underlings, whom he called, rushed all over. The person whom he referred as Rat over the call knew that the situation wasn't good and gathered all the boys over. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Harry had already left. Titus and the others were the only ones present. They had fainted and bruised, and some had blood coming out of their noses. It was a tragic scene. What was even more surprising was that their boss, Titus, who didn't faint, seemed to be in an even more miserable state. Titus, who had always been arrogant, was now crying like a child. Moreover, a tooth of his had been broken. Seeing Titus and his boys in this state, crying like babies, those who came to support them almost laughed out loud.
"Titus, brother, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Who dared to make a move on you? Where is he? Where is he?"
Titus was very angry.
"You ran away. Why are you guys here now?"
We're all eating outside the school. When we received the call, we immediately ran over. Titus, who exactly was it? Tell us and we'll go out and look for him now. I think we should send Titus and the others to the hospital first. They all look severely injured. Titus wanted to kill himself out of shame in that moment. The image of him as a boss that he had carefully maintained was completely ruined today. He hated Harry to the utmost in his heart. He could have just hit him. Why did he have to hit his face? How will he face someone with a swollen face and broken tooth? He said fiercely. That man wouldn't have gone too far. He's with that California girl. They would have gone to some place to eat as I heard them talking when they left. All of you, stand and guard the door of her class. I believe that she'll come back after recess. Okay. We'll definitely find him. We'll beat him to death. Titus, you should go to the hospital first to take a look. That is really... One of the subordinates had not even finished speaking when he poked Titus's sore spot. He instantly jumped up in anger and cursed to the guy, saying, What does it look like? What's wrong with you being like this? You're the only one who's blabbering. Boss, don't get angry. Meanwhile, Harry took Kiki to a hot pot restaurant. Although Kiki was from California, she was used to the food here in Florida by now and even liked it. After coming to Florida, she seemed to have changed her taste buds. She really liked hot pot, especially the super spicy pot dish. After the two of them sat down, Kiki leaned against Harry and looked at the stains on his clothes. She was very concerned and took the wet tissues out from her bag to wipe them. Does it hurt? Harry smiled. It's fine. How capable can a few wimps be? At most, my clothes are stained with some dust. No other injuries. I don't believe it. It's not like I didn't see it just now. You didn't even dodge as you were protecting me, and you took quite a few punches and kicks on yourself, Kiki said with concern. Harry shook his head. It's really nothing. Look, if you don't believe me. As he spoke, he lifted his clothes to let Kiki see and satisfy herself that there was nothing wrong. This action immediately made Kiki's face turn red. Although her relationship with Harry was very close, she was still a little shy when he pulled his shirt up in front of so many people. But it was indeed like what Harry said. There was not even a bit of bruises. Harry remembered how Kiki fell after colliding with that girl, and it might have hurt her somewhere. He said, "Let me see if you're hurt." As he spoke, his hand approached Kiki's hand. Kiki panicked and grabbed Harry's hand and said, "Stop messing around! There's so many people watching." Her coquettish words were half shy and half pretending to be angry. Harry laughed and stopped teasing her when he saw that the hot pot had begun to serve the dishes. They started to eat. In the middle, Harry got up and went to the washroom. Kiki did not mind. But in the washroom, Harry took out his phone and called June. "Sir." "June, I ran into some hooligans in the school premises today. I might need some people later. You tell the wolf guard to bring some people over." Harry instructed plainly. "Yes, I will gather and send them over right away." June did not ask what the matter was. Since Harry had already given the instructions, she'd better go and follow it. As for what had happened, did he encounter any trouble? June didn't care. No matter who it was, since they dared to attack her master, they could only wait for their expiration approaching them. After ending the call with Harry, June immediately dialed George's number. "Bring a team over and follow me to Harry's side." Titus and the others got treated at the medical room and went back to school. Although they looked like they were seriously injured, there was just some minor bruising. In fact, Harry did not do anything to them. There was no need for that. They were just a few high school students. There was no need for him to make a big fuss. However, contacting June to bring people over was for Kiki's safety, just in case they attacked her again. By looking at Titus's enthusiasm, if he did not get back the place today, he obviously would not let it go. Of course, Harry's strength was way more than his. Therefore, Harry didn't pay much attention to it. After making the call, he came out of the washroom and continued his meal. He was still sitting with Kiki. He was enjoying the hot pot. He did not care that there might be a school struggle later. After Titus and the others returned to the school from the medical room, they immediately gathered their gang again. Titus was also very sinister. He was afraid that if there were more people by his side, they would get notice and that would alert the enemy. Thus, he ordered his underlings to hide. Speaking of which, this group of people were all students here. If they were really mixed among other students, outsiders would not be able to tell the difference. Kiki could not possibly discover anything either. She was a new student who had just entered the school and was not familiar with many people in the school. A group of people hid in front of Kiki's class and waited for Harry to take the initiative to knock on the door. "Titus, what would we do if that guy did show up? Do we wait for nothing?" someone asked. Titus and the others were still confused about Harry's identity. They were also worried that Harry might not appear on the campus, but their goal was not just Harry. Titus said fiercely, "It's fine. He won't dare to come. Kiki will definitely come back. As long as I catch Kiki, I will take back the interest first." Aha! Looks like Titus is determined to get that girl. Speaking of which, this woman from California is really beautiful. She is as gentle as a feather. Titus, what are you going to do after catching that girl? Titus looked at the subordinates on his side and was filled with confidence this time. He said straightforwardly, "It will be the worst day of her life. She's beautiful, and she's so proud of that, right? What if we make her bald? How does that sound?" It was another round of lewd laughter. Titus's laughter was especially creepy, and his eyes were shining. He hated it in his heart. He had failed to do a good deed today. On the other hand, he had run into a man on his way here. Not only had he ruined his good deed, he also had beaten them up so badly that they looked homeless. They had faced a lot today. They were furious in their hearts. If Harry returned, they would definitely beat him up until he was crippled. As for Kiki, Titus was gnashing his teeth with hatred in his heart. His heart was itching. But he didn't give up just yet. The recess was about to get over. Kiki would most likely appear again. As a new student, she did not know much about the school. The security of the students here was very tight, but it was basically not against the outside or the inside. It was impossible for the people outside to enter. But as a tyrant of the school, no one in the school could stop what Titus wanted to do, and no one dared to stop him either. It was only because his surname was Tassiter, and he was the heir of the Tassiter family. If he wanted to bully a student here, it was so easy for him to do. The school wouldn't dare to stop him. Titus was not worried about meeting an opponent that was on par with him. He could totally do as he pleased, according to his own thoughts. After Harry and Kiki finished eating at the hot pot, they chatted for a while. It was about time. Harry said, "Time to go back to school. I'll drop you there." Kiki quickly said, "Don't. Those people will definitely be waiting for you in school. Dropping me there will be like taking the initiative to fall into their trap." "Didn't I say it? It's fine. You or I don't need to take these little scumbags seriously, and don't take things to heart." Harry smiled. Kiki still shook her head. "I can go back by myself. There are security guards in the school. Those hooligans wouldn't dare to do anything to me in front of so many students." Harry wrapped his arm around Kiki's shoulder and said, "Silly girl. The security guards in the school are just for decorations. Do you really want to get involved in something because of them?" "Then what should we do?" Kiki was dumbfounded. Other than not wanting Harry to go back, she was afraid that he would be hurt if he goes. Kiki could only hope that the school's security would be of some use. After all, they were responsible for the school's safety. She could not just watch helplessly as a gang bullied people, but she also could not just watch without doing anything. But Harry's words made Kiki understand what was the need of the hour. Even if they were to encounter a trinical phenomenon, they would only treat it as if they were invisible, and it would be better for them to avoid getting into trouble. Although the atmosphere in the school was simpler than outside, it was actually like a secret society. Powerful heirs used their powers. It was common for them to use their family's power to hook up with each other. Looking at Kiki's worried eyes, Harry smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. From now on, you just need to focus on your classes. I will handle the rest of these messy things." After saying that, he held Kiki's hand and walked into the campus. As soon as they stepped into the school, Titus started getting reports from the spies he had planted at the school gate. "Titus, I see them. Kiki really came back like you predicted, and that person too. Now the two of them are entering the school premises." Titus was very thrilled. He can now finally get his revenge. "Very good. You continue to follow them. Be careful. Do not let them discover your whereabouts, so as to avoid scaring them away." "Got it, boss. Don't worry, you could trust me." "Don't just talk about it. If you spoil my plan, I'll cripple you, understand?" I know. The person who followed Harry quickly agreed and patted his chest to ensure that nothing went wrong. However, Harry had actually already discovered this fur-footed person a long time ago. He was just a high school student, so how could he have the ability to hide his tracks and follow him? Under June's guidance, Harry had long backmastered the essentials of tracking and anti-tracking. At this time, the kid behind him and Kiki did not have any idea of hiding his tracks. He just casually walked about 10 meters away from them. From time to time, he would call Titus to report Harry's location and situation. Although Harry had discovered him, he didn't want to get rid of this person who was following him. Anyway, June and the others had arrived. These troublesome matters would be left to her to handle. The high center of Purple Star Academy occupied a very large area. "Hey, Kiki, did you just come back from school? This is..." A girl with glasses and freckles on her face suddenly jumped and said, Jessie, yes, this is Harry." Kiki was hesitant. Being a new student wasn't easy for Kiki. She was unfamiliar with the places and did not have many friends she could interact with. Jessie was different. She was very cheerful and lively and was good at socializing with others. Although she was also a new student, there were still many connections between the families of the students here and her family. Kiki, who had just arrived, was recognized as a new student. Her looks are too beautiful. She was a silent person. She was just a little introvert in the class. Jessie, on the other hand, liked to chat with Kiki. She was very warm with her. Since their names were similar, and the two of them quickly became very good friends, Kiki's surname was Richardson and Jessie's was Richard. Jessie was also the first friend Kiki made after coming here. Jessie saw Kiki stuttering and her eyes would occasionally fall on Harry. In her heart, she understood that this must be Kiki's boyfriend. So she teased her and said, "You're only in the first year of high school and you already have a boyfriend? But this person looks very unfamiliar." Seeing that he had been mentioned, Harry introduced himself to Jessie. "Hello, my name is Harry." Jessie said very exaggeratedly, "Wow, you look handsome. This is awesome." After saying that, she secretly poked Kiki's waist with her elbow and said softly, "Hey, where's your boyfriend from? I think he should be a teacher at our school at his age, right?" "What? Don't speak nonsense." Kiki's face turned red with embarrassment. Harry smiled and said, "I'm not a teacher in your school." "Oh, then what are you doing?" As Kiki's classmate, I have an obligation to check on her. What exactly is your background? As Jessie spoke, she acted very funny, like she was interrogating a case. Harry did not hate this kind of behavior of getting to the bottom of things. However, Jessie's lively behavior made people feel very sweet of her. In fact, if one looked closely, Jessie's appearance was pretty. Her facial features were very delicate. One can clearly tell that she comes from a well-off family. Harry smiled and answered Jessie's question. "My identity is not something that would interest you. I just run a few companies." "Wow, he's a big boss. How did you and Kiki get to know each other?" Jessie also knew etiquette. She just needed to know everything about Harry now. She was very interested in how Harry and Kiki met. Women don't care how old they are. There should be no shortage of gossip around them. "There's nothing much. It's just that when I went to California, I happened to come across a group of bad guys chasing Kiki, after which I saved her and brought her here with me." Jessie shouted in surprise, "Wow, a hero saving a beauty. What a romantic." Harry thought to himself, "Romance? Yeah, sure. If I had not run fast that night, I might have lost my life." That night in California, Harry could tell that those people who chased after Kiki were not good people. Their eyes were full of killing intent. Jessie said enviously and jokingly, "I'm so jealous. When will I meet a prince like Harry?" A young girl in love. This is human nature. Harry would not make fun of Jessie for being infatuated here. Girls of Jessie's age would daydream about getting married to a celebrity idol or to their Prince Charming. As they spoke, Harry looked at the time again. "It's almost time. Hurry up and go to your class." "Damn, time passes by so quickly, right? But I'll surely be hanging out with you guys more," Jessie said. Jessie, this..." Kiki was still worried about Titus and the others. She was afraid that Jessie would be implicated too if she was with them. But even if Kiki wanted to refuse, she did not know how to explain the reason to her, as not letting Jessie follow them would seem like rejection or haughtiness, and it would hurt her feelings. Kiki had finally made a friend in school and did not want to offend her. Jessie, seeing Kiki so embarrassed, smiled and said, "Tisk, tisk. She reacts the same way to protect her food. Don't worry, you're so pretty. How can I steal your boyfriend?" "No, that's not what I meant." "I know, I'm just pulling your leg. Now let's hurry up and leave. If we delay any longer, we'll be late." As she spoke, she winked at Harry and pulled Kiki away. Harry smiled helplessly and followed the girls. Kiki's worry was unnecessary, though. With Harry's strength, how could Titus and the others dare to harm them again? Especially after what happened at recess, they won't be seen anywhere around. As the three of them walked to the teaching building, Titus, who was waiting for a long time, rubbed his hands in glee. Titus's eyes were filled with fury as he shouted at his subordinates, "It's them! All of you attack!" With his order, a group of boys hiding all over, with malicious smiles on their faces, surrounded Harry and the rest. Hey, what's going on? Jessie looked at the situation in front of her in a daze. Her brain could not react in time. When she saw that the leader of these people were none other than the infamous Titus, she was frightened out of her wits. She was just a little girl. She has never been involved in any such scenes. Kiki, what is going on? Why does it seem like they are here for us? What should we do? What should we do? Jessie was so scared that she trembled. Kiki was very calm and comforted her. Don't worry, they have come for me, not for you. You should leave. You? Wait, why? Did you offend these people? Jessie was shocked. I don't have time to explain the matter to you. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late, Kiki said anxiously. No, how can I abandon you and run away just like that? Even though Jessie was trembling in fear, she was not scared away. Harry looked at her and thought to himself, this girl is quite loyal. She's a person that can be befriended. Not everyone would dare to face such a situation with a friend. Most boys would not be able to do it, let alone girls. Titus and the group were getting closer and closer. Kiki could not help but start to panic. Jessie's entire body was trembling. Both of them looked at Harry. At this time, Kiki was both afraid and worried. This time, there was too many people backing Titus, roughly about 30 people. Even if Harry dared to fight, it would be difficult for him to deal with these people now, as he suffered a lot of punches and kicks from them in the last face-off. Now that there were more than 30 people had appeared altogether, how could Harry possibly deal with them alone? Looking at Kiki's panicked expression, Harry smiled and gave her a comforting look. Jessie, who was tightly hugging Kiki's arm, was a little dazed at this moment. Looking at Harry's calm expression, she could not understand why he was not at all afraid in this kind of situation. Titus stood in front of his underlings and shouted very arrogantly, Kid, you can't run away today. Aren't you very good at fighting? Come on, today I'll take you to a fight until you've had enough. At this time, the bell of the class rang. There was no more students in the scene around, and the scattered ones hurried over to the class. There were a few security guards who saw the chaos and rushed towards the crowd, afraid that something would happen. But as they saw Titus's group of people, they all stopped in their tracks and stared at them. One of Titus's underlings shouted very arrogantly, What are you looking at? This is none of your business. Get lost. With just that one yell, those school security guards acted as if they had received an imperial edict. They were so scared that they ran away in fear. Harry saw the scene in front of his eyes, and his impression of Purple Star Academy was greatly reduced. The security guards were scared away. The teachers who passed by did not dare to meddle in other people's business. All of them lowered their heads and sped away, pretending not to see what was happening here. The management of the school already knew about it, but no one cares. Witnessing this situation, Harry thought that this was necessary for him to have a good chat with the management of the school. As this school was relatively closer to Harry's home, it was convenient for Kiki and Juniper, or else Harry would have transferred them to another school. Furthermore, even if they were transferred to another school, this kind of thing could still happen anywhere. It would be better to settle it in one go today. A large group of people were confronting them in the school building. The students were also not in the mood to attend classes in the classroom upstairs. They were all leaning against the window and looking over. It was all rich second generation's fault. The teachers couldn't care less. Besides, even the teacher wanted to see what could happen next. Titus was lawless in school. In the past, he was in hiding, but now he had gathered his gang in broad daylight. Titus was arrogant. After all, he was the young master of the Tacitor family. The students who were watching discussed amongst each other. Who is Titus planning to make a move on again? Isn't that girl Kiki? The one who came from California. Yeah, she might have offended Titus by declining his proposal. Isn't that Jessie by her side? Why is she involved? Jessie and Kiki are friends, but at this time, you can't be blindly loyal, as perhaps even she herself might get involved. Titus's family influence is too great, and Kiki has just come from California. Whom would she possibly know here who could save her from this situation? If my family was at par with Titus's family, I would go and fight for justice now. Someone said indignantly, Stop daydreaming. Titus's family is a wealthy family that has lived for longer than you exist. No matter how hard you try to catch up with them, a nouveau riche like your family won't be able to catch up to them. Hey, who is the man next to Kiki and Jessie? He does not look like one from our school. Looking at his age, he should be a teacher, right? I don't think so. I don't think our school has such a good-looking teacher. Then who exactly is he? Why does he dare to fight Titus and the others to protect Kiki? Everyone was very confused about Harry's identity. They had guessed many possibilities, but none of them had any clue. Downstairs, having the upper hand, Titus was in no rush. He looked at Harry with a cold smile. He thought to himself that this time, Harry and Kiki wouldn't be able to escape. He would just treat it as a cat catching a mouse and have a little play first. Otherwise, he would not be able to vent the resentment in his heart. He pointed at Harry and shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to tell me your name? How about this? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and bow to me. I might let you go." Harry smiled. "You want me to bow to you? Who are you? You're just a piece of trash. Do you think you deserve any respect?" "You!" Titus was fuming. He did not expect Harry to be so fearless. Where did this confidence come from? What gave him the courage to speak like that? Seeing how arrogant Harry was, Titus's subordinates also started to shout, "You're arrogant! What the hell are you going crazy for? Don't you believe that we will break your leg right now? I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Boss, don't waste time talking to him. Order and we'll beat him up." "Young man, I advise you to mind your attitude." The hooligans started giving ultimatums, which made Harry laugh. Harry's laughter at this time made Titus think that Harry was gone crazy seeing his strength. In his heart, he became even more pleased with himself. He stretched out his hand and pointed out at the group surrounding Harry and said, "You see this? This is my true strength. Previously, you were able to hit me because my group was weak and had barely 7 or 8 people. This time, it's different. I don't think you can hit more than 30 people." Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can't beat them." Titus was even more pleased with himself. He was extremely satisfied. At this moment, he can understand better what the teachers have taught him. The winner takes all. At this moment, he was the indisputable king, while Harry was just a bug that had failed. "Hey, finally you've come to your senses. Now quickly kneel down and bow to me while I'm in a good mood." Titus feigned a posture and laughed loudly. A group of underlings also had their eyes on him. They shouted in unison, "Mighty Titus! Titus is awesome! Titus will be undefeated! The heavens are dead! Titus shall stand!" Harry did not know whether to laugh or cry in pity. Competing with these guys was a bit embarrassing, and now he did not want to stretch his matter anymore. Titus was basking in glory. "Didn't I tell you to kneel down and admit your mistake? Why aren't you kneeling down yet?" He shouted as if he saw Harry standing still. His underlings also echoed, "Quickly kneel down and admit your defeat to Titus. If you won't kneel, then I'll break your legs and make you kneel." Harry looked at them with distress and outrage. "Kneel down! Kneel down! Kneel! Kneel!" Titus and the others started to shout at Harry in unison, as if this could scare Harry to the point of losing his courage. Harry rolled his eyes. Titus was angry and his patience was exhausted. He no longer wanted to tease Harry and play some game of cat and mouse. Now, even if Harry really kneels down before him, he will never forgive Harry or let him go just like that. His purpose was to regain the face that Harry had torn off. Plus, he had not been able to win Kiki over, so his reputation was at stake. "Forget it. The game ends here. Harry, be prepared to be crippled today." After saying that, Titus waved his hand. When his subordinates received the order, they immediately rushed towards Harry, howling like wolves. "Squat down!" Harry shouted loudly. He held Kiki and Jesse's heads with both hands and pressed them down on the ground. He held heads and squatted down to guard against them. Just now, Harry knew that Titus was teasing him, but he played him long as he was waiting for June and the others to appear. But now, it was time for the dagger to be drawn, and June was yet to appear. "Ah!" Kiki and Jesse were so scared that they screamed. But even though they were afraid, they still looked up at Harry. At this time, Harry was their only hope and reliance. Harry did not let the two of them down. He faced more than 30 hooligans, and he immediately rushed forward. But deep down, Harry doubted himself. However, Harry realized that the situation was better than what he expected. Titus and the others were all heading towards Harry. Kiki and Jesse were not even on their target. Titus and the rest of them held baseball bats and steel pipes in their hands. A group of people surrounded Harry. Only 3 or 4 people at the front could make a move, while the others were all squeezed behind. If the people at the back also started fighting, the one who got hit definitely wouldn't be Harry. It would be their own people. "Hey, the one in front is blocked. Leave some space for us." Why is it so crowded? How am I supposed to fight in it? Don't hit the one in front too hard. Save the kid's breath. Let us fight for a few times, too. When the kid in the back saw that they couldn't reach out their hands, they started to curse each other. Are all of them stupid? I'm about to be beaten up to death. After Harry clashed with them, he immediately rushed forward and snatched the baseball bat from one of them. With the weapon in his hand, he panicked less. Facing the attacks from all directions, although Harry was a little clumsy, he was still able to defend himself. The few people at the front who attacked him were now in a difficult situation. Harry's counterattacks had become sharp. They were fighting with numbers, but they were still suppressed by Harry. Harry waved his baseball bat like a dagger, scaring them so much that they did not dare to get too close. Harry's outstanding fighting skills had shocked everyone in the teaching building. He was able to fight back against more than 30 people and even seemed to have the upper hand. This was something unbelievable to others. Jessie, who was holding her head and squatting on the ground, took a sigh of relief. She also quietly raised her head with her eyes widened. Her small mouth was wide open and she could not believe it. Kiki, your boyfriend is so fierce. Kiki did not have the time to care about how good Harry was at fighting. She was worried Harry would get hurt. There were more than 30 people surrounding him. Luckily, these little hoodlums did not have much fighting experience. They only knew how to rush forward. It seemed that Harry was able to handle them with ease in a short period of time, but in reality, Harry's physical strength was limited. It was only temporary that he could hold them off. Harry could not afford to waste his time with so many enemies. Once he ran out of energy, Harry would be the one to be beaten up. Fortunately, June finally arrived at the critical moment. More than 50 wolf guards followed her. When they saw Harry in danger, their eyes immediately turned red. They all ran over, while Titus and the others were busy attacking Harry. They didn't care about the situation behind them. Harry was surrounded in the middle. Like a scene in a movie, June stepped up and jumped over the heads of people as if she was flying. The people who were stepped on only saw a shadow flash before their eyes. June somersaulted in the air. Then she kicked a guy behind Harry who was holding a stick and ready to swing at him. The unlucky guy who was preparing to sneak attack on Harry did not know what happened and was kicked to the ground from the sky, just like that. The stick in his hand flew out in a circle and hit another unlucky guy's nose. June's series of dazzling movements landed on the ground. By then, Harry realized that his reinforcements had arrived. Titus and the others were stunned by June. They all stopped what they were doing and froze. June, if you came a little later, I would have been dead. Harry still had time to joke around. However, June looked terrified. She lowered her head and said to Harry, "Sir, I'm late. I've caused the deepest danger to your life. I deserve to be punished." Harry patted her shoulder and said, "Don't make me look like a tyrant. You have come at a right time. Take care of these scumbags." June nodded and turned to look at Titus and the others. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Those who dare to attack my employer deserve to die. Wolfguard, listen to my orders. Don't let any of these rats escape." June shouted. The Wolfguard, who had been rubbing their fist in their outer perimeter, responded with a loud cheer. "Yes, ma'am." When June entered, Titus was already stunned. He did not expect such a beautiful woman to have such great fighting skills. It was simply beyond his imagination. What was even more shocking was that she was here to save Harry. As a shout suddenly came from behind, Titus turned his head and looked. His entire body was trembling in fear. He didn't know when, but a group of intrepid guys had all gathered behind him. Judging from their murderous look, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Titus was stupefied. His brain fell into a state of dementia, and for a moment, he did not know how to react. The onlookers in the teaching building were also dumbfounded. They stood at a high place and saw that this was happening. Just now, a beautiful woman led a group of fierce-looking people, and the target of this group of people were very obvious. At first, people thought that this was someone from Titus's family. After all, the Tacitus family's influence was no less. But what happened next shocked everyone. Surprisingly, the person who came wasn't from the Tacitus family. It was to rescue the man who was attacked by Titus. This made the crowd of onlookers even more confused. What's the background of this person? Those guards looked extraordinary. Ordinary people can't afford to retain so many of them. Looks like this person's background isn't insignificant either. Titus has bumped into a real person this time. Do you want to place a bet who will win? Get lost. Isn't that obvious? Titus and the rest aren't even a fart in front of this group of people. The onlookers saw very clearly that the difference in strength between these two groups of people. Not to mention the number of people. Titus had more than 30 people. The number of people who came to save Harry was a total of 50, almost double the number of people. In terms of physique, Titus and the others were considered relatively strong among the students, but the wolf guard Harry called over were even stronger. Each and every one of them had bulging muscles and great height, especially June, who had flown to save her master. Her appearance simply shocked everyone's eyes. With June's command, the wolf guards immediately took action and started beating up Titus and the others. With their strength, they could not encounter any decent resistance. Even if Titus and the others were holding baseball bats and iron pipes, it was useless. Titus and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. What the hell was this group of people doing here? It was just like an Azura that crawled out from the ground. It was too damn evil. They couldn't beat them, and they couldn't even throw down their sticks and surrender. The wolf guards wouldn't be merciful to these people. No matter who it was, they would just beat them to death. When Kiki saw June bringing people over, her heart settled down and the people pulled Jessie to stand up. Jessie was already stunned. She foolishly looked at Harry, who was strolling leisurely in the midst of the chaos. She asked Kiki, "What is the background of this boyfriend of yours?" It was not that she did not understand. It was that everything happened too quickly for her to grasp. In her opinion, Harry was a young, handsome, and friendly person. It was already surprising that he could fight. But now, there were so many subordinates who looked like they were not to be trifled with, especially June. Her appearance as a fairy, but the strength of a god-level fighter had shocked Jessie. She was thinking even more in her heart, Harry has such a beautiful subordinate who was like a fairy. How could Kiki not be jealous? Under the encirclement of the wolf guards, Titus and his men laid on the ground with no time. None of them stood up. Neither could they, nor did they have the courage to do so. After the fierce battle just now, these people all had injuries on their bodies. They either had bruises or concussions and were lying unconscious on the ground, or were holding their stomachs and foaming out of their mouth. Compared to the wolf guards, they were nothing. It was like an egg hitting a rock. As for the leader, Titus, the wolf guard knew how to deal with him. His level made him feel incomparable pain, and he didn't want to faint. This kind of method was usually used to interrogate criminals. Today, Titus was unlucky enough to feel it. Unfortunately, it wasn't a pleasant experience. Harry walked up to Titus, who was kneeling on the ground, and looked down at him. Titus was still unconvinced and struggled.
"Are these your subordinates? You better make them stop. Don't think that you can be proud of yourself just because you have the upper hand."
Harry replied with a question. "I haven't even spoken yet. How do you know that I am proud?"
"Is there a need to say that? You've knocked down all my men. What's there not to be proud of? You win today."
Harry smiled. "I don't really feel any sense of accomplishment when I have to beat trash like you. So you're wrong. I don't have anything to be proud of."
"You..."
Titus's eyes were twitching. He didn't expect to be a piece of trash. He glared at Harry and said angrily,
"This is going too far. Let me tell you, I'll remember this. Don't think that you're some kind of hero just because you have all these people. My family has plenty of ways to deal with you."
Harry waved his hand. "Sure, I will wait." After saying that, he turned around and left. Titus was still shouting,
"You can't run! I can find you anywhere!"
June saw Harry waving his hand and had already walked forward. She gave Titus a slap. Titus's vision darkened, and he fell on the ground and fainted. Harry walked towards Kiki and Jessie and carefully sized them up and asked, "Are you guys all right?" Kiki shook her head.
"I'm fine."
Harry asked again, "Were you scared just now? If you don't want to go to class, I could take you home now." Kiki smiled.
"I'm never scared when I'm with you, Harry."
Harry nodded. "Okay, then you can go to class. I still have some matters to settle here."
"Okay."
Kiki nodded her head and pulled Jessie. Jessie opened her mouth and wanted to say something to Harry, but the words didn't reach her mouth. She did not say anything and could only follow Kiki. When they reached the class, for Jessie, it was like waking up from a dream, and she screamed,
"Ah! Kiki, your boyfriend is simply too handsome."
Jessie almost scared Kiki. Kiki shyly said,
"You scared me.
Of course Harry is the most handsome. I already know it. Do I need you to say it?" On the other hand, outside the building, June looked at the people lying on the ground and asked Harry, "Sir, what should we do with these people?" Harry smiled. "Don't worry about it. Follow me to see the principal here." In the distance, there was an ambulance which was called over by the school. The school did not dare to interfere in such matters, but they could not just watch. They could only prepare an ambulance first. No matter which side fell, they had to rescue them in time. They also didn't expect that the usually lawless Titus would actually be taken care of by someone. For a moment, they were all so flustered. The school's security department even sent small electric vehicles for patrolling purposes, carrying over 30 Titus's people and quickly sending them to the hospital. It was impossible that the principal did not know that such a big thing had happened in the school. At this moment, he was observing the progress of the matter from a building not far away. When he saw Titus being sent to the hospital first, he heaved a sigh of relief. If something happens to the young master of the Tassiter family on this property, then he would have to bear the consequences. Now it was a question of how to face the Tassiter family. As he thought of this, the principal frowned and sighed once more. His heart was in a dilemma. This matter was really difficult to deal with. If he didn't give the Tassiter family a satisfactory explanation, his seat as the principal would burn its butt. But before facing the Tassiter family, the principal still had the trouble approaching him. He looked at Harry and saw that he was furious. A group of people walked towards him. The principal was at a loss, and he didn't know what to do. The school was good. The students were not easy to manage. Each and every one of them had a great background, so they could not even scold or beat them up. As they ran such an aristocratic school, the board members on the Purple Star's side had some ability. However, compared to Colossus, like the Tassiter family, it was still not enough. While the principal was letting his imagination run wild, Harry had already brought his subordinates over. The principal was in his 50s. He was in his prime, and his appearance could be considered majestic. Unfortunately, in a school like Purple Star Academy, where rich kids were everywhere, he really couldn't feel most dignified. "Mr. Parker." The principal knew Harry and greeted him with a complicated look. Harry smiled. "Principal Galloway is in a good mood. You must have enjoyed watching the show just now, right?" Standing in this position, the place where Harry had beaten Titus could be seen easily in a glance. Principal Galloway did not know Harry's exact identity. The only thing he knew was that he was good friends with Mr. Banner, so he did not dare to offend Harry. Hearing Harry's question, he hurriedly explained with a bitter smile. "Mr. Parker, please don't blame me. I am in a difficult situation, too." Harry sneered. "Oh, what is it? Why don't you tell me about it, Principal Galloway? I might really be able to help you solve it." Principal Galloway let out a bitter sigh. "Mr. Parker, you also know that the students in the school all have extraordinary family backgrounds, especially Titus. He is the young master of the Tassiter family. I, the principal, am nothing in his eyes of others. Even the directors of the school wouldn't dare to provoke the Tassiter family." He sighed again and continued. "I also know that it's wrong to let Titus do mischief in the school like this, but the Tassiter family had already said that if their young master were here to suffer any harm in the school, the Tassiter family wouldn't let the matter go easily. What do you think I can do?" Harry shook his head. "Don't you care about other children?" "I do care, but the Tassiter family has too much power and influence. Today, you will be happy, but the Tassiter family will definitely find a way to settle the score." Principal Galloway was deeply worried. The Tassiter family has a huge influence, but even Harry wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that there was a conflict between the two parties in Purple Star Academy, Principal Galloway was in a dilemma. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This fight was like the fight between the immortals and ghosts that would bring disaster to him. He would be crushed into pieces, but he still had to be courageous enough to take the lead. Looking at Principal Galloway in a dilemma, Harry patted him on the shoulder and said, "I came to you now because of one thing." "What is it?" "I can't let my sister and girlfriend study in this school anymore. I can't let them suffer or be threatened. Since you can't manage this school as the principal, then maybe I should take the charge to secure at least my girls." "Huh?" Principal Galloway was dumbfounded. He did not expect Harry to be so direct. The situation that he feared the most has finally appeared. He nodded and said, "That's good too. My abilities are indeed limited since I can't do anything about today's matter. I'll abdicate and give up my position." Harry said with a smile, "Principal Galloway, you didn't understand what I mean. This is not just about changing the principal. I want you to go and inform the board of directors that I want to buy Purple Star Academy. Hurry up and ask them to bid." "What?" Principal Galloway was dumbfounded again. June said impatiently, "What young master asked you to do, quickly go and do it. Why are there so many whys?" Principal Galloway looked at the group of valiant guards behind Harry with unfriendly gazes and was instantly frightened. He nodded in panic and said, All right, I'll go and contact them now. I'll go now." There were 3 members of the board of the Purple Star Academy's board of directors, and they were jointly invested by 3 intermediate families. Just the tuition fee alone was a huge amount of income. In addition to the usual miscellaneous fees, it could bring about a few $100 million in net profit in a year. These 3 directors were very invested in Purple Star Academy. After all, it was about their income. This was not the first time that Titus, this super hedonistic son, had caused problems. They had communicated to the Tassiter family, hoping that they could manage to control Titus, but not only did the Tassiter family not care about it, but they also threatened the school authorities. If something happened to their young master at school, the board members would be the first to be killed. With that, they had no choice but to give up. Titus was now in his 2nd year of high school. They could only hope that after he graduated from his 3rd year of high school, he'll be gone and the school's peace will be restored. But today, something big has happened. What was even more shocking was that Titus was actually beaten up. Furthermore, it was said that he was beaten up very badly. This caused the 3 directors to be frightened. They were afraid that they would be implicated. At this moment, the 3 of them were gathered together, just as they were thinking about how to explain it to the Tassiter family when Principal Galloway called. He told them about Harry's willingness to buy the school out. 3 directors were at a loss. They were unwilling to sell the school, but they were also unwilling to face the wrath of either parties. After all, this school not only had a net profit of hundreds of millions a year, but it could also help them expand their connections. Although the effect was limited, there was still some. But if they didn't sell it, the Tassiter family would have definitely involved them when they wanted to settle the score with Harry. Even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't have the slightest confidence to resist.
What should we do? Should we sell it or not?
How can we sell it? How much money does Purple Star Academy earn for us every year? Wouldn't it be a huge loss if we sold it?
But if we don't sell it, we'll have to face the Tassiter family's revenge.
This is really difficult. Is there a way to achieve both?
What are you thinking about? Today's matter has become too big. That Titus is the treasure of the Tassiter family. Now that he has been beaten like a dog, how can the Tassiter family let this matter rest?
We might as well sell the school since Mr. Parker wants to buy it. Then we have an excuse to escape. Anyway, since the school will already be sold, it will have nothing to do with us anymore. Yeah, no matter how much money we earn, it's not important than our lives.
Okay, then it's settled. Quickly think about it and see how much money we could sell it for.
The 3 of them discussed in detail and called Principal Galloway after a long time. Logistically speaking, they should have come to talk to Harry face-to-face about such a big matter. But with the current situation, how would these 3 dare to show themselves? They sent out assistants as representatives, brought along the corresponding procedures and documents, and went to school. They asked Principal Galloway to sit down with Harry and discuss the matter of the school's resale.
Mr. Parker, after the board of directors of the school has decided, the Purple Star Academy will be transferred to you at a price of $12 billion. This price includes all the property of the school, and it has nothing to do with the debt.
Principal Galloway stood up and said. Harry thought about it in his heart. The price was appropriate, not high or low. In fact, just the land area occupied by Purple Star Academy was already worth a lot. After all, the development of Florida was not bad, and the price of the land was constantly rising. Although the Purple Star Academy was not located in the Golden area, it would have a corresponding development trend in the future. However, Harry did not buy the school to make money or invest in it. He bought it so that Juniper and Kiki could go to school in peace. He wanted to buy it anyway. Moreover, the current proposed price was not considered expensive. As long as he didn't lose money in the future, it would be fine. Harry didn't have any other request. He immediately decided, all right, that's the price, I'll buy it. Principal Galloway and the 3 assistants looked at each other in dismay. The price could not actually be considered low. They had thought that Harry would haggle over the price, but who knew that he would actually agree even without blinking his eyes? Before coming, the 3 former directors had also instructed their assistants that as soon as the price was negotiated and locked, all transfer procedures should be completed then and there. Because they really didn't want to delay any longer, they had already received the news that the Tassiter family was aware that Titus had been beaten and sent to the hospital. Tassiter's blood was boiling, but the board members could feel the heat. They heard that his entire body had been beaten up until he fainted. The face that was usually arrogant and explosive was also swollen to the point that it no longer looked humanly. After the Tassiter family received the news, the patriarch, Gerald Tassiter, immediately rushed to the hospital with his men.
After his injuries had stabilized slightly, he brought Titus to the best hospital. It was said that although there weren't any major threats to his life, he wouldn't be healed in a short period of time. Gerald was Titus's father. He personally went to Florida to pick up his son, but he didn't pay much attention to what had happened today. However, the more silent he was, the more frightening it was. Usually, when the situation erupted, it would cost a person's life. After contemplating the transfer procedure for the school, the 3 former directors did not want to stay any longer and immediately ran as far away as possible. Before the matter was settled, they were not prepared to come back. After Harry became the only person in the school, he immediately removed Principal Galloway's authority and expelled Titus and the group of students who hung around with him all day long. This decision caused a huge uproar in the school. Whether it was the students or the teachers, they were all stunned. Titus had committed evil deeds in the school for many years, and no one dared to interfere. Now he is expelled just like that? It was simply unbelievable. Many people even thought that they were dreaming. Those who reacted quickly had long cheered. If fireworks were allowed in the school, they would have brought fireworks and let everyone celebrate. They were even more convinced to the iron fist means of the new director of the school, Harry. He didn't even let the reputation of the Tassiter family come in his way before punishing Titus for his deeds. Didn't this mean that Harry's identity and strength were even greater than the Tassiter family? Titus's encounter had also frightened the other kids in the school. Harry wasn't killing chickens for the monkeys to see. Instead, he had killed a big tiger to scare the monkeys. Without Titus, who in the school still dared to be important? But there were many teachers who understood that the water in this place has now gone above their heads. Harry's unifying operation now has become very infuriating. However, the Tassiter family was yet to come up with an explanation. They all understood that the Tassiter family was holding back. They were waiting for the right time to attack. It was unknown whether Harry would be able to withstand it or not. A few days passed just like that. The original vice-chancellor had waited for the new vice-chancellor who had come to talk to him. The new vice-chancellor was, of course, Harry's man. To everyone's surprise, Harry had actually appointed Wayne as the new vice-chancellor of Purple Star Academy. Wayne was also somewhat dumbfounded by Harry's appointment. Sir, you want me, the Thief King, to be the principal? Aren't you afraid that I will lead the students astray? Wayne asked in disbelief. Harry replied with a question. Didn't you wash your hands off that business? Yeah, but isn't there a saying that it's hard to change a person's nature? Harry waved his hand. You don't need to do anything but to be the principal. You just need to take care of Juniper and Kiki. As for the other regular tasks, you can easily take care of them. But I have never done it before. I'm afraid it will not be good. Stop it. You used to be the principal when you were young. Do you think I don't know? Harry pushed Wayne to take over the position without any hesitation. In fact, he really appointed Wayne as the principal of Purple Star Academy. Harry was not messing around. Also, because Wayne had the ability, before he became a treasure thief, he had been a principal. Furthermore, although Wayne looked inconspicuous, he was actually the most knowledgeable person Harry knew. On the Tassiter family side, Titus had also woken up in the Tassiter family's private hospital. When he opened his eyes, he saw his father, Gerald, staring at him coldly. It scared Titus so much that his neck strained. Dad, where am I? What do you think? Of course, it's the hospital. It's disappointing. Gerald's angry look was very scary. However, Titus knew his father the best. He had scared him just now, but he immediately realized that his father had come to support him. He immediately cried and said, Dad, you have to avenge me. That Harry is really too much of a bully. I just said a few words to his girlfriend and in return he beat me up like this. Gerald had already investigated the cause of the incident. He knew very well what his son had done. However, regardless of whether his son was at fault or not, he had already decided to avenge. Gerald didn't care who was in the right or wrong. In any case, whoever hit his son would have to settle the score with him. There had never been a time when the Tassiter family would suffer a loss and not return the favor. Looking at his father's unsettled expression, Titus knew that he was preparing to settle the score with Harry in his heart. Thus, he started crying and laughing. He said in a very serious manner with a smile on his face, Dad, I also want you to find that girl from California. You have to find her for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger just by dealing with Harry. According to his past experiences, Titus felt that Gerald wouldn't agree to what he said. As the leader of the Tassiter family, his boundless power had long made him see most of the people as ants. He didn't care about what was right and what was wrong. He just went for it as long as his son was happy. However, the situation today was a little different. When Titus spoke about Kiki, Gerald's facial expression changed, and it became very embarrassing. Dare you talk about that girl Kiki? Why? Titus was very surprised. Why would you say that, father? Gerald said, that Kiki's identity is not simple. She's not someone you can just ask out so easily. What identity is not simple? Isn't she Harry's little lover? If he can play with me, then I can't play with him? Titus didn't understand. Gerald slammed the table and stood up. What do you know? You just need to stay here and recuperate. You don't have to get involved in other matters. As for Harry, I will make him pay the price. But I will make him understand that not everyone can touch my son. Just wait and see. After saying that, Gerald left the ward. After returning to the manor, Gerald went to his study, picked up the information on the table and compared it with the photo in detail. The person in the information in the photo was Kiki. When the butler of the Tassiter family came to the study, Gerald asked, without raising his head, "Have you contacted them?" "Sir, we have contacted them. They said they will send someone to verify it soon." The corner of Gerald's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Great. We don't need to do anything. That Harry will be landing himself in big trouble." The butler lowered his head and said, "Sir, is Harry really that difficult to deal with? He has beaten the young master to such a state. Are we going to personally help the young master vent his anger?" Gerald said, "I know what to do. You don't have to worry about it." "Yes, sir." The butler bowed and left the study. Gerald narrowed his eyes and looked at the information in his hands again. He already had a plan in mind. Once the people in California confirmed that Kiki is the person they are looking for, Harry would really encounter a huge problem. It won't be excessive to describe Gerald as an experienced schemer. After so many years of wandering around, the reason why he was able to remain solid in the South was because he had mastered the art of clenching the nerve of his opponent. He had done a detailed investigation beforehand. Harry had strength. If the Tassiter family had to deal with him, not going to be easy. Even the Key Electric Group had suffered huge losses when they dared to mess with Harry. This was a piece of news that Gerald had heard some time back. Furthermore, Harry wasn't fighting alone. He had the support of his brothers. One was the heir of the Livingstons family, and the other was the heir of the Banner family. The combined strength of these was even more terrifying. Therefore, Gerald knew his limitations. If it wasn't for anyone else, perhaps they would have swallowed their gratitude first. But Gerald was not like this. He knew that the more powerful a person looked, the more opponents they had. Harry was very strong. Even the Tassiter family couldn't afford to offend him. But Harry also had a lot of enemies. Some of them were knocked down, some were hidden, and even Harry himself didn't know about some who existed. Through careful investigation, Gerald found that there was something wrong with Kiki's identity. Thus, following this line of investigation led him to a big discovery. Kiki was accidentally rescued by Harry when he was in California. After coming back, he took her to his home. However, Harry didn't know how much trouble this action had caused him. Because Kiki's real name was Moon Princess Kiki. She is the princess of Los Angeles royal family. It was fine if she had the royal family's identity, but the key point was that Kiki left for California to escape the marriage. And the marriage partner that the royal family of California designated her for is the biggest consortia in California, the heir of the Sanderson family. The Sandersons were the super tycoon who controlled almost all of the manufacturing industries in California. It could be said that they are the pillars of Los Angeles, and the Sanderson family was the most powerful family in California. The to-be daughter-in-law of such a super powerful family had been kidnapped by Harry. One could only imagine how furious the Sanderson family would be to know that Harry is the one who helped Kiki elope. The reason why Gerald was able to investigate so thoroughly was because his business had a lot of connections with the Sanderson Financial Group. Furthermore, he had attended several banquets organized by the royal family of California and had seen Kiki before. Thus, when Gerald sent people to investigate the cause of the conflict between Harry and Titus, he saw the picture of Kiki provided by his subordinates. Ever since Kiki ran away, no matter if she descended from the royal family of California, the people of Sanderson family had been secretly searching for her. as she publicly humiliated them by running away from the wedding. Who would have thought that Harry was hiding her in his golden house? After obtaining the information provided by Gerald, the people of California were overjoyed. Gerald was very proud of himself. Not only will he be able to avenge himself with the help of the royal family, but also he will be in their good books, which would have an immeasurable impact on his business in the future. Killing two birds with one stone. Just when he was lost in the scheming, his phone rang. Gerald immediately picked it up. "Hello. Sir, we have received the people from California. We are now in Florida." "Very good. You just need to cooperate with their investigation. Don't do anything else." "Yes, we understand." Although the information provided was very detailed, Gerald was not in a hurry. Once the truth of the matter was investigated, he would certainly cause a monstrous fury. The royal family of California was no longer able to control the country. The actual power of the country had fallen into the hands of a Sanderson financial group. As they were the biggest controller behind the entire state of California, in order to maintain the supreme status of the royal family of California had chosen to marry their daughters into the family over the years. By forming a marriage alliance, one can guarantee a certain status and power. Although this was a helpless action, it was also a very effective method. Unfortunately, their best opportunity was unintentionally ruined by Harry. If such a terrifying behemoth targeted Harry, he would definitely die. Thinking he won't have to dirty his hands to get rid of Harry, who has sent his son to the hospital, Gerald laughed proudly. He happily opened a bottle of red wine and drank it by himself. On the other side, Harry was still puzzled. Didn't the Tassiter family say that they were very protective of their child? Why haven't they made a move after being beaten half to death by him? It was very strange. However, he didn't know that in this inexplicable calm, a storm was about to arrive. Ever since Harry acquired the Purple Star Academy, he had forcefully expelled Titus and his underlings and assigned himself as the new principal. The atmosphere of the entire Purple Star Academy had changed completely. There were no more chaotic days, and everyone felt safe. Titus was beaten to the point where he had to be taken to the hospital and was even expelled. The remaining kittens and puppies did not dare to cause any trouble. If they were to offend Harry, the outcome would be much worse than Titus. As for the underlings who followed behind Titus earlier, they were also kicked out of the school by Harry. Even their families did not dare to say anything. As peace prevailed, everyone thought that this matter was settled. Kiki, on the other hand, did the same as before, would go to school on time. However, to be safe, Harry told her not to try to leave the campus. Fortunately, Kiki also knew that she was a target, so she followed Harry's instructions very obediently and would never take a step out of the school without the guards. She felt that she had already caused enough trouble for Harry, so she didn't want to add more for him. However, as the time passes by, people became careless. Kiki was still very careful, but her classmate, Jessie, had long forgotten about it. Therefore, Jessie suddenly had a sudden impulse today and insisted on dragging Kiki to the street outside the school to take a stroll around. "Let's go. I know a newly opened dessert shop. The cake there is very delicious." Jessie pulled Kiki's arm and swung it back and forth. Kiki answered straightforwardly, "I'm not going." "Aren't you tired of eating at the canteen every day? Let's eat out for a change. I'll treat you." The school's canteen would never satisfy the students. No matter how good the food was, eating it every day would cause one to get sick of it. Also, sometimes the students would go out to enjoy the freedom outside. But Kiki really did not want to go out, but she could not bear Jessie pulling hard and could only helplessly say, "Wait a minute, I'll call Harry first." After saying that, she asked Jessie to wait and went to the side to make a call. Jessie pouted and muttered, Harry, you have to inform him everything. Don't you know that showing affection to one person can make them lose interest in you?" Actually, she was very envious that Kiki had such an outstanding boyfriend like Harry. He was simply the Prince Charming in the dreams of millions of girls. "Hey, Harry." What's the matter, Kiki? Did you take your lunch on time?" "I was just about to go, but Jessie is insisting and dragging me to go out and eat," Kiki whispered. Harry thought about Kiki for once and considered her situation. She must be quite bored with the monotonous routine she was following. Other than staying in that school and at home all day, she did not have a chance to go out to relax. As time went on, being on edge all the day was no longer required. She should go out for a walk. He smiled and said, "Then go. I'll send someone with you." "I don't want to trouble you, Harry," Kiki said sweetly. Harry couldn't help but laugh. This California girl was so sweet and caring, but she was overly polite. After Kiki ended the call, Jessie looked at Kiki curiously and said, "Has he agreed?" "Yes." "Then let's go." After saying that, she pulled Kiki and rushed out of the school gate. On the other side, Harry had already called Wayne and asked him to get some of the Wolf Guard to guard Kiki. After buying out the Purple Star Academy, Harry had paid most attention to the security in and around the premises. The school's previous security personnel were all replaced by the Wolf Guards. They had built an airtight security around the school. Walking on the street outside the school, Kiki's nervous mood slowly relaxed. He felt that long-awaited sense of comfort. Looking around, there were many Wolf Guards sent by Harry to protect her in secret. Kiki felt even happier in her heart. She realized that she was still very important to Harry. Kiki gradually became happy and started to stroll around happily with Jessie. After walking around, they finally arrived at the dessert shop that Jessie had mentioned. This place was indeed very popular. The customers inside were packed to the brim, and they were all students of the Purple Star Academy. The two of them queued for some time before finally finding an empty seat. They ordered the best-selling mousse and tarts and were patiently waiting. Kiki heard some chaotic noises coming from outside the door and turned to look outside. There seemed to be a few people who wanted to come in but were stopped by the Wolf Guard. A few young people were confronting the guards. Kiki didn't pay much attention to it at first, but then she saw an old man behind them and was stunned. As the order was ready, they were called out from the counter. Jessie got up and went to bring the order back and said with a smile, "It's finally our turn to eat. I'm so hungry." She saw Kiki keeping her head down and she looked distressed. Puzzled, Jessie said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Are you uncomfortable? Could it be that your chum started?" Kiki shook her head and said, No, it's too noisy here. Let's take it back to the school and eat there." Jessie did not know what happened and why Kiki looked so flustered. She nodded her head. "All right, let's go back then." "Yeah, let's hurry up and leave." When they walked outside, a person from the Wolf Guard came over. He whispered to Kiki, "Miss Kiki, there are some unknown people who want to see you. You're safe here as we are here, but I suggest you should hurry back to school." Kiki slightly nodded her head and said, "Yes, we're going to go back now." "You should not be worried, miss. Don't be too nervous," Wolf Guard said as he saw Kiki's face turning pale and thought that she was afraid. They walked all the way to the school. A few times Kiki turned around to take a look. She noticed that those people from outside the shop had been following them so far. When Kiki's eyes met with the old man's, Kiki immediately turned around and sped towards the school. Jessie could not understand what was happening. Although the Wolf Guards were protecting Kiki, Jessie could not see any reason for Kiki to be scared at all. She even asked in doubt, "Kiki, what makes you so uncomfortable? Why are you walking so fast?" When the two of them entered the school, Kiki let out a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked behind her. The people who were following them earlier could no longer be seen. She looked around and saw that the Wolf Guards were patrolling closely at the entrance of the school. It was likely that those people felt that they could not get close and gave up following them. This incident was reported to Harry very quickly. Even the photos of those people were taken. In the manner of Allen Island, June pointed at the photos and said to Harry, "We have already investigated these two people. They are indeed from the Tassiter family, but the identities of these people are still unknown." Harry picked up the photos and looked at them. Then he threw them on the table again. He sneered and said, "This Tassiter family really hasn't given up. I thought that they would let this matter rest, now even more confident that protecting the school is the right thing to do." June nodded her head. "You're right, sir. If we let down our guard, they will definitely make a move and their target is Kiki." "Huh, I already expected this. Gerald, this old thing, is famous for avenging himself, and this time it's about his son." June thought for a while and said, "Sir, there is a saying that there is no one who can guard against thieves for more than 1,000 days. No matter how strict our security is, we cannot avoid trouble forever. Should we strike first to gain the upper hand, or at least give them a warning to make them give up the idea of acting rashly?" Harry thought for a while and felt that although the cause of this matter seemed to be a joke, but since Harry had beaten him up so badly, the Tassiter family obviously wouldn't let this matter rest, so this matter couldn't be dealt with simply. What June said made sense. It was better to take the initiative to attack than to passively defend. He said, "Ask George to come and find me."
A moment later, George rushed over from Moon Island. Moon Island had become the headquarters of Wolfguard. Members who did not have missions were training on the island. George, who was in charge, also stayed there.
Sir, you're looking for me?
Yes, Kiki went out for a stroll outside the school today. She encountered people from the Tassiter family following her. Go and give them a warning. They still do not know how to be thankful for being spared. They shouldn't blame me for being impolite later.
Yes, I will make sure that they get your message loud and clear.
Nodding his head, George did not delay at all and left. Later that night, at the dining table, Juniper ate very quickly. After she finished eating, she went to find Holly to tutor her homework. Because after Harry found her form teacher, Juniper's good days ended. After Juniper left, Harry noticed Kiki looked concerned and worried. She was listless and did not seem to have an appetite for food. She treated the soup like noodles and used chopsticks to scoop and pull a few times in the bowl.
Kiki, do you have something on your mind?
Harry asked.
No.
Kiki said in a panic. Harry smiled.
Don't hide it from me. You're a miserable liar. Your thoughts are written all over your face.
Kiki was conflicted for a long time. She lowered her head and asked slowly, Harry, don't lie to me. If I keep something from you and never tell you, will you be angry? Harry pretended to think for a while.
Well, it depends on which aspect it is.
For example, if I've hidden my real identity.
Oh, this. I already knew that you are the Princess of California.
Harry said plainly as if it was no big deal. Kiki was stunned. She opened her mouth and said in surprise, You know?
I knew it a long time ago.
Harry nodded and said as if it was a matter of course. In fact, ever since Harry brought Kiki to his place, June had been investigating Kiki's identity. At that time, as Harry did not care much, he did not ask June to investigate. He felt that doing this was somewhat insidious. However, June didn't stop. She was Harry's personal bodyguard after all. How could she tolerate an unknown girl following Harry's side all day long? Even if Harry did not agree, she still went on investigating things on her own. The result was very shocking. Kiki's true identity was actually the Autumn Moon Princess, Kiki, the Princess of California. What was even more unexpected was that she was the one the Sanderson family member wanted to marry. The reason why she followed Harry to Florida was because Kiki was unwilling to marry, so she ran out to escape the marriage. She met Harry by accident and was brought here in a daze. But after June investigated all of this, Harry had already developed feelings for Kiki, and it was impossible for him to send her back. He had already done what he needed to do. Even if she was a princess, Harry still had to stay by her side. How could he send her back? Hence, though Kiki did not say it herself, and Harry was also unwilling to confront her about it, they just pretended to be muddle-headed and started living together. About snatching away the fiancé of the Sanderson prince, Harry didn't take it seriously. So what if he snatched her away? His response would be, "Come to Florida and bite me if you dare." And here it comes. The disappearance of the princess was a huge matter, especially when she escaped from the marriage. On the other side, the royal family and the Sanderson family were also anxious, but they couldn't make it public. After all, the matter of escaping from the marriage was scandalous. Once the news was exposed to the public, the prestige of the royal family would drop drastically. The Sanderson family would also lose face and become the subject of ridicule. They secretly sent people to search the whole country and even searched the neighboring countries for a while, but no avail. Who would have thought that they would inexplicably receive a clue from the Tassiter family about the whereabouts of Princess Kiki, who is currently in Florida? She was living with a person called Harry. When the prince of the Sanderson family came to know about this, he was ragging, and his eyes turned red out of anger. The first thing he did was to run into the imperial palace. He did not care about etiquette and manners anymore and made a big fuss. In this kind of matter, the royal family did not dare to let the people from the Sanderson family come out first, so they settled them down first. They said that there might be a mistake in the information, or perhaps it was fake. They would wait for the royal family to send someone to verify first. After that, the butler of the royal family brought some people to Florida. They weren't familiar with the place, so they didn't know where to start. Fortunately, the Tassiter family was very enthusiastic and received them with a kind heart. After that, they guided the steward and his men to the Purple Star Academy.
However, the security of the school was too tight, and they couldn't enter the school. They were blocked outside the school gate. Seeing that the old butler of the royal household was a little anxious, he even wanted to use the embassy to find connections to enter the school. Coincidentally, he saw Kiki walk out of the school. There was no need to confirm anymore. The imperial housekeeper who watched Kiki grow up knew that this was Princess Kiki. Worried that he would scare her back into the school, the old butler did not dare to meet her on the spot. He could only follow her to the dessert shop from afar. Seeing Kiki sitting in the store preparing to eat, he got out of the car and approached to meet her. But the entrance was blocked by the wolf guards. While they were arguing, Kiki heard the noise and turned around to see the royal old housekeeper. She really didn't expect that she would be found by the people from her place. For a moment, her heart skipped a beat. The entire day, Kiki's heart still couldn't calm down. In her heart, she did not want to go back. If she went back, she would have to face the arrangements and marry someone she did not like. Here, she was living happily with Harry. She didn't need to follow ancient and complicated etiquette all day long and lived freely. Most importantly, she was already in love with Harry, and the fact made it even more impossible for her to go back and marry in the Sanderson family. But then she thought, since her family had found her, then they definitely knew that it was Harry who took her away. They definitely wouldn't let go of this matter. Also, Titus's matter was not over yet. Realizing how she had caused Harry more trouble, Kiki's heart was in a mess. She did not know how to resolve these matters. Initially, she thought about confessing it today, but little did she know that Harry already knew about it. As Harry responded so calmly, Kiki broke out and told him about confronting the royal family's butler this afternoon. It's fine. Even if they found you, it's no big deal. Besides, you can't hide from them forever, right? After all, they are your family. Harry hugged Kiki and comforted her. But my family fixed my marriage against my will and managed to escape, and now they have found me with you. It will definitely make things difficult for you. I've caused you trouble again, haven't I? Kiki said sobbingly. Harry smiled indifferently. I'm very capable, even if the royal family of California and the Sanderson family, or 10 more combined with them, they won't be able to snatch you away from me. Don't worry, it will be fine. His words comforted her. Finally, Kiki was temporarily comforted. After sending her back to her room to rest, Harry walked back to the study with a thoughtful but slightly worried expression. On seeing him in this state, June said, Sir, today's matter is very strange. We must be more cautious and not take all this lightly. June saw that Harry had been thinking about something and knew very well what Harry was thinking about. Harry nodded. It is indeed very strange. After saying that, he took out a photo. These 2 people were sent by the Tassiter family, and these 3, especially this old man, are clearly the housekeepers of the royal family of California. How did these people get together? Harry said. June replied, According to the report from Wolf Guards, these 2 groups of people did not coincidentally meet to look for Kiki. This was all a well-planned move, executed by Gerald. Harry thought about it and smiled. I think the Tassiter family must have recognized Kiki and told the royal family of California about it. What a great move. No wonder there was no movement till now. Turns out that they have been scheming all this for a while. June said, Sir, are you saying that the Tassiter family wants to use the royal family of California to attack us? That is basically the case. Although the royal family of California has dwindled and become a symbolic existence, they still hold some power. June took over the words and said, In addition, Kiki was supposed to be married into the Sanderson family. The Sanderson family will definitely not let this matter rest, as she has brought shame to the family. Harry said with a sneer, Yes, one is the royal family of Los Angeles and the other is the controlling family of Los Angeles. With both sides working together, no one could stop them. This Gerald is really good at scheming. Knowing that he can't deal with me by himself, he's decided to use them to kill me. June also laughed. Then he underestimated you too much. The royal family of Los Angeles and the family of Sanderson will not be able to stop you, as you are no ordinary person. I'm afraid Gerald's plan is going to fail. Only Harry could ignore the power of country. After all, he was the heir of the Parker family. A mere Los Angeles was nothing in front of the Parker family, who controlled 2/3 of the world's wealth. Harry nodded and shook his head. You can't say that. Compared to the Tassiter family and Los Angeles royal family and the Thompson family, they are more troublesome for us. Harry couldn't help but admire Gerald for his ability. He had recruited 2 powerful opponents for Harry without much effort, and he was even able to escape from the scene and sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He hid in the dark. Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity to pounce on Harry and bite him. Gerald's plan was very smart. If Harry was struck by the blow from the royal family and the Sanderson family, he would definitely collapse under the pressure. This way, the Tassiter family would eliminate any enemy without any losses, and they gained the favorable impression of the royal family and the Sanderson family. However, if Harry was able to sustain the attacks of these 2 families, Gerald would certainly suffer a serious injury because he didn't think that Harry had the strength to protect himself. No matter what they schemed, the Tassiter family wouldn't suffer any losses. They would still be able to make a steady profit. As for Harry, although he knew about Gerald's plan, he really couldn't think of a fitting solution to this matter. If he didn't want to bear the grudges of the royal family and the Sanderson family, he would have to send Kiki back. However, this was something Harry could never do. Therefore, Harry didn't have any good way to deal with this matter. He could only wait passively. If there were any moves that his opponent used, he would take them. However, about the Tassiter family stirring up trouble here, Harry certainly wouldn't let it go so easily. Calculating the time, it was about time for George to take action. In the private hospital of the Tassiter family, Titus continued lying on the hospital bed for a longer time because his injuries were severe. He had been beaten up so badly by Harry. He could only lay there helplessly and play with his phone to pass the time. There were guards arranged by Gerald outside the ward, and they were on duty outside 24 hours. Because the hospital was the private property of the Tassiter family, it was very convenient to mobilize the security. Now the security measures were 10 times higher than usual. Gerald was also afraid that Harry would make the first move and make his son Titus his target. Though it can be said that what he was worried about was reasonable. If this person used too many tricks, he would definitely become suspicious. Gerald used a dirty trick on Harry. Of course, he was afraid that Harry would become angry and come back for revenge. Because of this, he was afraid that something would happen to his son, and he raised the security level of the place to the highest level. However, he had miscalculated that Harry's subordinates would not be judged by common sense. With the abilities of George and the others, it would be a piece of cake for them to enter the hospital. The next day, after Titus woke up, he habitually stretched out his hands and scratched his head. Then, a shrill scream resounded throughout the entire hospital. Titus was shocked to find that his hair had disappeared overnight, leaving his bald head and no hair. The guards outside the door were alarmed and rushed in. However, they found that there was no hair fallen anywhere in the ward. All the guards looked at each other and tried to recall what had happened yesterday. The young master asked someone to cut all his hair yesterday? Everyone was trembling. No one had trimmed or even dared to touch Titus's hair. His hair was fine before he went to sleep last night. It was even a little long to cover his eyebrows. Now, after sleeping for a while, there was not a single hair left. There was no residue on the ground, not even the bed sheets on the blanket. So, then where did the young master's hair go? The sharp-eyed guard noticed that there was a folded piece of paper on the side of Titus's bed. He took the initiative to pick it up and took a look. After that, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and he could not say a word. After a while, Gerald rushed over when he heard the news. When he read the piece of paper that the guard handed over, his expression immediately became very ugly. The note was left behind by George. The threat on it was very obvious. Be more obedient. If you go against Mr. Parker again, this time you've just lost the hair. Next time, you can lose the air. This was written in red and looked very bloody and scary. The guards on duty last night said to Gerald in a trembling voice, "Master, last night we were waiting at the door. We didn't see anyone enter the young master's ward." Bang! Gerald kicked him and threw the note at his face. "No one went in? If no one went in, then what is this piece of paper? How did Titus's hair disappear? Tell me, what's going on?" This. The guard trembled and could not say anything. The doors and windows in the ward were tightly closed, and they had just been checked at night. Even now, it was still closed properly, and there was no signs of damage. He really couldn't figure out who could sneak in like a ghost and shave Titus's into a bald ladle without being discovered. Seeing that the guards couldn't say anything, Gerald became even more furious. "Trash!
What's the use of employing you? Get lost.
These useless guards were no longer useful to him. They were all chased out of the hospital.
Dad, what should I do? It's so dangerous here. I don't want to stay here any longer.
Titus was so scared that his heart almost popped out. Fortunately, he had just lost his hair last night. Could have been his head, too. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He no longer dared to stay in this ward for even a minute longer. Gerald also felt that it was not safe here. He said,
"Okay, and now you'll follow me home. Stay at home immediately. Don't run out again."
Normally, Titus would not listen to his father's words. How could he possibly stay at home? It was so fun outside. There was a group of underlings following him majestically, and he could roam around with pretty girls. But this time it was different. Even if Gerald chased him out, he wouldn't go out. Thinking about it, his home was still safe, and his life was the most important. After following Gerald back home, Titus finally let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, his heart, which was hanging in his throat, had finally relaxed.
"Dad, who did this? Was it Harry?"
Gerald sneered. Who else could it be other than him? He's really capable. Titus didn't know what had happened in the past few days, nor did he know about his father's arrangement. He thought that his father had never made a move against Harry. He said while hugging his chest, "Dad, not only did Harry beat me up in the courtyard, but he also continues to threaten and harm me. Aren't you angry?" Gerald said fiercely,
"Nonsense, how can I not be angry?"
"Then why are you still so indifferent when you're angry?
Hurry up and arrange for someone to get back at him. If we let him to continue to be so arrogant, he will really think that our Taster family is a pushover,"
Titus said indignantly. Gerald smiled sinisterly.
"What's the hurry? I've already arranged everything. Wait patiently for another 2 days. I guarantee that we won't need it to do ourselves. Harry will die a pathetic death."
Titus didn't quite understand.
"What do you mean by that?"
"If we don't do it, will someone help us deal with Harry?" During the time he was hospitalized, Gerald did not tell him anything. Now that he saw that Titus was scared witless by Harry, he told him what had happened to calm him down. After finishing the story, Titus opened his mouth wide and said with an astounded expression,
"My God, that little girl from California is actually a princess. I almost messed up with the princess."
Thinking of this, Titus felt rather regretful. If it wasn't for the unfortunate encounter with Harry, this was a magnificent feat that he could brag to his underlings for the rest of his life. Who would have had the ability to play with a princess? He, Titus, was only a little bit away from it. It was truly a pity. Gerald said angrily, "Luckily you didn't succeed, otherwise you would have brought disaster for me." Titus touched his bald head. He was not used to it. He said with an embarrassing smile, "You're right, otherwise the guy would have fought me to death. Now Harry has hit his muzzle of the gun. Well, I guess we'll just wait and see how he defends himself. It's not just bad luck, he might even lose his life. In this world, not all women are lucky. Some will make you lose money, and some will make you lose your life," Gerald said. Titus thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a ghostly idea. The royal family of California and the Sanderson family didn't announce this matter to the public. I'm afraid that they're unwilling to do so. They just lost all their faces. But if we secretly spread the news, the whole world will know that the entire city is in danger. Harry will have no way left to save himself. If he wanted to kill Harry with a single blow, he had to be ruthless. Gerald hurriedly stopped his son from courting death. He looked at him as if he was looking at a retard and said, "You're smart, aren't you? Why don't you think about it? Right now, the only outsiders who know about this matter are us. If the news is leaked, the Sanderson family will not deal with Harry first, but us. Do you understand?"
"Oh, I understand.
Titus did not expect this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After Gerald taught his son a lesson, he rubbed his chin and said, "However, I can give Sanderson more materials to sow discord so that they can make a move on Harry as early as possible." Titus said with a sinister smile, "That's how it should be." At this time, the Sanderson prince was drinking alone in his mansion. Ever since he found out that his fiancée had run away with another man, he had not been able to control the fire burning inside his heart. He had never contacted any of his friends, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare to leak things. He felt that anyone who knows this would look at him with sympathy. This was something that a proud Sanderson couldn't stand. He did not need sympathy. He just wanted to cut the man who ran away with Kiki into pieces. At this moment, the phone rang. "Dear sir, I'm Gerald." "What's the matter?" Sanderson asked coldly. Apart from the man who kidnapped Kiki, Gerald was also the one who he hated the most. But because at present he was the only one who knew about this whole matter, the Sanderson family stayed calm towards him. Sir, I'm actually as angry as you are in this matter. The person who took Princess Kiki away is called Harry. I have detailed information on him. Do you want to take a look? Mail it to me right away. Sanderson coldly dropped it. With that, he hung up. Then he tightly clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "No matter who he is, I want him dead." Gerald had successfully stirred up the Sanderson's prince's anger once again and fueled his anger even more. Gerald was like an old fox that had stolen a chicken, and his smile was extremely sinister. "Haha, Harry, you don't need me to do anything. This time you won't be able to escape death." In order to prevent the matter in the hospital from happening again, Gerald had personally arranged a large number of guards in the manor of the Tassiter family. There were almost no blind spots to guard the place. However, one night later, after waking up, Titus stretched his hand between his legs and scratched habitually. After a moment, he suddenly sat up and looked into the mirror with trembling legs. Then, shrill howls were sounded throughout the entire manor of the Tassiter family. The guards rushed into Titus's room immediately. His eyes were staring straight at the mirror as he kept muttering to himself, "It's gone! It's gone again!" As he spoke, he started to cry bitterly. It was a tragic cry. Gerald, who had heard the noise, rushed in from his bedroom. "What's wrong? What's wrong now?" He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his son was fine, but Titus was facing the wall. Then he asked in puzzlement, "Why are you barking so early in the morning?" "Dad, it's gone. It's all gone." Titus wailed miserably. "What's gone? Explain clearly." "Hair. All my hair is gone." Gerald was confused at first, and the guards in the room were also confused. He took 2 steps forward and turned Titus forcefully towards him. This time, they had shaved his eyebrows. The group of guards really wanted to laugh at this moment, but when they realized how their young master was being heavily guarded by them, something had happened. So who should bear the responsibility? No one dared to stand out, and no one dared to make a sound. Even if there were people who couldn't help but want to laugh, at this moment, they held back their laughter. Adding on the fact that his hair was missing, it was as if this man was castrated from anger. He actually became shy. With the buzz, he crawled under the blanket and did not dare to show his face no matter what. Gerald was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He had once again miserably failed to defend himself. Needless to say, Harry was behind all of this, but he just couldn't figure out how they broke in. What kind of expert could sneak into the heavily guarded Tassiter family manor and shave off Titus's brows like a ghost? Gerald, who was both angry and scared, turned his head and looked at the bed. Sure enough, just like last time, there was a folded piece of paper next to the pillow. After opening it, it read, "This is the last warning. If you dare to cause trouble in the dark, your son's life will be in danger." Gerald powerlessly sat by the bed, and the piece of paper in his hand fell to the ground. Although there were not many words written on the piece of paper, the note was very terrifying. Not only could Harry's people sneak into his home, but they also know his every move. This was simply too terrifying. The reason the second piece of paper appeared was definitely because he had called the Sanderson family to provoke them, and Harry had found out about it. That was why he had given the second piece of paper a warning. Gerald could also tell that this wasn't a joke. If he continued to cause trouble here, perhaps he wouldn't exist to wait for the Sanderson family to deal with Harry. Harry would have to deal with the Tassiter family first. He didn't have the ability to stop Harry. His true strength was unfathomable. Gerald sat by the bed in a daze, and the people surrounding him were also silent. Those guards were all covered in cold sweat, afraid that Gerald would vent his anger on them. This time was different from the last time. They weren't in the hospital. This was the Tassiter family's manor, and the security was even more strict than before. However, Gerald didn't have the intention to blame the guards. He could see it now. The strength of the guards of the Tassiter family was on completely different levels compared to the people sent by Harry. It was impossible for them to rely on the guards of the Tassiter family to protect the old and young. Looking at his father, who was silent, Titus muttered in a low voice, "Dad, what should we do? How about we move to another place?" Titus was also afraid.
He even regretted it now. Why did he seem to have lost his mind at that time? Why did he provoke Harry? He had really gotten himself into huge trouble now. Gerald was silent for a long time. Finally, he looked up at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Forget it. Forget it. Let's end this matter here. Since the Sanderson family is going to attack Harry, let's stop fanning the flames in the middle. Gerald finally understood what was going on. He really couldn't afford to offend Harry, or at least he couldn't afford to offend Harry now. Moreover, judging from these methods, he estimated that the Sanderson family wouldn't be able to gain much from this either. In any case, for the time being, no matter how the two families fought, the Tassiter family wouldn't want to get involved. Waving his hand, he said to the guards, "Disperse." Looking at Gerald's listless look, it didn't seem like he was going to hold anyone accountable. The group of guards heaved a sigh of relief and immediately dispersed. At this moment, Gerald's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Gerald was startled. He hesitated and picked up the phone. "Are you satisfied now by avenging your son?" Gerald immediately understood who it was on the other end of the phone. He questioned, "Are you Harry? What exactly do you want?" "I'm just a servant of the young master. You don't have the right to ask the young master to speak to you directly," George said with a smile. "Just say it out clearly. What do you have to say?" "Good. You are a straightforward person. My boss is not someone you can afford to offend, so I will give you a piece of advice. Save your life and enjoy your remaining life. If you continue to court death, no one will be able to save you. You get it?" George threatened. Although Gerald's anger and his heart knew no bounds, he was now a piece of meat on the chopping board, so he had to lower his head. He said, "I understand. I promise I won't cause trouble for Mr. Parker again." "Oh, it's good that you understand. Don't think that you can deal with us just because you have two helpers. The royal family of California and the Sanderson family are nothing in front of my young master." George knocked him down. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gerald was left trembling with anger, but it was useless. He was now afraid of Harry's threats, and he didn't dare to do anything. After George completed the task given to him by Harry, he returned to Allen Island to report the matter to him. "Sir, the matter has been settled. All the young and old people of the Tassiter family have been convinced by me. They won't dare to go against us anymore." Harry nodded. "The Tassiter family's just the pawn. Now let's see what the situation in California is like." As mentioned before, Harry had no choice in Kiki's matter. He could only wait for the other side to make a move before thinking about how to deal with it. In the capital of California, at the Imperial Palace, the butler of the royal family rushed back in a hurry. He had already confirmed Princess Kiki's presence in Florida this time. Now he has come back to report. "Your Majesty, the princess has been found. The information provided by the Tassiter family is correct. She is the princess." "Why didn't you bring her back?" the Emperor of California asked. Old housekeeper of the royal family said helplessly, "Princess Kiki lives with a person called Harry." "What? This is ridiculous. She's a princess. Not only ran away from the marriage, she even shamelessly mingled with other men. Where is her sense of conduct?" The Emperor said angrily. The imperial old housekeeper also had a helpless expression. He did not have any leeway to speak on this matter. Since ancient times, the royal family's princess marriage had no freedom. However, Princess Kiki was not willing to do so. When she saw that she could not withdraw from the marriage, she secretly ran away. This was the first time in the history of California. The more the emperor thought about it, the angrier he became. The princess of a country ran away with someone and was living with someone out of marital bond. This was not a trivial matter. It was spread out. The royal family would become the laughingstock of the entire world. The royal family was already in its decline. He immediately shouted coldly, "Is the princess unwilling to come back?" "I only saw the princess, but was unable to speak to her, as she was heavily guarded." "Then go find her again and take the Imperial Secret Service along. If she is unwilling to come back, then tie her up and bring her over." "Yes, this old official will do it right away." The royal family's chief bowed and left. He walked to the door and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He thought to himself, "Princess Kiki, you have really caused a huge disaster this time." The Imperial Secret Service was a 1 in 10,000 elite, and they only listened to orders from the Emperor.
As long as they used it, they would definitely carry out the mission in the most violent way. Although the royal family of California lost its rights to control the country, their power for thousands of years could not be underestimated. One of the pillars of the support was the Imperial Secret Service. These people would go to any lengths if anyone dared to offend the royals. This time, they were sent by the family to bring Princess Kiki back. It would be fine if she agreed, then everything will go smoothly. If she did not agree, it would definitely cause a storm of trouble. Of course, they would not target Princess Kiki, but Harry, who had eloped with the princess. He would definitely face the wrath. The general manager of the royal family had more or less understood Harry's position. Although he was not considered an ordinary person, if he were to really compare with the royal family secret service, he would not be able to resist for too long. Not only the royal family of California, but also the Sanderson family. A group of valiant warriors knelt in front of the Sanderson family, waiting for orders. Go to Florida and bring Princess Kiki back. If you encounter any obstruction, kill without mercy. Yes, sir. Unaware of the upcoming storm, Harry was currently on the industrial island, inspecting the newly completed research institute. This was his future research and development center. The entire building looked very low profile and inconspicuous from the outside, and there was nothing much inside. But right now, it was just the building that had been constructed, and the equipments were yet to be in place. However, Stephen and Callie's workshop laboratory in the villa was all ready to be moved over now. Harry helped Stephen and the rest move, mainly to watch the server. They were his most important and priceless treasures. The technological information stored inside was definitely a treasure vault. Any piece of it would help dominate the world. The villa was quickly cleaned up. Then all the miscellaneous items were packed and transported to industrial islands. After the shifting to the new research institute was complete, Harry took the initiative to help Stephen open the boxes and install the equipment. But when Harry opened a coffin-like large box, the things inside scared Harry so much that he almost jumped up. He thought that there was a person inside, but when he looked closely and carefully, it was something else. Normal people wouldn't have such delicate skin. It was as if they didn't have pores. The body kept inside was of a woman. She had a slim figure and an outrageously beautiful face. She looked like a true beauty. Harry scolded with a smile. "Stephen, you are being too brazen. You actually put inflatable things in the laboratory? Kid, do you think you are being kinky or are you being sleazy?" Stephen took a look and defended himself. Oh, no, it's not what you think. This is not inflatable, kid. This is the first generation of artificial intelligence bionic robots. What? When did you have the time to make this? Harry jumped up and asked. It's not complete yet. It's just a prototype. There are many flaws that haven't been modified yet, Stephen said. Harry's excitement vanished. I thought it was done. Stephen smiled. Although the artificial intelligence of this robo is incomplete, there are 3 experimental bionic dogs here. Looking at the other 3 boxes that Stephen pointed at, Harry couldn't control his curiosity. He went up and opened the lid. He saw 3 huge dogs crawling inside, looking like they were sleeping quietly. But Harry knew that they had not been activated yet. The size of the 3 giant dogs were very scary. Just by lying on the ground, they horrified him. If they were activated, they would be more than 2 meters tall. The color of the 3 giant dogs was also different. One was white, one was black, and the other was golden. Stephen saw that Harry was fascinated by them, so he walked up and introduced them. The 3 bionic mechanical dogs look like the same size, but the white one's the smallest. They are agility type. Their limbs are long and slender, and they are specially made for exerting force. The black color is medium-sized, and it's the attack type. Its teeth and claws are made from the hardest titanium nickel alloy, and it's extremely sharp. The golden body one is the largest and belongs to the defensive type. The hair all over its body is made from Newton's mechanical fiber. It's fine to gently rub it. However, when the impact is fast, it can instantly become pokey spikes, turning into a layer of armor covering the body. Harry looked at them and suddenly felt dazzled. You just said that these 3 mechanical dogs have been completed, Harry asked. Stephen nodded. Yes, these can be considered complete products. If you want to continue optimizing them, you need them to participate in more actual combat. The artificial intelligence inside can automatically collect battle information. It's like an AI. What do you have to say now? Harry asked. Huh? Stephen didn't understand. Harry cleared his throat. I mean, what functions do they use? Oh, apart from using high-intensity materials, they can also spit fire from their mouths, use ultrasonic waves and radar to search and lock onto unidentified people. There is infrared faint light, heat energy, and other observation equipment. Following Stephen's explanation, Harry's eyes shined brighter and brighter. He immediately clapped his hands and said, "Very good. Take them to Allen Island and make them patrol the place for me." Currently, Harry didn't know what kind of tricks the royal family of California and the Sanderson family would use. Therefore, he gave great importance to the enemy's strategy. He urgently needed to strengthen the defense of Allen Island and his defense. Also, can these 3 bionic mechanical dogs fight? Harry asked again. Stephen snorted. What do you mean, can they fight? They are very good at fighting. It's not like I'm boasting. A mechanical dog can easily fight 7 or 8 of your wolf guards. Really? Harry was skeptical. No matter what, it was made of mechanical structures. Its flexibility was definitely not as good as a human's. Why don't you call a few wolf guards to try it out now? Harry quickly waved his hand and said, Forget it. It would be bad if someone gets hurt. Just by looking at the sharp and shiny metal teeth in the mechanical dog's mouth, one could tell that it was good at fighting and could tear the flesh off in one go. If they bit, they could split the skin open. Although their strength was terrifying, the 3 mechanical dogs created by Stephen looked very good in appearance. Not only did they look cute, but they also looked very safe. If I take them to the island and let them patrol, they won't bite people randomly. Harry was still a little worried. It's fine. The intelligence cores inside are X, and their intelligence is higher than that of normal guard dogs. As long as they do facial recognition of the people on the island, they won't treat them as enemies, Stephen said. Harry said with satisfaction, That's more like it. I'll take it with me then. Stephen's heart ached as he couldn't bear to part with them. It took Stephen a lot of effort and time to craft the 3 prototypes, even though he had already had the technology, but before the factory was built, it could not be mass-produced for the time being. The mechanical bionic dog looked exactly like an ordinary dog, but it was a rare large dog. It was awe-inspiring. However, apart from the real hair on the outside, the inside was full of machinery. It was built with the most solid titanium nickel alloy. The power core was a super energy battery. Ordinary patrol activities could last for a month, and it would not be a problem for it to last for a week in combat. Apart from patrolling and guards, it could also interact with people normally. It was no different from an ordinary pet dog. Furthermore, the bionic dog and bionic robot were the 2 projects that Harry had instructed Stephen to focus on. Currently, Harry had more and more industries under his control, and his empire was expanding exponentially. It would be difficult for him to rely solely on the few thousand people from the Wolf Guards to protect him. In this world, conducting business was not a simple matter of capital transactions. As the saying went, business was like a battlefield. Many times one had to shoot arrows at the back of their competitors, causing them to be caught in the crossfire. With these artificial intelligence bionic dogs and bionic robots, the security would be much easier. After bringing the 3 bionic dogs back to the manor, Harry ordered them to patrol automatically after activating it. When the servants in the manor saw Harry bringing 3 big dogs, they were only slightly surprised by the size of these 3 dogs. But then, they did not pay much attention to them. They only thought that Harry had just brought them as pets. No one knew that these big dogs, which looked like they were alive, were purely mechanical. However, Harry was also very curious about the combat strength of this bionic dog. He didn't know how far it could go. However, considering the safety issue, he couldn't let them fight the Wolf Guard. This was a mechanical dog. If it accidentally bit someone, it would be a serious injury. If it was serious, it would be life-threatening. George, on the other hand, was very interested in chasing after the 3 new special guards. His eyes were full of interest. He also did not expect that his employer's research lab could create such a sci-fi thing. Sir, is this thing reliable or not? Can Stephen's thing be trusted? George questioned. Harry smiled. There shouldn't be any problem. To be honest, Harry actually had no confidence. After all, it was something newly developed. It was hard to say whether it would work or not. George rolled his eyes. How about we have a real battle? Harry asked. What kind of combat? Find a new fierce beast to attack each other and see how powerful they are. Harry immediately refused. No, it'll be too bloody if we really make them fight. It's inhumane. It was dangerous to fight someone, and Harry didn't want anything bad to happen to his Wolfguard's elite warriors. He didn't want his Wolfguard's elite warriors to suffer any losses. But he was curious that how could a human body fight against steel? They were not on the same level of battle at all. Harry rejected George's suggestion directly. He did not want to think about these things anymore. In the evening, after Juniper and Kiki came back from school, Juniper saw that there were 3 beautiful big dogs added to the manor and was very happy. She did not eat or do homework, but first hugged the big dog and played with it. As for Kiki, she looked like she had a lot on her mind. Harry asked, "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about the matters in California?" Kiki shook her head silently. Harry smiled. "Don't keep it in your heart. If you're feeling anxious, I can take you back and have a good talk with your family." Harry did not mind if she was some royal princess or something like that. What era were they living in now? It was nothing more than to meet her parents. So what if it was the royal family? They were too made up of bones and flesh. There was no difference. Kiki was touched and shook her head. "Thank you, but I don't want to go back now." Harry nodded. "You can make your own decision." After dinner, Kiki went back to her room with a bored look on her face. June stood beside Harry and said, "Sir, the people from California came and tried to get in touch with Kiki again today, but they were stopped by our people." Harry nodded and thought, no wonder Kiki seemed to be in a bad mood. It turned out that she had seen the people from California again. He said, "If they come back tomorrow, ask someone to ask Kiki if she is willing to talk to them. If Kiki is unwilling, then chase them away." June nodded and replied, "Yes." The next day, Kiki and Juniper went to school normally. At noon, Kiki, who was preparing to go to the school canteen for lunch, was interrupted by the Wolfguards. "Miss Kiki, those people have come to the school gate again. Do you want to go and see them?" Because it was Harry's order, the Wolfguards did not chase them away directly. Instead, they let them wait at the door. They wanted to see Kiki's attitude before deciding whether they should meet or not. Kiki was silent for a moment. She gently nodded her head and said, "All right, I will go and see them." When they arrived at the entrance of the school, a few luxury cars were parked at the side. Outside the cars stood a few guards in black suits. In front of the guards stood the chief steward of the royal family of California. There were also a few people from the Wolfguard surrounding them, staring at them covetously. Seeing Kiki finally come out, the manager was very excited. He was about to step forward and greet her. However, he was stopped by the Wolfguard. "Stand still, don't approach." The guards who came with the steward immediately took 2 steps forward and confronted the Wolfguard. The Wolfguard were all unruly people. When they heard the curse of the Californian dialect, they replied bluntly, "How dare you be so arrogant here? Do you want to go back alive?" After saying that, they prepared to attack. The guards were not to be outdone. They glared at the guards and prepared to fight. Seeing that both sides were about to clash, a tender cry sounded. "All of you, stop! All of you, back down. Let me speak," Kiki said. The 2 parties immediately stood still and respectfully took a few steps back. Fight. Their anger clearly hasn't subsided. The Imperial Guard thought that they came from the royal family and had a superior status. Their attitude was very arrogant. The Wolfguards were even bigger, and their young master was the most influential. Furthermore, no one in the country would look down on them. However, after Kiki's command, both sides could only stare at each other. Kiki walked to the side of the chief steward of the royal family and said in a low voice, "Grandpa Bueller." The old man called Bueller, looked at Kiki and sighed. "Princess, follow me back." Kiki shook her head. "I will not go back." Bueller helplessly said, "Although I knew your answer, I still have to advise you that you have really caused a huge disaster." Kiki was puzzled and asked, "Why would you say so?" Bueller said, "You snuck out. It's not as simple as escaping from a marriage. The royal family has been going through a hard time all these years, and now they are getting more and more under the control of the tycoons. After you eloped, the Sanderson family became more furious, and now they know where you are. It won't be easy for you." Kiki remained silent. Bueller looked at the wolf guard in the distance and said in a low voice, "I'm not alone this time. The Imperial Service team of the royal family is here as well. Besides them, some men of the Sanderson family are here too. They refuse to go back without you." Kiki said, "I don't care. I'm safe here and they will not be able to catch me." Bueller shook his head. "It's not that simple. To be honest, I've watched you grow up. Seeing that you're living a good life now, I don't want you to go back, but you're a princess of the royal family after all. Your identity is too complicated." Kiki looked at Bueller and said, "I have learned to live life in the real world ever since I'm out. Princessly things and manners only exist within the walls of the royal manor. Honestly, life is way better with being just some normal girl." Bueller shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? The identity of a person is destined by the heavens. How could you not want it? Your bloodline is the royal family, therefore the better Harry treats you, the more harm you will bring to him." Kiki said in surprise, "How is that possible? I always like Harry very much in my heart. How could I harm him?" Bueller said very seriously, "You are engaged to the Sanderson family, but you ran away with Harry. It is still all right with the royal family. After all, they are all your family members, but the Sanderson family will not let Harry go easily. This time, they have sent someone to attack Harry." Kiki was shocked. "Then what should we do?" Although she had thought that there would be such a possibility, she did not think that it would really happen. Kiki knew how powerful the Sanderson family was. With the Sanderson family's strength, they could use the entire state of California to suppress Harry. She didn't know Harry's true identity, and she thought he was just an ordinary rich man. Therefore, when she found out that Harry was being threatened by the Sanderson family, Kiki immediately panicked. Bueller sighed helplessly. "That's why I say you give a deep thought to this situation." "Then what should I do?" Kiki said helplessly. She did not want Harry to be in danger, but she did not have the strength to depart from him. Bueller said in a low voice, "It's not that this matter can't be resolved. As long as you follow me back and apologize to Mr. Sanderson properly, I reckon they won't make things difficult for Mr. Parker." Kiki was silent once again. She would never come back after she went back. She didn't want to leave Harry, but she also didn't want Harry to be in danger and be threatened by the Sanderson family. Therefore, she was in a dilemma. Bueller said, "I know that it's very, very difficult for you, Princess, to make a decision on this matter. But this is how the world is. Most of the time, people are not allowed to make their own decisions. It's the same for the royal family." Bueller was not in a hurry to get Kiki to make a decision. He said, "I could still pacify the people of the Sanderson family for a few days. Princess, please think about it carefully. Once you make a decision, let me know." Kiki nodded lightly. "I will think about it carefully." Bueller bowed to Kiki and then left with his men. Kiki went back to school quietly and sat in the canteen looking at the food in the lunchbox. She did not have any desire to eat at all. Her mind was occupied with Harry's thoughts for a long time, as well as the many troublesome things she had caused Harry. Thinking about how good Harry has been to her, Kiki's heart exploded. I must not put Harry's life in danger. When she returned to the manor, Harry found that Kiki had swept away the haze of the past few days and became lively and happy again. He thought that perhaps she had thought it through. She is not worried anymore. When he returned to the study room, he asked June, "Did Kiki meet with the people from California today?" June nodded and said, "Yes, the identity of the person who came has been investigated. He is the great manager of the royal family in California." After talking to Miss Kiki for a while, he left. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" "Apart from the royal family, many people from the Sanderson family have also come. They are all staying in the downtown area of Florida. Should we send someone to keep an eye on them?" Harry thought for a while and said, "Forget it. There's no need for that. The people of the Wolf Guard are very tight right now. Let's not complicate things any further." "But these people..." June wanted to say something but stopped herself. Harry waved his hand and said, "They came here to take Kiki away. If Kiki is willing to go home, I should not stop them, so let it be." June still said, "But what if they want to forcefully take Kiki away?" Harry sneered and said, "Kiki is at school. If they dare to barge in, then ask the Wolf Guard to not be polite and beat them to death as they wished for it." "Understood." June nodded.
Harry's meaning was very clear. If Kiki was willing to leave, there would be no stopping. But if they wanted to go against Kiki's wishes and forcefully take her away, sorry, the Wolf Guard won't spare anybody. Another day passed. Harry lived a leisurely life in the manor as usual. Kiki greeted Harry in the morning and happily went to school. Everything was the same as usual. But when Kiki got in the car, she looked back at the manor with reluctance. At noontime, Harry received a sudden call from Wayne. "Sir, it's bad. Kiki is missing." Harry stood up in shock. "What did you say? Where did she suddenly disappear?" Wayne was full of remorse. "It was my dereliction of duty. I didn't think..." Wayne and the Wolf Guards were responsible to keep a close watch on the school. He didn't want anyone with an unknown identity to enter the school. That afternoon, Kiki and Jessie went to take a stroll in the recess as usual. The Wolf Guard did not care as much as it was their routine. They just casually walked on the streets of the school gate. Some guards followed them. At the patisserie, Kiki went to the washroom. As the guards could not accompany them in, they waited outside. Who knew that this was where they went wrong? They waited for a long time, but Kiki didn't come out. Jessie went in to look for her, but Jessie ran out in panic and informed the guards that Kiki was gone. They didn't dare to hide such a big matter from Wayne and immediately reported it to the higher-ups. When Wayne got the news, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. The reason he was appointed as the principal of the Purple Star Academy was because Harry had sent him to protect Juniper and Kiki. Now that Kiki suddenly disappeared, how will he explain it to Harry? Therefore, Wayne first gathered at the Wolf Guard in the school and immediately went out to find people. He also quickly called Harry and asked for his help. Kiki's disappearance was not a small matter. It was obvious that it had something to do with those people from California. If she really hid herself, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It was hard to find her in such a big city. After Harry received the news, he was instantly enraged and vented out at Wayne. "What the hell are you doing? I asked you to go to the school to look after them. What can you do if you can't even watch two girls?" "I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault. I'm willing to be punished." "What's the use of saying this now? Hurry up and look for her." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Harry paced back and forth anxiously in the room. He was extremely cautious, but in the end, he still made a mistake. June said calmly, "Sir, now is not the time to be anxious. In my opinion, we must first send people to Florida's airport to prevent them from taking Kiki away." Harry really liked June's idea. June was right. The primary goal of these people who came from California was to take Kiki away. If he wanted to bring her back to California, he would have to take a boat or a plane. He said, "You're right. No matter if it's all the airports or all the ports, send people over. We must not let them take Kiki away. Time is of the essence. Let's do it now." "Yes, I will arrange people right away." June left. Harry could not sit still in the room, so he stood up and walked outside. He wanted to personally go to Florida to take charge and wait for his subordinates to find them. The royal family of California and the Sanderson family. There was no way they would dare to snatch someone away from him. The entire Florida would be blocked off by people. Let's see how they would escape. However, what Harry didn't expect was that those people of California were not planning to hide from him. Apart from secretly taking Kiki away from the school, they didn't hide their whereabouts anymore. June soon came to find Harry and said, "Sir, we have found her." "So fast? Where is she?" Harry said in surprise. "After they took Kiki away, they went to the airport. Right now, they're being blocked by our people and cannot leave." "That's great," Harry smiled. June shook her head. "It is still not optimistic. Due to the emergency, we did not send many people to the airport. I'm afraid that they will not be able to hold it for long. Once there is a conflict, they can only leave some people behind to delay it. The remaining people will be able to leave with Kiki." "Then inform the airport. All airplanes are not allowed to take off." "I'm afraid not. The people from California took their own airplanes. We cannot control it here." Harry became anxious. "Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and transfer the Wolf Guards over. I'll go over too." With that said, he pulled June's hand and ran towards the landing pad. Luckily, the helicopter was parked there. While Harry was rushing to the airport, the Wolf Guards who arrived at the airport first were blocking the people of California. "No one can take Miss Kiki away. Our sir has ordered that if you dare to act recklessly, the consequences will be unimaginable, the wolf guard shouted. Kiki is a princess of our royal family. What right do you have to stop us? Hiding the princess privately is a capital offense. The people of California also shouted. What royal family of California? This is not your state. How dare you capture her against her wish? Kiki was surrounded by the people of Los Angeles and kept her head down without saying anything. This made the people of Wolfguard very anxious. There were less than 10 of them who came to the airport, but there were more than 100 people from Los Angeles opposite them. Moreover, they seemed to be well-trained experts, and they weren't ordinary people. No matter how proud the Wolfguard was, they knew that once they attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop so many people. However, they absolutely couldn't allow these people to be taken away. They could only think of ways to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements sent by Harry. Make way for us quickly. We don't have time to waste with you. If you don't make way for us, don't blame us for being impolite, one of the royal guards shouted. Wolfguard refused to be outdone and said, Still not polite. Come on, we are not afraid of you. I've already said what I want to say today. If you want to leave, you have to step on your dead bodies. Fine then, we'll do it. They also knew that this was Florida, not their territory. If they dragged this matter far too long, they were afraid that Harry would bring his men and no one would be spared. The current situation was advantageous to the Los Angeles side. Taking advantage of the fact that Harry had fewer people, they could break out of the encirclement by force. Stop! Kiki shouted. The scolding from both sides stopped. The people of the Wolfguard were filled with surprise. They had finally waited for Kiki to speak. He said, Miss Kiki, don't worry. We won't let anyone take you away. Young master will be here soon. Kiki's heart trembled when she heard that Harry was coming. Beside her, Bueller anxiously said, Princess, could it be that you're still hesitating? You should make a decision quickly. The man sent by the Sanderson family said coldly, Princess, you don't have any other choice right now. Don't complicate things. Kiki nodded. I know what I should do. Give me some time. Let me see Harry again, okay? Bueller said, Princess, you... After saying that, he let out a heavy sigh and looked at the people of the Sanderson family. In this matter, it was basically the people from the Sanderson family who made the decision. He didn't have much right to make the decision. However, the only purpose of the people of the Sanderson family was to take Kiki away. They didn't have to think about anything else. Kiki's attitude was very firm. He wanted to see Harry again. The wolf guard who was blocking the way was delighted when they saw that things had turned for the better. As long as they could calm down and wait for their employer to arrive, there was still hope. Ma'am, you know that this is impossible. Sure enough, the people of the Sanderson family didn't agree. Kiki looked straight at him and said, Don't worry. Since I have left the school with you, I will definitely return to California. I just need to see Harry one last time. No way! The people of the Sanderson family firmly disagreed. Unexpectedly, Kiki took out a small knife from her pocket and put it on her neck. Then I would rather die and end this for once and all. This unyielding action stunned everyone. Even the wolf guards were shocked. Ma'am, don't do that. Bueller turned pale with fright. The people of the Sanderson family also did not expect Kiki to make such a move. They raised their hands to stop her, but it was already too late. Kiki had already placed the knife on her neck. If she forcefully seized it, she might hurt herself. Although the attitude of the people of the Sanderson family was very arrogant, she was still a princess after all. She might even become the mistress of the Sanderson family in the future. They must not let her get hurt. They quickly said, Princess, please put down the knife. I'll agree to it. Wolf guards also said, That's right, Miss Kiki. It's too dangerous for you to do this. Quickly put the knife down. Kiki remained unmoved and did not let go. She knew that once she let go, the guards from California were most likely going to take the knife away and would not give her a second chance. However, she was actually very reluctant to part with Harry. When she bid farewell to Harry in the morning, she seemed very happy, but in fact, she had been crying silently in her heart. Now that they had arrived at the airport, she knew that she might not be able to see Harry again after boarding the plane. It would have been fine if Wolfguard had not rushed over to stop them. But the Wolfguards had rushed over. As for Harry, he was also on his way here. Kiki couldn't help but just wanted to see him again. But the Wolfguards had rushed over. As for Harry, he was also on his way here. Kiki couldn't help but just wanted to see him again. Okay, ma'am. It's okay if you don't want to let go of the knife, but please be careful. But I also have a request. Come with me to the plane now. We will wait for Harry on the plane, the people from the Sanderson family said. They were also afraid that something would happen if Harry rushed over. To be safe, it was best to get on the plane, as long as Harry had the possibility of taking Kiki away. In that case, they would take off by force. Kiki was smart. She was not stupid. She knew what the people of the Sanderson family were planning. She nodded and said, "Okay." Kiki had already agreed. The wolf guards who were blocking the way were also helpless. They could only follow them to the bottom of the plane. But they also played a trick. All of them blocked the boarding gates and did not let them pass. They continued to defy the people of Los Angeles. At this moment, over 100 guards surrounded the people and their entire plane. Harry's helicopter also appeared in the air and landed. When Kiki saw Harry passing through the crowd, her eyes could not help but shed tears. "Harry!" Harry said with a gloomy face. "Kiki, are they going to take you away by force? Don't worry, I'm here now. No one can take you away." After saying that, his eyes coldly swept across the Californian men. "No, it's me who wants to go back with them," Kiki said unexpectedly. Harry was stunned. "What? Why?" "Harry, thank you for taking care of me these days. I am very happy here." "No, you're really willing to go with them?" Harry asked. Kiki nodded. "Yes." Harry did not believe it. "Impossible. If you were willing, why didn't you tell me when you left this morning?" Kiki said with tears streaming down her face. "I was afraid that I would never be willing to leave after I said it. You were so good to me. How could I be willing to leave you?" Harry was silent, not knowing what to say. Kiki continued. "I have created a lot of trouble for you, Harry, during my time here. Now, I do not want to add more trouble for you," Harry said in a deep voice. "How are you referring to the Sanderson family? Don't worry, they won't be able to harm me, and there won't be any trouble. You don't know how much strength I have, so you don't have to be afraid of them." Putting aside the fact that Harry was the heir of the Parker family, even if he wasn't, given his current strength, he wasn't afraid that the Sanderson family would come knocking on his door. He had already told Kiki many times not to worry. However, Kiki clearly didn't think so. She felt that Harry was just comforting her. "Harry, thank you for your concern for me, but I really don't want to give you any more trouble. Besides, I'm the Princess of California. After all, I have to bear the responsibility." "So you really decided to go back?" Harry asked. "Yes." Harry sighed. "All right then, since it's your wish, I will not stop you." After saying that, he waved his hand and pushed all the surrounding wolf guards away, making way for them. He said again, "If you're not happy with your life in California, you can come back at any time. I'll wait for you." "Harry, thank you for understanding. Take care." He smiled with tears in her eyes, then resolutely turned around and boarded the plane. The people of California carefully stared at Harry and his wolf guards, afraid that they would change their minds. After Kiki entered the plane, she quickly turned around and ran onto the plane. Harry had been standing at the side the whole time. Although the wolf guards did not understand why they let them go, even though they had rushed here. But since it was Harry who gave the order, they could only obey. However, they were somewhat unwilling to accept it. It would be too shameful to let random people take them lightly. Harry kept looking at the slowly closing cabin door, then watched the plane slide towards the runway, and finally soar into the sky. From beginning to end, Harry just stood there without saying a word. A strong wind started blowing. June took a coat and draped it over Harry's shoulder. She said gently, "Sir, let's go back. The wind is too strong. You'll catch a cold." Harry looked at June and smiled. "Yes, we're going back." The wolf guards returned to their own places. Harry and June went to the helicopter and flew towards the mansion. When he returned to the manor at night, Harry was in no mood to eat anymore. Although it was Kiki's decision to return to California, Harry had also said that he would respect her wishes and would not interfere too much. However, after living together for such a long time, he was reluctant to part with her, especially when he knew that Kiki had returned for the sake of her engagement to the Sanderson man. This was something that Harry couldn't accept. "Brother, where did Kiki go?" Juniper ran in and asked. Usually, she went to school with Kiki. This morning, the two of them went together, but didn't come back in the afternoon. Juniper was the only one.
Juniper felt that it was very strange, but she did not ask anyone. She originally wanted to ask Harry during dinner, but Harry did not show up on the dinner table. She had no choice but to run to the study to find him. Kiki went back to California. Juniper was shocked. "No way! Why did she go back? She didn't tell me anything this morning." Harry was indifferent. "Yeah, she decided." "Aw, is there something wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? When will she come back?" Juniper asked in surprise. Harry smiled bitterly. Her family came back to look for her. They might not come back in the future. Juniper asked, "This is too sudden. Why didn't I know?" Seeing that Harry was silent and did not speak, she said restlessly, "Brother, why did you let her go?" Harry stood up and impatiently said, "That's enough. Children should not care about adult manners. Hurry up and finish your homework." This was the first time Harry shouted at Juniper. Juniper was shocked and took time to process it. Harry saw Juniper's eyes were teary. She looked a little frightened, and his heart immediately softened. He felt a little regret. Then he said gently, "Your Kiki had to go home someday. Maybe she will come back to see you when she has time in the future. Don't worry." After this round of comforting, it finally coaxed Juniper back home. She muttered, "You're lying. Kiki likes you so much, and she was willing to spend the rest of her life with you. How could she possibly go home?" After saying that, she did not care about Harry anymore. He turned around and ran back to her room. Just like that, more than 10 days passed. There were a lot of people in the manor. Usually it was lively, but they didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. But every time he sat at the dining table and ate, Harry was still not used to not seeing Kiki around. One day after lunch, Stephen suddenly called. "Harry, quickly come to the Research Institute to take a look. I've made a masterpiece again." "I'll come over right now." Harry wiped his mouth and stood up and left. There were a lot of boring days, and today, there was finally something to be excited about. Ever since the project in Industrial Island became more and more complete, the research institutes that had been put into use for a long time were now yielding results. The first 3 bionic mechanical dogs that Stephen had created were now having fun things to play with. On the way, Harry thought that when he will have more funds, he would build a bridge to connect the 2 islands. He arrived at the research institute. As it had just been handed over, there weren't many people working there. It looked very deserted. However, as soon as they entered the hall, Stephen brought Callie and 3 new people to welcome them. The 3 new recruits were the top 3 students that Harry had recruited from Maryland University. They were now officially employed. There were now 5 official employees in the Research Institute, and there were also a few miscellaneous workers. Other things aside, artificial intelligence. The 2 core technologies of super batteries had already surpassed the technology level of 30 years or even 50 years in the future. Therefore, it was not a problem to have fewer people because their main job was not to do research, but to find a way to crack the information in the mysterious server and restore it. With Stephen, the hacker genius here, the cracking process was still very fast. Unfortunately, the progress before was not bad. Now it was possible that there were a higher level firewall in the server, which caused the cracking process to not be so smooth. The only things that could be found were some scattered and incomplete information. They lacked a complete outline and could not tell what exactly it was. However, this wasn't a problem for Stephen and the others. It didn't matter if the information was incomplete or not. As long as they continued to crack it, more and more incomplete information would emerge. It was just like playing a puzzle. They just needed to slowly find the same piece of information and put it together. The bionic robot and the robotic dog were able to crack the puzzle and then pieced it together to produce 2 new results. He saw a few, Harry said happily. "What good stuff did you make today? Quickly, let me take a look." When the Research Institute started, Harry had given them $10 billion of research funding. He usually did not ask how they used it. Therefore, Harry really did not know what Stephen had done today. "Haha, don't worry, I already said that I would give you a surprise. Why don't you guess first?" Stephen said excitedly. Harry went up and gave him a blow. "I'm here and now, don't be waiting. Hurry up and lead the way." Harry's strict tone made everyone resolute. They knew he was in no mood to joke around. They led Harry to a testing room. This room was used to conduct trials on finished products. Actually, it was a very large hall, covering more than 1,000 square meters. There were all kinds of equipment and equipment used to test strength, durability, impact test, and so on. It was basically a physical testing ground, so it took up a lot of space. When he saw this place, Harry had an idea and asked, could it be that the bionic machinery technology has produced new results? As expected, I'll let you see it, Stephen smiled and said. Harry shook his head. I still don't quite understand. What exactly did you do? Of course, it's a bionic human. Stephen did not keep them in suspense anymore and directly gave the answer. Harry was instantly shocked. What the hell? You made it so quickly. Of course, with the bionic dog, the technology to create the bionic robot definitely got advanced. We haven't slept well for a few days because of this. We have put all of our attention here, Stephen said proudly. The others also looked tired, but they couldn't suppress their excitement. One look, and he could tell that they were not sleeping well. Then he said with concern, I'm not urging you. Why are you so anxious to do it? If you're tired, it will not be worth it. A few of them shook their heads repeatedly. Callie seldomly spoke. It is not tiring at all. When I think about the many advanced technologies that are waiting for us to explore, I can give away my sleep any day for it. Stephen also nodded. That's right. Let's finish the bionic technology. After we finish, we can also make the best use of our time to research our technologies. Otherwise, we'll always worry about them. Looking at their attitude and dedication, Harry was touched. Otherwise, these people would definitely not be able to take care of themselves. Once their research was full-fledged on, their mental state would be too crazy. All right, then let me see the newly made bionic human first, Harry said. Stephen chuckled. It will definitely scare you, but in a good way. After saying that, they pushed a metal box over together. Harry looked at the box and became even more expectant. Although he had successfully created a bionic dog previously, there was still a difference between it and creating bionic human. The mechanical structure inside was still all right, but it was not easy to maintain the balance of the center of gravity. 4 legs will always be steadier than 2 legs. Although there were robots that imitated a human walking with 2 legs, their stiff movements were not even comparable to the zombies in the movies. And the bionic human that Harry wanted to create was a standard that was even more agile and flexible than a human's. Therefore, this was a very big problem. And then there was the appearance. As long as the bionic dog was covered in hair, it could be faked, but human skin and facial expressions were the hardest to imitate. This was an even bigger problem. And now, seeing Stephen and the others' confident look, Harry knew that the things in the box would be unusual. Sure enough, when Harry opened the box, the feeling was the same as if he were opening a Christmas present. He was stunned on the spot. How could there be a bionic robot in the box? It was a person who slept with his eyes closed, and a beautiful woman, Robo. He could see her chest heaved up and down slightly. It was obvious that she was panting. Harry couldn't believe his eyes and said in disbelief, Did you make a living person lie inside to trick me? It wasn't Harry's fault that he was not able to believe his eyes, because this woman who had her eyes closed looked like she was sleeping did not seem to be fake at all. Anyone would think that she was obviously a living person. Harry felt that it must be Stephen and the others who felt depressed during the period of time and wanted to have fun with him. Unexpectedly, Callie said, This is indeed a bionic robot. If you don't believe me, look. There is a mechanism to change the power source here. As she spoke, she pressed on the forehead of the woman in the box. A scene appeared that stunned Harry. The entire top of the woman's head opened up. There wasn't any brain tissue. What appeared in front of him was a cold metal skull. There was also an entire super battery inside that could be disassembled. It really is a robot. Why is the battery installed in the head? Harry was amazed. This bionic robot was even more astonishing than the robot dog from before. Because the body needs to make all kinds of complicated mechanical induction structures, there isn't enough space to install such a large battery. It can only be installed in the head. This place is perfect, Callie said lightly. Harry nodded. I see. Then where is her brain? Due to the high degree of integration, there is no need to take up a lot of space. It is directly placed in the chest area. Callie nodded again. It is exactly the opposite of humans. Harry sighed. The brain of a human was in the head, and the heart, which was the source of power, was in the chest. This robot, on the other hand, was the opposite. It was really interesting. The surprise box has also been opened.
Now I'll let you broaden your horizons. Let her move and demonstrate it, Stephen said. Harry also nodded impatiently. All right, hurry up and show us. Callie closed the robot's power cover again and pressed a few times rhythmically on her shoulder. A beeping sound came from the robot's body. After the sound faded, it opened its eyes and stretched out its hand to stand up from the box. It was not as agile as a robot, and its movements were no different from a real person. After climbing out of the box, it stopped moving because no orders were given. Harry took a closer look with interest, and after a careful look, he found some loopholes. No matter how smooth the skin was, there were still pores and hairs on a person's body. However, this robot's skin was as smooth as a porcelain doll, and it was obviously fake skin. Stephen explained, Originally, you could choose a fake skin that was no different from a real person's. It was not difficult at all. The props warehouse in the movie city had already used this technology a long time ago. Then why not? Harry asked. Stephen shrugged. It was all for durability. Although those props are very real, the material is not very practical. This robot is not made to look good. She can fight, work, and even master all of her life skills. She's almost omnipotent. Harry was shocked again. This is unbelievable. How did you do it? Stephen smiled and said, It is actually very simple. They are already made. For example, her smooth movements look no different from a real person, right? Harry nodded. Stephen continued, That is a large number of 3D dynamic capture data that I copied from the special effects company. All of it has been put into her database. All kinds of skill data has also been included in it. Harry finally understood. When the special effects company made special effects for the movie, many real people would have their bodies covered with movement capture data collectors and then input them into the computer to synthesize them. He didn't expect that it could be used on a bionic robot. Stephen said, That's why, in fact, the manufacturing technology for robots is very upgraded now. It's just that, due to limited funds, it can't be produced at a high level. Callie also added, The most important thing is the energy. Without a super battery, this robot can only be used as a decoration. It won't be able to move for long unless it has an electric wire attached to it. Everyone laughed. They did not expect that the usually silent and cold Callie would now have the tendency to tell a joke. Harry looked at the robot in front of him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. The bionic robo-girl stood there without moving. Harry wanted to see her move again. He said, All right, aren't we going to take the test here? Then let's start. Stephen nodded and said, All right, we shall begin. As he spoke, he looked at Callie. Harry was puzzled. Why was it usually Stephen who led the way? Now it was Callie who was in charge. However, it didn't matter who it was, as long as there were results. Callie nodded and ordered the robot. Lara, walk. Yes. The robot answered with a very natural expression. Then it started to walk in the room. It was like a normal person talking and walking, very steady. Harry asked, Her name is Lara? Stephen said, Yes. Callie said disdainfully, Actually, it was Stephen's idea to name her that. He is obsessed with the game Tomb Raider. Harry shook his head and smiled. This Stephen was indeed a nerd. However, this name was quite pleasant to hear. Oh, right. Also, Callie, I saw that you pressed a few times on her shoulder when you activated her. There seems to be some sort of button placed there, right? Harry asked. Callie nodded. Yes, because the voice awakening function has not been activated yet. It is a backup physical activation mode. There is a start button under the skin on her shoulder. In order to prevent accidental contact or collision, it needs to be pressed a few times in a long and short pattern before it can be successfully activated. Harry was so stupefied. Ha! Well, very good. The design is very thoughtful. Harry saw Callie's indifferent look and broke out in a cold sweat. But it'll be more convenient to use voice, Harry thought to himself. If he kept pressing the button, he didn't know if it would affect the life expectancy. Next, let's show our running speed and stability. Callie didn't care about what was long or short. In her eyes, as long as it was practical, it was fine. As she spoke, she ordered Lara to walk onto a treadmill machine. It was different from a home treadmill. This one was obviously much bigger, and it had more comprehensive functions, making it more convenient to collect data. After Lara stood on the treadmill, the machine began to slowly start. It increased from 20 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour. This was already beyond human speed.
comparable to cars driving at high speeds. This was faster than a cheetah in the world. Next, there was lifting weights, throwing, jumping. A series of tests basically tested all the sports events. Lara's performance was perfect. Any athlete in the world would be easily defeated by her. She was simply like Superman. The boxing test even blew up a sandbag. The huge impact made the sandbag burst. The power was immense. The height of jumping up and down on the spot was more than 4 meters. A bionic robot like this would definitely be a terrifying killing machine if it activated its battle mode. No one could stop her. Looking at Lara's invincible display, Harry expressed that he was stunned. How could this be a bionic robot? It was a super guard that was more than 100 times stronger than June. In the past, when June tore open the car door with her bare hands, Harry was already stunned enough. Now that Lara was even more frightening, it would not be a problem for her to tear down the armored vehicle with her bare hands. This was not a bionic human. It was rather a Terminator. After a round of comprehensive demonstration, Harry couldn't be any more satisfied. After the successful production of a bionic robot, his armed forces would become even stronger. When the factory is completed, he would be able to secretly build a production line underground and start mass production. In the future, Wolfguard would be in charge of protecting his industry in the open, while the mechanical army would be Harry's trump card. Whoever dared to disobey would be eliminated. More importantly, the bionic robot looked no different from a real person on the outside. It could even hide among people. As long as Harry did not announce it to the public, no one would know that he had already created a supreme Terminator. Very good. I'm very impressed and satisfied. Its technology is already upgraded, right? Harry said excitedly. Yes, there are no problems. As long as there aren't any problems with practical application in the future, we can make adjustments at any time. Callie nodded and said. Stephen said, while the preliminary research and development of the mechanical dog, we have been able to successfully grasp the technology. As long as the production line of the factory is completed and the supply of raw materials keeps up, mass production shouldn't be a problem. Harry hesitated and said, although the factory is almost finished, there is no place to build the production line of the robot. Don't worry about this, boss. Although Lara used the research facility experimental equipment, we have already designed the production line. We can modify it using the automated robot production line, Allie said. Those words freed Harry from all the worries. As long as it could be mass-produced, it would be fine. That's good, but before that, it's best to use the Research Institute's equipment to manufacture a few of them individually. Only Lara won't suffice. I can't wait to use a few more bionic robots, Harry said excitedly. Who knew Callie would pour a bucket of cold water on him? Impossible. Why is that so? I'm out of money. Harry was shocked. I gave you 10 billion. All gone? Callie slowly took out an account book and handed it to Harry. It cost more than 4 billion to build 3 bionic mechanical dogs and 5 billion to build Lara. The detailed accounts are all recorded here. You could take a look for yourself. Harry instantly opened and started looking at the account that only had less than 400 million left. His eyes were wide open. 3 mechanical dogs and a bionic robot cost close to 10 billion? Harry asked in disbelief. This technology was pretty good, but it burned too much money. The total amount of money Harry could use right now was only a little more than 100 billion. If he made all of these robots like Lara, he could only make 20 of them? Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Originally, Harry wanted to create an entire army of robots just like the Wolf Guards. But now he realized that they could only form a small team at this moment. He couldn't afford it. Harry looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. If he wanted to create it himself, he would definitely go bankrupt. No, unless Harry inherited all the property of Parker family and gathered all the wealth in the world. Perhaps only then could he create his dream robot army. Stephen was trembling as Harry held the account book, and he explained. Actually, we can justify the use of the sums. Apart from the core AI, we have our own database for other actions. We had to buy it all for us to produce robos with such great technology. Oh? These datas are confidential in other companies. It's not leaked out. If we want it, we need to buy it at a high price. But we managed to buy it through connections. Otherwise, no matter how much money we have, we won't be able to buy it. Stephen explained. Harry nodded and understood a little. The information collected from the 3D movement was indeed the old books of the special effects company. It would not be easily spread out. Moreover, they needed to invest a lot of time and money in order to do it in the early stages. Therefore, it was exactly as Stephen had said. If they didn't have a connection there, they really wouldn't be able to buy it. Also, apart from the database, every part of the robot is manually completed. Not to mention the time and effort. Even if the raw materials were to be bought separately, it wouldn't be cheap either, Stephen continued. Harry understood. That is to say, once the mass production starts, the cost will definitely drop. That's right, we'll already have the database. So in the future, we don't need to invest in these aspects anymore. As long as the production line starts and mass purchases of the raw materials begin, the cost will definitely drop a lot. Harry was happy to know that. The thought of investing billions of dollars had scared him silly. He had forgotten about the experimental production. It was not the same as mass production. Okay, then let's start preparing the production line, Harry said happily. Callie stretched out her hand. Give me the money. How much? I didn't make a detailed budget. Give me an approximate budget of $50 billion first. If it's not enough, we can talk about it later, Callie said calmly. Harry's hand quavered and the account book fell to the ground. What the heck? $50 billion? After taking up and exhausting half of his fortune, they needed more money? However, thinking about the production line of a super manufacturing factory, just the investment alone was worth hundreds of billions. This still did not include the maintenance and the cost of the later parts of the production line, as well as the research and development cost. If he wanted mass production, he would have to invest a lot. After giving this money, he estimated that the remaining funds would not be enough to purchase the production lines of electric cars and super batteries. Stephen said, Harry, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Think about it. After mass production, there was no need to hire more workers. The production line for electric cars and super batteries can be handed over to the mass production robots. This will save a lot of money in the future. The others also nodded. Harry gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. I better see results if I'm paying you a hefty sum. I will sanction $50 billion. Awesome! A few researchers cheered. The world's first completely artificial intelligent production line. What a great achievement! Seeing their level of excitement and dedication towards work, Harry felt some sort of relief. He knew his money was going into the right hands. As for the other two normal production lines, he would have to think of other ways to get money. If he really couldn't source something, he would borrow money from his family's bank. It would be a problem to get another few $100 billion, and the interest would be relatively lower. However, Harry was too proud to ask for his family's help. But for the sake of his super factory, Harry did not care. As long as new electric cars and super smartphone computer were put into the market, the money would be recovered quickly. There was nothing to worry about. He said generously, The money is in place. Take it and put it to use. If you need something else, then let me know. Callie looked at the string of zeros in her account and was calmed, knowing nothing will interrupt their research and production work now. Although the $50 billion just now was as much as an astronomical figure, this money was, after all, public funds used for scientific research and manufacturing. Thank you for your generosity. We love you. Stephen laughed and prepared to pounce forward. Harry immediately stopped him. Go, go, go. Get to work. You guys just focus on research and development. Rest, everything will be taken care of. As long as you can create something good, I will give you all a bonus. Long live the boss! The few of them instantly felt as if they had been injected with stimulants, and their morale exploded. After the test, Lara was brought back to the manor by Harry. It would be a waste to keep such a perfect bionic robot in the research institute. Anyway, the money had already been given to Stephen and the others, so they could continue to manufacture more robos like her. Harry, on the other hand, could not wait to bring it back to his house to see if there were any new functions. It was like a child getting a new toy. He was both curious and happy. On the way back, Lara had already activated her autonomous intelligence mode. There was no need to give her orders. She could totally act on her own. When Callie had displayed the test earlier, he had activated the automatic intelligent mode. In comparison, the autonomous mode was more realistic. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a robot. It was no different from a real person. By the time he returned to the manor, it was already dark. Harry had not eaten anything throughout the day. He was somewhat hungry by now. When he remembered Stephen saying that Laura's database also had life skills, he asked, "Laura, do you know how to cook?" "No problem. What do you want to eat? I can cook any kinds of cuisines, as long as there are ingredients." Harry sighed. What the heck, this is really omnipotent. When the people in the manor saw Harry bring an unfamiliar woman with him, they were all a little surprised. Especially Juniper. When she saw the beautiful Laura, she felt very unhappy in her heart. She even criticized Harry in her heart. He kept muttering, "It's not been that long since Kiki left, and Harry already got another girlfriend?" When Harry heard this, he could not help but laugh. This was really a misunderstanding. Laura's appearance was indeed very beautiful, but in the end, she was still a robot. However, he anticipated the reactions. Laura's disguise was very perfect. If she didn't expose herself, no one would be able to tell. Therefore, Harry didn't intend on explaining anything. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Although it might not be secret for long, he could try his best to keep it a secret. The people in the manor were very familiar with each other's routine. Laura didn't need to eat or drink, nor did she need to sleep or rest. Thus, this was the only thing that would arouse suspicion. Harry wanted to eat good food today. The chef in charge of cooking was the chef that Mr. Cross had transferred from the Maryland Hotel. His standards were very high. He also brought along a few kitchen helpers who were said to be of complete 5-star standard. Harry, not wanting him to cook anymore, came as a shock to him. Instead, he wanted to give the kitchen to a strange woman. The chef found it hard to accept. The chef was kind. He did not know that Laura was a robot. But he could not accept it when he saw such a beautiful girl cooking in the kitchen. He continued, "Sir, the kitchen utensils here are all professional standards. This young lady looks quite delicate. I doubt she can't be ordered around." Chefing was also a physical job. One would have to strain their bodies. This was not as simple as cooking at home. The real chefs all used big pots. No matter how little they cooked, they would still use big pots to cook. Harry shook his head. "Chef, there's nothing to worry about. The lady's experienced." Then he gestured to Laura. Laura nodded and walked into the kitchen. When Chef saw that Harry had no intention of chasing him away, he stopped insisting and stood by the side to take a look. Therefore, the following scene stunned everyone, especially the chef. Laura stood in front of the chopping board. She held the dish with one hand and the knife with the other. The knife was waving so fast that it left after images. This is impossible." Chef found it hard to believe. He stretched out his trembling hand and picked up a piece of cucumber that was as thin than the width of the knife. His jaw dropped. Harry was amazed too. However, when he thought that Laura was actually a machine, it was not impossible for her to get this kind of precision. Chef, you must be very surprised. Actually, I also did not expect Laura to chop so well," Harry said with a smile. "Her chopping skills are indeed superb. Miss Laura is so young. However, cooking is not about the chopping skills alone. Cooking good food is the challenge here." Harry nodded. "You're right, but let's see how much surprise Laura can bring to us." Harry was full of expectations. Sure enough, there were a series of dazzling operations after that. Harry was a layman who could not understand, but Chef did understand the process. He was a 5-star chef who had dedicated his life to cooking for more than 20 years. Laura's cooking skills were exceptional. Looking at how Laura shuttled through the kitchen with ease, everyone was dumbfounded. Harry was happy about investing in Laura. Laura was equipped with the intelligence core of X that was indeed perfect. She could easily defeat a 5-star chef. When the dish was served to Harry, Harry took a bite of it and savored the taste. Chef stood behind Harry and asked hesitantly, "Sir, can I get to taste it?" His curiosity could not be suppressed. The aroma of the dish made him crave for it. He had to try it. He smiled and said, "Of course you can try it." Chef was flattered and said, "All right, thank you, sir." He picked up the fork and carefully took a small bite. As soon as he put it into his mouth, Chef felt a burst of flavors in his mouth. It was really delicious. He had never tasted such a delicacy. The cooking process was so simple and basic from the beginning to the end, but why couldn't he understand why it was so delicious? Even he, who had more than 20 years of experience, couldn't understand. He also did not understand how Laura, who looked so young, could have such superb culinary skills at such a young age. Chef raised his head and heaved a long sigh. There were some things which couldn't be judged by experience. It was talent. He had to admit that there would always be people with extraordinary talent appearing in this world. They didn't need to work hard to achieve the achievements of others for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Chef was utterly convinced of his defeat. He said to Harry, "Sir, the dishes cooked by Miss Lara are really too good. I can't compare to her. I feel I'm no longer needed here." Harry was confused for a moment, but then guessing what doubts the chef might have, he said, "When did I say you should leave?" "Huh." Chef was stunned. He thought Harry brought Lara as the new head chef. Who knew that this was not the case at all? Harry did not have such thoughts at all. Harry smiled. He knew that the chef had misunderstood him. He said, "You think too much. You were and will continue to be the head chef in future. You're in charge of the kitchen. Lara didn't come here to be a chef." Chef took a look at Lara's beautiful face and said, "Oh, I see. We're supposed to report to Miss Lara now how we used to do it with Miss Kiki." He misunderstood again. He thought after Kiki left, Harry had brought his new girlfriend, as it was a common practice and no one has to move on. On the other hand, Harry, who had no patience, shook his head helplessly. He said to Lara, "How long will it take for your power to be fully charged for one activity?" 15 days of daily operation, 5 days of high-intensity combat. Lara answered briefly, "It's all right. Then I will give you a tour of the entire Allen Island to familiarize yourself. Your mission from now on will be to guard this place." "Okay, sir," Lara replied. Harry nodded and led Lara out of the manor. Compared to the mechanical dog, Lara's speed and strength were slightly lower, but she could move for a long time. There were pros and cons. But in other people's eyes, it was Harry taking a stroll with the beauty. Juniper stood in front of the window of her room and pouted. "How can he move on so quickly? I feel bad for Kiki." After saying that, her eyes rolled and she thought of an idea and ran out of her room. June was in Harry's study arranging the information that had been reported to her recently. She was not only Harry's personal bodyguard, but also his personal assistant. When Harry was in the manor, June did not need to follow him. She just stayed in the study to work for him and deal with some trivial matters. Just as she was busy, Juniper opened the door and walked in a haste. "Juniper, did you come to find Mr. Parker?" June asked. "No, I was looking for you." "Looking for me? Is there something you need?" June asked doubtfully. Juniper said worriedly, "You still don't know. Harry has brought a stranger with him, and now the two of them are taking a stroll in the manor." June was indifferent. He said lightly, "Oh, is that so?" Juniper said in surprise, "Why are you so calm? Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" June asked back. "That woman's origin is unknown. What if she has ulterior motives and is here to harm brother? Why don't you go and investigate?" June puts down the documents in her hands and said seriously, "You are right. I should go and take a look." "Right. It is best to chase her away." Juniper waved her small fist. She excitedly pushed June out of the door and then shouted with an encouraging manner, "I will not be causing any trouble here. Jude, you must chase that woman away." He looked at June going away and grinned as if her plan had succeeded. Harry and Lara had pretty much covered all the security entrances to the island. They were just about to go back and June walked towards him. "June, why are you here?" Harry asked. "It's a bit boring to deal with documents. Come out for a walk," June replied. "Oh, right. You should come out more often. Don't stay in the study all day. There aren't many things to be busy with," Harry nodded and said. Harry was not responsible at all. There were several properties under his name. Although there were people in charge of them, there were many documents that needed to be personally examined. Not to mention the monthly financial reports, which needed to be carefully checked. In the end, Harry did not care at all and handed them over to June. "Sir, she is..." June placed her gaze on Lara, and her eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Harry said, "I forgot to introduce you to her. This is Lara." "Lara." June was even more puzzled. Others might not be able to tell, but June was well trained, and her judgment was not something ordinary people could compare with. She could see that there were many strange things about Lara's body. but she could not tell exactly what was strange. She just had a feeling that this woman called Lara was not normal. She thought to herself that Juniper was right. This Lara was too strange. She had to investigate her properly. Seeing June's confused look, Harry probed and asked, "Do you see what is wrong with her?" June nodded. "Sir, I feel that something is strange, but I can't say it. Can you tell me where this Miss Lara came from?" Harry smiled. "June, you really have sharp eyes. This has made you feel that something is wrong. Lara's not a human." "Huh?" June was stunned. She did not expect her employer to suddenly open his mouth and scold someone. "Oh no, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Lara is not human." June was even more puzzled. "Sir, I don't quite understand what you're saying." It was even stranger. She had said so much to her sir, but this Lara did not have any reaction. She just stood there and watched quietly. It was too abnormal. Harry smiled and said, "You still don't understand. Didn't I bring back 3 bionic mechanical dogs some time ago?" Lara was also created by Steven and the others. It's a bionic robot. "What? Isn't this Terminator?" Even June, who had always been calm, was now shocked by Harry. The bionic mechanical dog was still understandable, but a robot like Lara, who was no different from a real person, was too shocking. "No wonder I feel that Miss Lara is very strange," June sighed. Harry was curious. "Where did you find it strange?" June pointed at the footprints on the grass and said, "This is not right. With Lara's body size, we can estimate how much she weighs. I mean, if she's a normal person, but these footprints are deep, so it's obviously not normal." Harry suddenly understood. He remembered that June was very proficient in tracking and tracing. It turned out that Lara was exposed on the footprints. Lara was 1.7 meters tall and had a well-proportioned body. According to normal circumstances, a body's woman's size was about 90 to 100 pounds. However, Lara was different. She could not infer it from a normal human's perspective. Her body was full of metal mechanical structures. Even if the titanium nickel alloy was light, it was still metal, and the total weight was still very large. Unexpectedly, no one in the manor could see that Lara's footprint was exposed. "Is there anything else, apart from the footprint? You can also see that it is different there." Harry was interested. June replied, "Another thing is sweat. Allen Island is a tropical environment. Although it is late in the evening and the weather is cooler than during the day, it is still very humid. Sir, you have walked around the island. Although it is just for a walk, you still sweat." As she spoke, she looked at Lara and said, "Sir, your face is covered in sweat, but not only is Miss Lara is not sweating at all, but her skin is also very dry. This is too abnormal." Harry nodded his head, thinking that June was still very careful. So he did not notice these things. To be able to see so much with just a little detail, it meant that June was very observant. Harry sighed in admiration and puffed in his chest. He clapped his hands. "Too powerful, June. You are indeed a super guard. Your eyes are really sharp." June's face turned red. "Sir, you must be joking. I only saw it was strange, but I did not expect Lara to be a robot." Harry said, "It's not as simple as a robot. Lara is simply omnipotent. You still don't know, right? Just now I asked her to show off her culinary skills in the kitchen. Well, just a simple dish. She's a subdued chef." "She can still cook," June said in surprise. "Not only that, but Steven is also crazy. He has installed all kinds of skills in Lara's database. Cooking is just a piece of cake. You didn't see how she turned on her combat mode." Harry sighed. "Lara knows how to fight." "That's right. She's really amazing. In the future, she can be my guard and you'll be able to relax a little," Harry said. June looked at Lara, who was quietly standing at the side, and then at Harry's excited look. For some reason, she felt a little upset in her heart. She suddenly raised her head and said, "Sir, I want to compete with her." "Huh? Compete? You're saying you want to fight with her?" Harry said in surprise. "Yes," June nodded heavily. Harry immediately shook his head and refused. No, you're kidding me. She's a robot. She's too strong. If you are not careful, she will hurt you." Harry was concerned about June. After all, fighting with a robot was too meaningless. It was obvious who would be at a disadvantage if they fought purely with metal. However, the more Harry said that, the more upset June felt. She had a feeling that she had been abandoned by Harry because she was useless. She also knew that what she did was a little too absurd. How could she be jealous of a machine? However, in her heart, she could not change this. She always felt that some of the newbies in her young master had forgotten about the old people. It had to be said that Juniper's urging just now was quite successful. June insisted. "Sir, don't worry. I will have a sense of propriety when I make my move." Harry still shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that she will not know what to do. I saw it with my own eyes at the research institute just now. The strength of her punch with just one hand is more than 1,000 pounds of force. It's too scary." "Strength alone is not enough. Fighting is about adapting to the situation. I'm confident that I won't let her hurt me. Besides, sir, you want her to be your guard. Then I'll have to see it if she has the ability to do so." June insisted, and Harry had no reason to refuse. He could only nod his head and say, "All right, once you feel that you can't, immediately stop." Then he said to Laura, "Don't hurt her. Do you know what it means to stop at the right time?" "Understood." Laura nodded in agreement. Her intelligence was too high. Laura had a body that allowed her to move freely, and her intelligence was unbelievably high. After Harry finished giving instructions, he retreated to a big tree beside him. June took off her coat and revealed the small vest that she was wearing, which made it convenient for her to move. Laura, on the other hand, was wearing the sportswear from the beginning and looked at June without moving at all. "I'm going to start. Are you ready?" June asked. "Anytime," Laura said. "Very good. Drink." June nodded her head. With a light shout, her figure flashed and rushed towards Laura. Harry did not even see clearly how June moved. In the blink of an eye, she rushed to Laura's side and grabbed one of Laura's arms. She used the anti-joint technique to pull Laura's back. But Laura still did not move. Just like that, June succeeded. Her entire arm was bent at an extraordinary angle. Harry's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that June would get hurt if she was too careless. As for why he wasn't worried about Laura, there wasn't nothing to worry about. Even if he was broken by June, he could just go back and fix it. Putting aside Harry, June, who was grabbing Laura's arm and preparing to flip it over, suddenly changed her expression in the next moment. She saw that although Laura's arm had been bent on her back, according to normal people, it was impossible to move at all. As long as she forcefully exerted force, it would only cause her joints to dislocate. However, Laura was a robot. Her arm suddenly exerted force at a very strange angle and actually swung towards June. At this moment, June knew that she was careless. Using the thought of dealing with a normal person to deal with Laura, it simply did not make sense. Immediately, she let go of her hand and jumped backwards, dodging Laura's attack. It was just one exchange of blows, and June's expression became serious. The power of Laura's counterattack just now made her very nervous. As Harry had said, the strength of a punch with one hand was more than 1,000 pounds. It was even more terrifying than Tiny Tim, who had the greatest strength. With Tiny Tim's strong body, the strength of a single punch was only 500 pounds. Laura was twice as strong as Tiny Tim. What was more terrifying was that her body was even smaller than Tiny Tim's. June had always been confident in her fighting skills, but now she knew that the Laura in front of her was indeed unusual. Thus, she put all her attention on her and prepared to go all out. She was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. If she couldn't compete, then she would compete in skill. However, she still had to be wary of not being able to be controlled by Laura. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to escape. In an instant, June thought of hundreds of ways to deal with it. After dodging Laura's counterattack, she immediately turned around and jumped to increase the distance between them. After taking a deep breath, she rushed over again. When Laura saw June rushing over, she stabilized her body and used a simple wrestling hug, preparing to hug June. However, the moment June rushed in front of her, she lowered her body and slid across the grass like a football player shoveling a person. She hugged Laura's calf and used all her strength to flip her over. Laura heavily fell onto the ground and pressed down on the lawn. June did not take advantage of the victory to chase after her. Instead, she stood up and continued to widen the distance between them. In a fight with this kind of robot whose strength was out of the norm, close combat was the most undesirable. As long as one took a hit, it would be a serious injury. June stood up very quickly, but Laura was even faster than her. It was as if she had violated the gravity and stood up straight. Harry was stunned by what he saw. In the next moment, the two of them charged at each other, then exchanged blows and separated. For a moment, June was like a butterfly, flying around Lara. She was very agile. Lara stood steadily and could easily neutralize June's attack. This fight made June more and more clear about Lara's strength. She also knew that she was a robot and did not have the stamina to consume. As long as there was sufficient energy, her combat strength would not decrease. However, June was a living person. No matter how powerful she was, there would always be a time when her strength would be exhausted. Thinking of this, June knew that she could not continue to probe and pester her. She needed to use some ultimate moves. After settling her thoughts, she pounced once again. She actually took the initiative to press down on her head at the risk of being caught by Lara. Then, at the critical moment when Lara waved her hand, a young sparrow hawk flipped over. She flipped over from the top of Lara's head. Relying on the inertia of rolling her entire body, she grabbed Lara's head and threw her on the back. Lara was once again thrown onto the ground. If it was a normal person, their neck would have been fractured in an instant. This was a fatal injury. However, not only was Lara fine, but she could also counterattack with ease. She actually grabbed June's shoulder and jumped to her feet again. June's shoulders shook a little and tried to use her technique to shake off Lara's control. However, the strength of Lara's grip was too great. She tried a few times but was unable to shake it off. Harry suddenly appeared in her eyes. With killing intent in her eyes, she stretched out both hands and used her arms to wrap around Lara's head. June thought in her heart, even if it was a robot, the most vulnerable part was still the neck. Because it was impossible to install a fixed metal here, there must be a large number of moving joints supporting it. As long as it was destroyed, it would cause a certain amount of damage to her. Then, she began to exert strength all over her body. Lara's neck actually started to emit strange sounds when she twisted it. And Lara still grabbed June's shoulder with a backhand grip, preparing to lift her up and throw her onto the ground. "All of you stop!" Harry shouted. If they did not stop, it would be too late. Lara definitely didn't suffer much damage, but June would definitely be injured if she didn't let go of her. When they heard Harry's order, Lara immediately let go of her hand. June also let go of her hand and retreated. She stood by the side with her chest heaving up and down. It seemed like she had used up some of her energy. Harry said, "All right, that's enough. If we continue fighting, we'll definitely get injured." June lowered her head and said, "Sir, I have already understood Lara's strength. Being your guard is completely qualified." "Yes, Lara can, but I also need your protection, so there is no need to be jealous," Harry said. June's face immediately turned red. I did not... "So be it. How is it? Did you see something just now?" Harry asked. June nodded. "Yes, Lara is indeed very powerful. If it wasn't for the young master's order to not allow her to hurt anyone, I would not be a much match for her." The exchange just now seemed to be evenly matched. In fact, June was very clear in her heart that if she really attacked, she would not be able to defeat her. She was not a match for Lara at all. Not to mention that her strength was completely suppressed. There was even less to talk about in terms of technique. Lara's reaction speed was simply incomparable to a human's. Furthermore, weakness strike. It was useless. It could even counterattack from a strange angle that went against the common person's joints. If it wasn't for Harry giving the order to stop and Lara seriously attacking, June would have been defeated in less than 3 seconds. June looked a little disappointed. Harry comforted her. "Don't be sad. Lara is actually a machine. A human's strength is definitely insufficient when compared to a machine. But a machine can't completely replace a person, right? I still can't lose you by my side." June's face turned red again, and she slightly snorted. "Yes, I know, sir." Let's go back," Harry called out. On the way back to the manor with June, June would turn her head from time to time to look at Lara, who was following behind her. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "I still find it hard to believe that Lara is a robot," June exclaimed. Harry smiled. "What's there to think about? Let me show you." After saying that, he turned around and walked in front of Lara, ordering, "Turn on the power source on the head." "Yes." After Lara answered, a thin line appeared on her forehead, and then her entire head was lifted. June looked at this somewhat frightening scene in shock. Then, she saw that inside Lara's brain, there was an entire oval battery with dense electrical wires.
It was only at this moment that June finally confirmed that Lara was really a robot.